Rise Babylon inherited the remote Baybarin barony on the Nosea Kingdom's frontier. In the lowland territory, he observed the struggles of the villagers and decided to help. By Rise's actions, the barony began changing, with citizens noticing his kind interventions. Rise, accompanied by allies, faced new challenges, unaware that his small deeds inspired hope. It all started one day, and the barony slowly transformed under his accidental leadership. Two men clash violently, tensions erupting as old grudges ignite a street fight. The city's streets reveal widespread drug abuse, leaving bodies and despair scattered throughout. Prostitution and robbery fill the alleys, showing the town's lawlessness and corruption. A wild, monstrous boar charges through, embodying the untamed danger of the wilderness. The man swings a makeshift weapon at the beast, determined to survive the chaos. The frontier of Babylon Hell revealed a harsh, desolate landscape scattered with bones. Rise Babylon, frustrated and overwhelmed, struggled to adapt to life in the harsh barony. His meals were scarce, filled with weeds, highlighting the barren land and lack of resources. He lamented his noble upbringing, longing for luxury he had never experienced. Despite personal hardship, Rise focused on the citizens' welfare, prioritizing their safety above his desires. Rise Babylon observed the barony, emptied of everyone but the sick, subhumans, and infidels. The previous leader's death left the territory in chaos, with alcohol and disorder rampant. Rise received the official letter naming him the new lord, shocked by the sudden responsibility. With only healing magic and limited skills, he faced the challenge of protecting the people. Surrounded by vicious and desperate citizens, Rise struggled to survive and find a way to lead effectively. Rise Babylon panicked, unable to think of a solution to the growing chaos. A furious noble burst in, claiming the barony as his own, threatening Rise. Rise faced a group of angry and dangerous citizens, realizing it was too late to avoid conflict. The citizens noted Rise's inability to use offensive magic, seeing him as vulnerable. Rise contemplated survival strategies, questioning what he could do against people trying to kill him. Rise Babylon maintained composure, surprising the citizens despite his usual scared demeanor. The angry mob questioned his toughness, expecting him to falter under pressure. One man recounted losing his arm due to nobles' cruelty, fueling the group's rage. Rise prepared to act, determined to protect himself and survive the attack. The citizens were shocked as Rise suddenly used magic, turning the tide of the confrontation. One of the attacking citizens screamed as Rise's magic hit, causing confusion and shock. The man's severed arm unexpectedly regrew, astonishing both him and the crowd. Rise realized he had used healing magic on an enemy, feeling foolish yet effective. A frightened citizen begged for mercy, seeing Rise's power and calm demeanor. The man thanked Rise in relief, leaving Rise bewildered at the unexpected result of his action. The citizens rejoiced, grateful that Rise's magic restored their eyesight and other ailments. Rise realized this healing could be a pivotal moment for earning their trust and loyalty. He observed the population, noting the number of sick and wounded he could help. Despite his inability to fight, Rise resolved to use his healing magic to influence the citizens. Determined, he vowed to make the people like him and ensure their survival. Rise Babylon resolved to succeed, determined to influence the citizens through his actions. He carefully considered every move, plotting how to gain the favor of the people. Rise vowed to eat, work, and act tirelessly for the citizens' support and well-being. A few days later, the barony observed Rise using magic generously for the commoners. The citizens noticed a noble performing powerful magic on ordinary people, drawing attention from observers. The story begins in Babylon Barony, known as the worst territory in the Nosea Kingdom. Harsh and abandoned, sick and wounded villagers gather there, left with nowhere else to go, struggling to survive amid decay. Rise Babylon, the young lord, prepares to intervene, signaling a turning point for the territory and its people. He unleashes his healing magic, performing extraordinary acts that astonish all around him. Villagers recover immediately, amazed by Rise's unparalleled power, and the barony begins its transformation under his care. Rise Babylon's kindness and strategic thinking win over new followers, who see his intentions as protective leadership. Rise moves freely around the barony, observing improvements and connecting with his people like a normal young lord. He anticipates work progress, efficiently organizing villagers to complete construction and repairs without needing guidance. Villagers gain energy and confidence from Rise's healing magic, recovering fully and feeling stronger than before. The community flourishes under Rise's influence as his magic revitalizes both their bodies and morale, securing productivity. Rise Babylon plans work efficiently, imagining a shorter construction period that allows him more comfort. A visitor approaches, asking if he is indeed Baron Rise Babylon, confirming his reputation spreads beyond the barony. A new character, Alicia, is introduced, immediately catching Rise's attention with her striking presence. Rise notices Alicia's appearance, surprised by her figure, which leaves a strong impression. Alicia formally introduces herself and requests to ask Rise a question, signaling a new interaction and plot development. Rise Ballon is surprised when Alicia suddenly steps close, confronting him directly. Alicia explains the principles of Sophism, the state religion, emphasizing that magic is meant only for nobles. Rise's actions of using magic on commoners astonish Alicia, while others observe the conflict with worry. Alicia realizes Rise disregards the usual restrictions, challenging traditional expectations. She exposes that Sophism was a fabricated religion created by royalty to elevate themselves, shocking everyone. Alicia explains that her group, the Demiurgians, uses magic to guide and protect common people. She tells Rise that his actions are condemned by the state religion, making him a target. Alicia asks Rise to convert to Demiurgism, presenting a new path for him. Rise contemplates the benefits of embracing Demiurgism, understanding it will align with the people's needs. He learns that many already follow Demiurgism in the territory, reassuring him that the community supports his actions. Rise Ballon expresses his willingness to join Demiurgism at the lowest position, surprising Alicia. Alicia is thrilled, praising his judgment and offering him a symbolic position of honor. Rise considers the old meeting house at the edge of town as a place for a church. Alicia is moved to tears by Rise's kindness and dedication to helping others. She pledges her life in devotion to Rise, recognizing him as the chosen figure of Demiurge. Alicia instructs the followers to salute Rise, ensuring everything is prepared for his leadership. Rise observes the gathered followers, who appear organized and attentive, surprising onlookers. He walks among them, confirming their discipline and commitment to the new order. Alicia asserts her authority as bishop, commanding the followers under her guidance. The followers pledge their loyalty to Rise, acknowledging him as their chosen leader and protector. Rise Ballon inherits the Babylon barony, a territory called the worst in the world. He observes the bustling villagers and newcomers, deciding to gain their favor carefully. A local priest praises Rise's magic, calling him noble while condemning other nobles as corrupt. Rise realizes the town is overcrowded, struggling to manage over 3,000 residents. With his guidance, the empty land is developed, turning a simple farmland into a functional meeting house. Rise notices the blonde priest using his growing fame for personal gain, seen as a messiah by villagers. He observes the Afro-delinquent benefiting from Rise's recovery magic, becoming stronger and super-healing his body. The villagers ask Rise to help with a problem in the suburbs, requesting his guidance. Rise discovers a group of runaway beast folk illegally occupying the land, former captives of war. He feels conflicted, afraid of neglecting them, but also fearful of getting involved with dangerous outsiders. Rise receives updates that the beast folk are occupying the land, monitoring the town's movements. He observes a large group of beast folk, including women, children, and elders, moving cautiously in the forest. Rise senses bloodlust but notes not all of them are fighters, deciding to analyze the situation. He suggests negotiating with the beast folk first, avoiding unnecessary conflict despite their superior physical skills. The blonde priest advises using healing magic, anticipating injured or sick people among the many villagers. The blonde priest laughs, impressed with his own cleverness, planning to exploit situations for advantage. Rise steps forward, declaring himself Lord of Babylon Barony, and demands to speak with their representative. He faces both the beast folk and his own allies, preparing for tense negotiations. The beast folk leader, a young fox woman, draws her weapon, asserting dominance over the humans. The blonde priest is stunned, surprised that the foxwoman is the actual leader of the group. The foxwoman challenges Rise, accusing him of seeking a chance to cheat, despite claiming to negotiate. Rise insists he only wants to help the wounded, careful not to provoke the group behind her. The foxwoman reacts angrily, refusing to trust the nobility who aided her enemies, the beast folk. She draws her bow, aiming at Rise and his companions to assert control. The blonde priest is shocked at her reaction, realizing her strength and leadership are undeniable. Rise prepares to confront the beast folk, holding his arrow defensively as tension rises. The foxwoman and others assert their strength. The blonde priest notes the short-tempered, aggressive allies. The beast folk declare their intent to take the land by force, challenging both humans and allies. Rise intervenes, commanding both sides to halt, asserting his authority as Baron. The situation grows chaotic, as villagers, the foxwoman, and Rise's companions react, signaling an intense standoff. The blonde priest introduces herself as a Sophianist, clarifying her devotion to the true god Demiurge. She passionately explains that Rise is their unique messiah, capable of saving the people from corruption. The foxwoman listens carefully, considering the priest's words while remaining cautious of the nobility's intentions. Rise notes that gathering the sick and wounded under the priest's guidance is impossible in the current chaos. Despite the challenges, Rise, the priest, and their companions stand firm, facing the enemy with resolve. Rise instructs the priest and companions to start healing the wounded child, taking initiative. The child begins to recover, regaining movement and vitality, astonishing everyone around. Rise's skill impresses the foxwoman and priest, as his healing magic works flawlessly on multiple people. The blonde priest is amazed that Rise healed everyone at once, exceeding expectations. Rise encourages the group to consider joining his territory, promising protection and guidance to all. The foxwoman notices something unusual, turning in surprise at a sudden movement. A giant beast falls, shocking the foxwoman and her companions. Rise explains his plan to use his subjects to hunt the beast folk and feed them. The blonde priest notes that any upset from eating the monsters can be healed immediately. Rise sees the foxwoman's frustration, but thinks his strategy will efficiently solve the problem and gain favor. The foxwoman looks flustered, realizing the situation has spiraled beyond her expectations. The beast folk cheer, excitedly thanking Rise for providing them food. The blonde priest is surprised by the reaction, unable to believe their enthusiasm. The foxwoman praises Rise for his generosity, calling him a really good guy. An elder beast folk explains that the monster meat is highly valued, showing respect for Rise's knowledge. The foxwoman, Irina, offers to repay Rise for his generosity, eating the food he provided. She commands her followers, praising Rise's courage, compassion, and healing abilities, inspiring the people to join him. Rise Babylon inherited Babylon Barony, a desolate frontier known as the walking garbage dump. He began organizing the land, writing reforms and plans to help helpless people survive. Overwhelmed by endless paperwork, Rise struggled, exhausted and frustrated by the tasks piling constantly. The growing numbers of beastmen, immigrants, and pagans intensified his workload, leaving him completely stressed. Rise wanted to hire help, but lacked funds, forcing him to work alone endlessly. Rise collapsed under piles of paperwork, overwhelmed by his endless responsibilities and mounting administrative chaos. Alicia arrived, noticing Rise struggling, offering assistance and concern for his increasingly frantic workload. She explained her hallucinations, worried about Rise, while he remained startled by her sudden presence. Irina appeared, teasing Rise, asking about their discussion, adding to the chaotic but lively scene. Rise finally saw his team united, celebrating together, relief spreading as tasks seemed manageable again. Irina hugged Rise warmly, praising him and showing appreciation for his constant care and support. Alicia pouted gently, playfully rubbing Rise's cheek, bringing smiles and lightening the tense atmosphere. Rise found himself caught between Irina and Alicia, struggling to focus on his ongoing work. Alicia explained she had important security matters, causing Rise to worry about increasing responsibilities. Irina requested advice about education, while Rise begged them not to add extra work. Alicia explained their simple training exercises, demonstrating how they were improving skills across the fiefdoms. The trainer shouted aggressively at soldiers, demanding strict effort and discipline during the grueling exercises. Rise's team pushed through physical drills, motivating soldiers while observing the improvements and successes around them. Rise supervised elementary education for children, teaching skills, while ensuring proper guidance and instruction consistently. The children cheered happily, praising Rise and Irina, showing the results of their patient efforts. Alicia and Irina smiled warmly, inviting Rise to join them later, radiating cheerful encouragement. Rise panicked internally, wondering if the two women were romantically interested in him suddenly. He imagined the consequences, internally shouting, "No way." While trying to process the confusing situation, Rise's mind raced with conflicting thoughts, imagining Irina and Alicia in exaggerated, humorous extremes. Despite his fantasies, he resolved firmly not to touch them, focusing only on appearances. Rise reviewed documents, strategizing to assign leaders carefully and avoid mistakes, planning each crucial step. The group walked together, discovering that the inspection concerned the ranch, easing initial worries slightly. Rise emphasized the urgency of maintaining a stable food supply, discussing priorities with companions. They considered hunting monsters for meat, noting potential challenges and ensuring safety during the task. Rise decided to handle livestock issues personally, solving problems efficiently while reassuring Alicia and Irina. Alicia and Irina excitedly discussed using Rise's healing magic on livestock, imagining tasty possibilities. Rise gathered everyone, agreeing it was time to move forward with their next plan. They approached the ranch, noticing livestock resting peacefully, a sign of the barony's progress. Villagers greeted Rise warmly, requesting his help, trusting him to solve their pressing problems. Rise raised his hand, using his magic to heal the livestock efficiently and safely. The cows reacted joyfully to Rise's presence, showing signs of health and lively energy. Rise explained that healing magic could treat livestock illnesses, preventing unnecessary suffering or deaths. He considered scraping meat to regenerate it magically, but realized that method was far too extreme. Rise paused, thinking carefully, exploring alternative ways to secure more meat without causing harm. A sudden idea struck him, brightening his mind with a solution to the problem. Rise requested fresh meat from villagers, emphasizing quality and immediate availability for his plans. He prepared carefully, focusing on magical processes, while Alicia and Irina observed his every move. Rise used healing magic, concentrating intensely to ensure livestock regenerated properly for his intended purpose. The magic began affecting the livestock, transforming them in unexpected ways before anyone could react. Everyone, including Rise, Alicia, and Irina, stared in shock at the strange magical results. Rise was thrilled, amazed that healing magic could create new life for livestock safely. Everyone praised Rise, impressed with the magical results, celebrating the successful creation of life. Rise saw this as an opportunity to hire people, improving the barony's food situation. He playfully petted the livestock, enjoying their presence while supervising their magical regeneration carefully. 1 month later, the territory thrived, with carts moving supplies and livestock healthy everywhere. A weary girl appeared, battered and desperate, signaling the story's conflict would continue further. The desolate Babylon barony lay on the kingdom's edge, called the Cesspool of Gozia, feared and avoided. Rise Babylon traveled by carriage into the barony, observing the harsh and barren lands silently. Inside the carriage, crates held enslaved demi-humans, their conditions grim and cramped. Rise saw the captured girls, Alicia, Irina, and others, sitting together, exhausted and weary, dirt covering their clothes. He realized the barony's suffering ran deeper than expected, determined to help despite the overwhelming despair. Alicia and Irina overheard the cruel rumors about the barony's lord, fearing the infamous minced meat maker. The captured girls trembled, despairing at the thought of being sold into Babylon's domain and suffering further. Despite their fear, they laughed bitterly, realizing they were despised and trapped by fate in the harshest level of slavery. Rise watched them quietly, suggesting a desperate plan to survive and fight back against the cruel nobles. One girl clenched her fists, her resolve building as they prepared to endure the barony's dark trials together. Rise announced the barony's border was near, alerting the captured girls who stiffened with fear. The carriage creaked over rough roads, carrying them closer to the unknown territory. Outside, farmers tended fields and livestock, an ordinary life contrasting the girls' grim reality. The girls stared in shock at the lively farmlands, unaccustomed to peaceful sights. Rise guided the carriage toward the village, hinting at a chance to survive and change their fate. The girls stepped off the carriage, finally entering Babylon, their eyes wide with both fear and curiosity. Local villagers reassured them, praising Rise's protection and hinting at safety, despite the barony's grim reputation. Alicia, Irina, and the others looked around, skeptical that this could truly be the dreaded territory. Footsteps approached, and the girls stiffened as a commanding presence made them uneasy. Rise appeared, and the villagers quickly apologized and bowed, recognizing his authority and the security he provided. Rise stood confidently, smiling at the girls who blinked in shock, struggling to believe their eyes. He introduced himself as the barony's lord, explaining his plan to heal the wounded slaves and gain their loyalty. The girls stared at him in disbelief, surprised that a noble would speak directly and kindly to them. Rise offered his magic to heal them first, showing care beyond what they expected. He cast his healing spell, radiating power, and the girls felt a glimmer of hope for the first time. The girls felt a miraculous change. Pain disappeared, limbs moved, and they could stand freely for the first time. They stared at Rise in awe, realizing his noble status had not stopped him from using divine healing magic on slaves. Rise told them they would work as maids in his mansion, but first needed rehabilitation. He assigned Alicia to the church's care while the others embraced their new life, calling her Wani-chan. The villagers cheered, welcoming the girls as part of Babylon's fiefdom, showing hope and belonging in the barony. The girls observed that humans and beast folk were beginning to coexist peacefully, a change brought by Rise's influence. Irina smiled warmly, telling the girls to treat humans and beast folk as equals and abandon titles of royalty. She asked for their strength and support to help Rise, and the girls gladly pledged themselves to him. Rise felt encouraged as the fiefdom grew more loyal and trusting, welcoming the bonds forming among all inhabitants. Rise's healing magic enriched crops, improving the land, and the barony thrived under his guidance and care. Rise playfully imagined creating a harem, surrounded by the girls, enjoying his mischievous thoughts. Months later, he realized he had gone too far, overwhelmed by the number of new slaves he brought in. He scolded himself, understanding he had overextended, struggling to manage all the newcomers. Despite running out of cash, he used his healing magic to provide food, shelter, and safety for everyone. A visitor entered his office, interrupting Rise's reflections, showing life continued with new challenges and responsibilities. Alicia introduced Belle as the first maid to serve Rise, signaling the start of their official duties. Belle stepped forward, greeting Rise and presenting herself with confidence and poise. The youngest girl of the first group knelt, pledging to serve him with all her heart. Rise set boundaries, playfully noting age restrictions, careful with his new household staff. He was surprised that the girl was the youngest of the first group, realizing the responsibility ahead. Belle's loyalty and skills impressed everyone. She was trained in reading, writing, math, and proper etiquette. With Alicia's guidance, Belle expressed excitement to serve Rise, earning praise and the nickname Messiah Rise Sama from the girls. At Babylon Estate, the maid prepared a tray and knocked on the master's door, eager to deliver breakfast. She peered through the door, calling for Rise, but the room remained silent, and unease filled the air. Suddenly, chaos erupted as an unexpected disaster struck the estate, startling everyone and leaving a mess everywhere. Rise struggled to manage the estate's food supply, worrying that the villagers would refuse the tainted goods. He considered raising taxes, hoping to aid the sick and wounded slaves, weighing responsibility against public perception. The maid nervously approached Rise with apples, fearing harsh reactions from the barony workers. Rise calmly reassured her, thinking about the estate's finances while hiding his stress internally. The maid apologized repeatedly, but Rise smiled, maintaining order and delaying decisions about noble affairs. Rise sampled the apples, carefully considering taste and quality before making any judgments about them. After tasting, he expressed satisfaction, delighting the maid with his approval and cheerful reaction. The maid proudly presented goods from Bon Clay territory, hoping Rise would approve her effort. Rise realized she had misidentified the source but calmly corrected the misunderstanding without anger. Rise apologized, worried about disturbing his surroundings. While reflecting on the maid's constant presence, he gently reached out, encouraging her to raise her head, easing her nervousness. The maid smiled brightly, expressing gratitude for surviving hardship and meeting Rise despite family losses. Rise cursed the apples, recalling personal losses and the hardships that shaped his resilience. He wondered if recovery magic could replicate the top-tier apple for distribution purposes. The maid eagerly confirmed availability of high-quality items, smiling at the prospect of success. Rise planned a strategy to sell Babylon goods locally, aiming for profit wisely. The project began, with careful notification and coordination promising a significant impact for everyone. The maid approached Rise cautiously, trying to speak while he looked up attentively. Rise considered the estate workers' well-being, realizing profit could protect them from unfair treatment. The maid praised Rise, acknowledging him as a leader capable of guiding their lives. Elsewhere, a blonde sister raised concern that their actions could be misconstrued as treason. Rise stressed caution, mindful of timing, to avoid suspicion and maintain stability within Babylon. The maid prepared carefully, acknowledging Rise's instructions and committing to handle everything responsibly. Night fell at Demiurge's church, Mecca's second, a shadowed place for secretive plans and plotting. The head maid, Belle, recalled Rise's words, determined not to be seen as rebellious. Alicia, church founder, appeared, expressing surprise and excitement at the unfolding situation involving Rise. Irina, former princess of the Beastfolk Kingdom, observed attentively, intrigued by the developments around Rise. Irina and Alicia realized Rise secretly planned to rebel against the kingdom strategically. Rise opposed using magic on commoners, acting against typical nobles' practices and expectations. The first step in his rebellion was economically copying neighboring territories' specialties. Successful copying would divert money into Babylon, weakening rivals while strengthening Rise's own lands. Plans included using insiders, smuggling routes, and territorial forces to expand influence carefully. Belle praised Rise as magnificent, acknowledging his kindness and cleverness toward his slaves. Irina admired Rise's fairness, treating beastfolk as equals, despite their status in society. The group discussed maids' loyalty, ready to sacrifice for Rise's guidance and protection. Alicia noted Rise's uniqueness among nobles, highlighting his selection of partners and allies. A new character expressed willingness to partner with Rise, impressed by his reputation. A new character offered to become Rise's partner, impressed by his actions and kindness. Irina tried to confirm, unable to discern clearly, asking for Belle's assistance cautiously. The character wondered how Rise resisted temptation, struggling with embarrassment and unexpected situation. A female beastfolk revealed herself, shocked by sudden exposure, caught in a compromising moment. Irina reacted similarly, blushing and surprised as Rise and companions observed the chaotic scene. Belle pleaded as Alicia and Irina teased, creating a chaotic but humorous situation at Babylon. The girls laughed, teasing each other, showing camaraderie and playful rivalry within the group. Night fell at Babylon, and chaos continued. As the head maid observed quietly, 2 months later, the map revealed Babylon and Bonclay territories, setting future political tensions. Lord Jaikov of Bonclay discovered numerous copies, shocked by the scale and quality presented. Lord Jaikov demanded an explanation for the sudden surge in goods from his inventory. Guard Captain Klaus tried explaining, reporting stores closing due to unexplained inventory discrepancies. Klaus lost control, frustrated at failing to notice the counterfeit situation earlier. He attempted to investigate quickly, ordered identification of those responsible for producing counterfeit goods. Jaikov angrily confronted Klaus, criticizing a commoner while chaos and explosions marked the moment. Klaus angrily yelled, charging forward, demanding obedience and immediate action against the counterfeit issue. Lord Jaikov complained, frustrated by proximity to Babylon and the sudden economic impact nearby. He swore vengeance, insisting someone must be held accountable for Babylon's rising influence. The story begins at Noja Kingdom's frontier, Bonclay Barony, where dangers and isolation define the territory, despite its perilous location near the Babylon territory. The city thrives thanks to abundant local products. The peace is broken when vicious copies begin spreading chaos through the streets, unsettling the citizens. Klaus is urgently called by Resi and rushes through the building, preparing to confront the threat. Inside, a fallen figure lies on the floor, evidence of the violent confrontation and the chaos that has erupted. Klaus discovers the fallen man is a slave merchant, whose business suspiciously thrives despite chaos. He realizes the merchant sold many slaves to Babylon, gaining enormous wealth from desperate people. Ree pleads for Klaus to stop, fearing the merchant's violent punishment will cause his death. The merchant arrogantly claims no evidence links him to the copies, ignoring Klaus's attempts to intervene. Klaus launches an attack as the merchant demands evidence, threatening chaos and showing no mercy. Klaus receives orders to catch the real culprits by dawn, or execution awaits him. The enemy recalls rumors that the current head of Babylon cannot even use attack. Magic determined, the enemy plots to duel the Babylon Lord and destroy the territory entirely. Exhausted, Klaus doubts they will ever identify the true culprit behind the recent chaos. Alicia appears, revealing herself as the smuggling guide, offering Klaus a path to stop it. Klaus and Alicia sit on a bench, discussing why she helped with the smuggling operation. Alicia admits she enjoyed seeing Jaikov get angry, even if it caused damage in territory. Klaus considers how removing Jaikov could allow a lord who cares for the poor to rule. Alicia insists Klaus cannot abandon the weak people, inviting him to join Rise's cause fully. She encourages Klaus to see Babylon himself, promising he will not regret witnessing the land. Klaus arrives at Babylon Estate, a grand manor, signaling a shift from chaos to strategy. Two maids eagerly offer assistance, showing loyalty and readiness to serve their master in every task. Klaus notices former slaves from Bonclay territory are lingering, attracting attention and complicating his plans. A new figure identifies themselves as the estate guard captain involved in handling the copies. The maids recall his kindness in Bonclay, realizing he may be as sly and gentle. The guard wonders what a man of Klaus's abilities could want with their assistance indoors. Klaus desperately pleads to Rise Sama for asylum, hoping for protection after surviving recent chaos. Klaus is inspired by Babylon's harmony, amazed at how differences in status and race coexist. The captain notices Klaus is bruised from previous conflicts and expresses concern for his condition. The captain begins healing Klaus, using magic to restore him from the injuries he suffered. Klaus is shocked as Rise Sama heals his wounds, restoring him from the injuries he suffered. Klaus thanks Rise Sama, thrilled she matches her reputation, and acknowledges her help with Bonclay dealings. Rise Sama analyzes Jaikov's behavior, realizing he treats his fiefdom like livestock, confirming Klaus's warnings. Rise Sama encourages Klaus to serve her fully, offering food, rest, and freedom to obey orders. Klaus warns Rise Sama about Jaikov's intentions, explaining he plans to kill her and destroy Babylon. Klaus reacts in shock, realizing someone intends to destroy the land he worked hard to develop. He defends his actions, explaining that distributing good quality copies at low prices made people smile. Klaus panics at the idea of dueling alone against a nobleman, capable of using attack magic. Klaus checks on Rise-sama, concerned for her safety after the confrontation and tense situation. The maids explain Rise-sama is calmly predicting future moves, using intelligence to stay several steps ahead. Rise-sama instructs Klaus to prioritize an emergency, signaling that his rest must be postponed immediately. Klaus and Rise-sama walk through the town, greeted by people with admiration and trust. Rise-sama surveys the situation, contemplating strategies carefully, ensuring her decisions protect her people effectively. She declares that the Bonclay territory has declared war, planning to involve her citizens if necessary. Rise-sama challenges her people to protect the land, demanding commitment even at the risk of life. Rise-sama commands her people to take up arms, declaring that defending their land is officially war. The townspeople gather, signaling that the long-awaited conflict has begun under Rise-sama's leadership and planning. Alicia and her companion comment on Klaus's decisive actions, acknowledging his quick response and reliability. Alicia playfully checks if everyone is prepared for battle, teasing Klaus about his dedication to Rise-sama. Rise-sama and Klaus confirm the other side's guards are neutralized, ensuring freedom to act strategically. Klaus is exhilarated, determined to elevate Rise-sama and the Demiurge cult to unprecedented glory today. He rallies the group with enthusiasm, signaling the beginning of an all-out coordinated effort immediately. Rise-sama steps forward with confidence, declaring the fight officially started and motivating everyone to engage fully. The Lord panicked, demanding to know why the criminal was not caught and blaming Jaikov. A framed portrait of the Baron loomed over the room. As officials shouted in anger, the citizens protested outside, accusing the Lord of high taxes and the economic recession. Jaikov crouched in despair, labeled as the true culprit by the frustrated Lord. The crowd considered using magic or force to resolve the situation, contemplating their next move. Rise Babylon faced a furious mob outside his barony, weapons raised, shouting for his removal. A projectile struck one of the aggressors, creating chaos and panic among the attackers. A noble bystander was injured, shocked that a commoner had caused him harm. The crowd watched in disbelief as Rise defended himself, causing destruction around the gates. Rise's rage intensified, and he prepared to retaliate against anyone threatening his life. Rise Babylon stood on the rubble, commanding the ground to break apart as his golems began to emerge. The massive stone golems fully formed, surrounding Rise and ready to follow his orders. Citizens and onlookers scrambled in panic, dodging the advancing golems as debris rained down around them. A figure confronted Rise, boldly challenging the wicked lord as the golems advanced. Rise's expression froze as he faced the approaching challenger, aware his control might soon be tested. Citizens and allies prepared for battle, determined to confront the oppressive lord. Rise Babylon rode forward on horseback, announcing his intention to protect the people's peace. Rise's companions assessed the situation, aware that the timing aligned perfectly with the church's secret schemes. The enraged lord questioned why Rise led such a large army through his territory. The lord scolded his guards, frustrated that so many intruders passed through his defenses unnoticed. A cheerful ally greeted the lord mockingly, reporting their completed transfer to Babylon territory. The group moved together, ready to escort the people safely through the streets. The lord reacted in shock, unable to comprehend the situation unfolding before him. Rise's golems appeared behind him, intensifying his panic and disbelief. Rise's companion reflected calmly, questioning whether the chaos had been planned or just coincidental. Rise's allies reflected on the lord's arrogance, mocking him while emphasizing that the people were their true defense. The enraged lord shouted threats, vowing to erase Babylon from the map in fury. Rise explained his plan, using recovery magic to turn citizens into an eternal protective wall. He instructed his companions to stay close, attack with projectiles, and form a human castle around him. His allies prepared for the assault, understanding that destroying Babylon would require defeating Rise and his human walls. Rise's golems surged forward, prepared to crush any threat in their path while he stayed alert. The citizens rode with Rise, surprising the lord and questioning where his walls had gone. The lord panicked, fearing he had no protection if Rise had an ace up his sleeve. Rise realized the conflict had escalated into a full-scale war between Babylon and Bonclay territories. The battle began, with Rise, his allies, and the human walls confronting the furious lord and his forces. The Babylon forces faced Bonclay's massive golem army, preparing for a decisive battle. Rise Babylon urged his fiefdom to act quickly, ensuring no danger threatened them. Bonclay laughed confidently, claiming his golem army was superior to any commoner's effort. The golems charged violently, striking the front lines while soldiers fought desperately on horseback. Babylon warriors smashed the golems, coordinating attacks to stop them, defending against overwhelming force. Babylon fighters attacked golems directly, grappling them with strength and determination. Rise observed carefully, noting the soldiers' unusual courage and resilience against overwhelming foes. One golem was struck violently, shattering under the combined force of Babylon warriors. Bonclay panicked, unable to believe his golems were failing against these common soldiers. Rise organized aid for the injured, guiding his team to stabilize and protect everyone. Bonclay was shocked, unable to believe Rise's magic could instantly heal mortally wounded soldiers. Rise confidently demonstrated his recovery magic, surprising everyone with his immense power and control. Bonclay realized Rise's skill with livestock and battlefield strategy made him unexpectedly formidable. Acknowledging Rise's abilities, Bonclay admitted he was worthy of facing such an enemy. The ultimate golem emerged, advancing toward the battlefield, threatening everyone as the ground cracked violently. Bonclay's ultimate golem rose, massive and terrifying, dwarfing everyone on the battlefield. Bonclay commanded it to attack, aiming to crush Rise and his allies completely. The enormous golem wreaked havoc, throwing soldiers and crushing structures with overwhelming force. Babylon soldiers struggled, their horses refused commands, unable to adapt to the golem's size. Rise observed calmly, preparing a counter-strategy to stop the golem and protect his army. Bonclay laughed maniacally, claiming victory as his army prepared to crush Babylon completely. The ultimate golem charged, trampling through soldiers while Rise and his allies faced imminent danger. Rise's female allies vowed to protect him, placing themselves in harm's way courageously. The soldiers panicked internally, struggling with fear and the overwhelming number of enemies. Rise hesitated, realizing the situation had escalated beyond what he could handle alone. Rise shouted defiantly, refusing to die, despite the overwhelming battlefield danger surrounding him. He prepared a risky move, commanding the golem to act with unusual precision. Bonclay struggled, realizing Rise's magic items could turn the tide against his massive forces. The golem reacted, dispersing powder unexpectedly, shocking soldiers and disrupting Bonclay's strategy entirely. Rise focused intensely, ready to unleash his ultimate power, determined to protect his army. A man watched in shock as a strange substance spilled and spread rapidly. The mass grew enormous, consuming everything in its path, leaving chaos behind. Cows suddenly appeared within the spreading mass, astonishing the onlookers with life itself. A giant figure crushed the cows, which were quickly devoured by the surrounding people. A young hero celebrated triumphantly, declaring the power of justice that creates countless lives. A week after the evil lord's defeat, the land was still recovering. The villagers mourned the losses, especially the cattle. In enemy territory, the people began recognizing Rise-sama. They approached eagerly, asking for handshakes and autographs, celebrating his presence. Crowds gathered as Rise-sama walked through the streets. Everyone wanted to see him, grateful for his efforts and protection. Rise-sama distributed beef and tended to the injured. His efforts eased suffering, making the charade of fame worthwhile. Despite admiration, Rise-sama remained cautious. He knew he could not let overconfidence cloud his responsibilities. The city's economy suffered under poor management, but Rise-sama arrived, promising hope to the citizens. He ensured criminals who supported Jaikov were rounded up and held accountable for their actions. Rise-sama coordinated arrests of those responsible for past wrongs, including those who harmed Belle's family. Belle looked relieved and grateful as Rise-sama's guidance restored safety and trust among the people. With justice served, Rise-sama prepared to formally claim the land, planning its future carefully. The leaders explained that Duke Hohenheim's approval was required to claim the territory. Rise-sama questioned whether the noble could be trusted, but allies reassured him of safety. The noblewoman revealed he was once thought to be their messiah, surprising everyone present. Though unable to use magic, the Duke was respected for his fairness and integrity. He used clever methods to help commoners, proving his leadership extended beyond magical power. Allies agreed that Rise-sama's territory was now properly governed, making the people happy and secure. Rise-sama considered etiquette and the consequences of offending a high-ranking noble, feeling unsure how to act. He realized the Duke would not visit directly, giving Rise-sama time to prepare cautiously. Suddenly, a messenger announced that Duke Hohenheim had arrived personally, surprising Rise-sama and his companions. The Duke laughed, explaining Jaikov's mismanagement and declaring he had come to discuss matters in person. Rise-sama explained that he defeated the enemy to protect their people and uphold justice. The Duke listened and noted that Rise-sama had a good reputation and earned local trust. Rise-sama humbly described himself as a victim of Jaikov's betrayal, showing relief at understanding. The Duke praised Rise-sama's actions, recognizing him as a capable and responsible leader. He mentioned that despite some ongoing issues, overall the territory's governance had improved under Rise-sama. The Duke entrusted Rise-sama with Bonclay's territory, expecting him to manage it responsibly. Rise-sama reflected that the Duke was a good man, unlike many nobles he had met. The Duke observed Rise-sama politely, noting his efforts to respect lineage despite his ridicule. Rise-sama praised the Duke's service to the people, acknowledging him as more capable than magic users. He admitted his own arrogance, prompting the Duke to comment on social expectations and etiquette subtly. The Duke gave Rise-sama full control of Bonclay's territory, expecting him to manage it responsibly. Rise-sama realized that dealing with the Duke was surprisingly comfortable and reassuring compared to other nobles. The Duke observed Rise-sama politely, recognizing his efforts to respect lineage and behave with decorum. Rise-sama reflected that true leadership lay in serving the people, not just wielding magical power. They pledged to protect the country together, promising sacrifice and cooperation to ensure peace and prosperity. Rise-sama was amazed to hear the Duke even used magic to help his people, showing true dedication. The Duke explained that the welfare of the people ultimately determined the well-being of nobles themselves. He pledged to meet again, urging Rise-sama to destroy evil and grasp peace with determination. Rise-sama reflected on the Duke's actions, recognizing a powerful man facing a failing lord and rebels. Rise-Babylon observed the newly reformed barony of Babylon on the kingdom's frontier. The land was wild, filled with forests, mountains, and uncertain borders. He planned carefully, thinking about governing the former Bonclay territory. Strategy and order were needed to stabilize the barony and protect its citizens. Hohenheim's trusted aide agreed to assist, eager to contribute to the barony's management. Even Irina felt the immense work ahead. Rise acknowledged the territory's extremes. Dangerous creatures and isolated communities posed challenges that required patience and careful attention. With mutual understanding, Rise and Hohenheim's aide prepared to restore peace. Both were determined to govern wisely and effectively. Rise Babylon and Hohenheim's aide clasped hands, agreeing to coordinate fully. Rise promised local cooperation, strengthening mutual trust and understanding. They arrived at the outskirts of Babylon, where the beastfolk settlements began. The land was rugged, mountainous, and sparsely populated. Rise led the inspection carefully, cautious of unusual residents and unpredictable terrain. Every area required careful observation. He called out to Irina, needing her assistance in handling potential issues. Her presence was essential for communication. Rise discovered evidence of previous conflicts, including bones and remains. The territory revealed dangers hidden among its wilderness. Rise stumbled upon villagers stirring a massive cauldron, covered in strange substances. He recoiled, shocked at their ritual. He cautiously approached, waving politely to avoid interference. The villagers paused, noticing him, and curiosity lingered. Irina encouraged Rise to observe, insisting his opinion mattered. Rise felt uneasy about the bloodied mess around them. Rise examined an object in his hand, considering a practical use for the unusual materials. Careful thought guided his actions. He identified a magic stone, a pebble taken from a monster's body. Its power intrigued him, hinting at potential applications. Irina considered the magic stone, hoping it could help Rise fight evil nobles in the future. Rise noticed her determination. Rise prepared to channel magic, following guidance to increase their strength. Strategy and caution were essential to avoid mishaps. He focused intently, the stone beginning to glow. Its energy radiated, signaling potential power within the small object. Rise and Irina hesitated, resisting the urge to act too quickly. Control was crucial to safely harness the stone's power. Finally, Rise flicked the stone, unleashing a massive explosion. The surrounding area was thrown into chaos, demonstrating the magic's raw potential. The explosion startled Rise, who rushed to check on Irina's smoke, and debris filled the area around the villagers' ritual. Rise pulled Irina close, ensuring she was unharmed. Relief washed over him as she clung nervously to him. Irina expressed her nervous admiration for Rise's calm handling of the chaos. Rise remained focused, shielding her from harm. The villagers apologized for their extreme behavior, explaining their sensitive nature. Rise listened, understanding their intentions despite the mess. Rise reassured everyone, glad no one was seriously hurt. He prioritized the safety and well-being of both allies and villagers. Rise analyzed the magic stone, realizing excessive energy would cause it to explode. Irina expressed excitement over the discovery. He determined the stone could become a powerful weapon, instructing everyone to continue careful testing. Rise remained cautious but strategic. They approached a massive structure, a new location full of potential dangers. Rise felt a mix of awe and concern. The noise from inside alerted him. He sensed trouble and prepared for unexpected challenges, wary of possible traps. Rise cautiously opened a large door, revealing what lay within. He braced himself, knowing danger could strike at any moment. Alicia addressed the crowd, proclaiming Rise as their true messiah. Villagers cheered, inspired by her confident leadership. She raised her voice, inviting everyone to join in a hymn, emphasizing unity and devotion to Rise. The crowd followed Alicia's lead, declaring Rise their one true savior. Faith and excitement filled the hall. Alicia's fervor turned aggressive, urging rebellion against the corrupt nobles. Her intensity shocked some, but motivated others. The congregation erupted into chaotic energy, ready to act on Alicia's command. Enthusiasm and disorder surged through the crowd. Alicia celebrated Rise and announced her plans for a child with him. The crowd cheered, energized by her words. Rise observed from a distance, hearing the villagers' support and their wish for the child to inherit royalty. After the chaotic event, Rise reflected alone in the hallway, trying to process what had just happened. A companion called out to him, concerned. Rise remained silent, still recovering from the spectacle he witnessed. Another ally reported completing tasks for the guard, seeking Rise's approval. Rise listened, balancing leadership with personal overwhelm. Rise was relieved to see Claus safe. He expressed gratitude, acknowledging the importance of trusted allies. Claus addressed Rise respectfully, but Rise insisted on simplicity, asking to be called just Rise. The bond between them strengthened. Rise offered to cook, hoping to share a meal and care for Claus. Claus eagerly volunteered to help. They walked down the hallway together, discussing responsibilities and daily tasks, blending leadership with camaraderie. A young observer watched, heart racing. Seeing Rise with another gentleman stirred emotions, highlighting the intensity of admiration and affection. In the frontier barony of Nausea, Baal surveys the seedbed of unusual things. An old ruin quietly waiting, across open fields. Villagers run together, unaware their peaceful land hides changes, slowly spreading beyond the distant mountains. Children play nearby while Baal's influence grows, shaping lives subtly as the territory begins shifting into something different. Baal sits confidently, believing events went smoothly, unaware his accidental decisions created results far beyond his simple expectations. As Bonclay territory is secured, Baal relaxes while attendants serve him, and others question how his plan succeeding. Alicia reports to Baal after handling complaints, ensuring villagers remain satisfied, while minor issues are dismissed without concern. Strange individuals gather within the territory, increasing population rapidly as Baal unknowingly attracts dangerous yet loyal followers. Baal confidently explains his ability to secure resources, relying on healing magic to maintain food supply without difficulty. With Duke Hohenheim's support, Baal feels reassured, believing his safety is guaranteed despite unclear intentions behind alliances. Alicia becomes flustered and leaves quickly, while Baal notices her behavior, remaining unaware of the situation's deeper meaning. With duties reduced, Baal finds himself with too much free time, feeling uncertain about how to use it effectively. Suddenly inspired, Baal decides to leave the territory, seeking excitement and purpose through an unexpected personal adventure. Recalling rumors, Baal focuses on an abandoned mine, said to house a dragon. Seeing it as opportunity, Baal prepares recklessly, determined to defeat the dragon alone, convinced his actions will bring results despite risks. As Baal departs, others react urgently, calling for Alicia and allies. Realizing his impulsive decision may cause trouble, Baal proposes forming a small elite group, including a warrior, scout, priest, and wizard, to handle the mission. Rise reacts with surprise, but quickly shows interest, while Baal clarifies their destination is the abandoned mine. Rise moves closer to Baal, acting playfully, while he remains confused by her behavior and unclear intentions. Alicia observes them silently, stepping in as tension rises, showing awareness of the developing situation around Baal. The moment continues with Rise's teasing attitude, while Baal stays uncertain, unaware of the attention and implications surrounding him. Alicia interrupts as Baal and Rise stand close, showing she has been listening and monitoring their situation carefully. Aistkin girl appears outside the window, joining the mission, surprising Baal and expanding the group unexpectedly. She explains dragons as valuable prey for beastfolk, increasing Baal's interest while others react to her excitement. Baal calmly considers the idea, maintaining composure while trying to understand the situation and its practical details. The Beastkin compares dragon meat to premium food, leaving Baal confused about their motivations and unusual perspective. The group acknowledges the beastfolk's success, and Baal accepts her participation, allowing the team to expand further. Rise suddenly proposes an absurd idea involving Irina, showing her excitement while others struggle to follow her thoughts. Bal dismisses Rise's behavior as useless, while others question her condition, recognizing her unusual and unstable mindset. Attention shifts as the final member is mentioned, completing the group needed for the upcoming dragon mission. Claus arrives before Rise, answering the call, as Alicia observes, confirming the party is now fully assembled. Claus questions Bal's decision, confused about the dragon mission, while the unusual group gathers behind them silently. Bal insists on Claus joining, trusting him completely, seeing him as the only reliable member in the situation. Alicia nervously volunteers to follow as caretaker, unable to leave Bal alone despite her visible anxiety. The party forms with distinct roles, though their actual abilities seem unclear, creating an unbalanced yet determined group. Bal realizes the risk ahead, overwhelmed by the situation, yet continues forward despite believing the mission may fail. After reconsidering, Bal agrees with Rise's suggestion, preparing the group while maintaining confidence in their unusual plan. Outside, the Beastfolk present a tool inspired by Bal, asking him to confirm readiness before departure. The group arrives at the Beastfolk settlement outskirts, where the environment reflects their growing influence across the territory. A test explosion demonstrates the weapon's power, impressing Bal as the team successfully completes the requested research. Bal recognizes the invention's value, understanding its importance for those without magic, while the Beastfolk celebrate its impact. Bal and the Beastkin raise the magic tools, declaring confidence as they prepare to face both enemies and dragons. The Beastkin smiles calmly at Bal, while he reacts with slight confusion, still unsure about the situation. Bal steadies himself, gripping the tool firmly, convincing himself that the plan will succeed despite lingering doubt. With determination, the group sets out toward the dragon, signaling the start of their reckless but committed mission. In an abandoned mine, rumors spread about a dragon. Rise Babylon leads his group to investigate carefully. The entrance reveals a dangerous dungeon. Monsters gather inside. Rise and his companions move forward into darkness cautiously. Claus quickly attacks a flying monster. His sword strikes cleanly. The others watch while continuing deeper into the cave. Claus continues fighting multiple enemies. His strength surprises everyone. Rise observes quietly, thinking his subordinate is far more capable. As more monsters fall, Lilia notices unusual behavior. The group realizes something strange is happening beyond simple dungeon threats. Lilia is thrown through the air during battle below. Several monsters collapse after being struck by powerful attacks. The group's roles become clear as they advance. Rise Babylon stands confused while others perform their duties efficiently. Claus defeats another monster with ease. His strength overwhelms the enemy, while Rise quietly acknowledges the result. The group regroups after clearing enemies. Rise allows them to proceed ahead while noting the situation seems unexpectedly simple. Alicia scouts further into the dungeon. Irina manages supplies behind the group, maintaining order as they continue exploring deeper. Rise Babylon listens as a companion reports stronger enemies ahead. He remains cautious, preparing to act if necessary. Lilia informs Rise about a split path with an orc nest nearby. The group considers their next move carefully. Claus reacts strongly to the mention of orcs. The group shows mixed responses while maintaining readiness for possible combat. Alicia and the others continue discussing their situation. Rise keeps the group focused, ensuring they stay prepared during exploration. A distant presence reacts to their noise. Something unknown observes them quietly, hinting at a new threat deeper inside. Deep within the dungeon, a dragon observes Rise Babylon's group. It senses unusual behavior and begins watching them closely. The dragon realizes intruders have come to challenge it. After a long time, it prepares itself for battle. With a powerful roar, the dragon rises from below. Its presence shakes the dungeon and signals an overwhelming threat. Rise's group hears the loud roar echoing. Fear spreads among them as they recognize the danger approaching rapidly. The group moves toward the source. Claus steps forward to protect Rise, while others prepare themselves for the encounter. Rise Babylon stands calmly before the dragon. He studies its movements while the creature watches him closely. The group gathers behind Rise on the cliff. The dragon observes them, showing interest as it evaluates them. The dragon opens its jaws and prepares to attack. Its focus sharpens as it targets the group below. Alicia throws a small object toward the dragon. It falls directly toward the creature. As it watches curiously, the object strikes the dragon's head and cracks. The unexpected hit causes confusion as the dragon reacts to impact. The thrown object explodes on the dragon's head. A powerful blast erupts, causing immediate damage and forcing the creature back. Rise Babylon and Alicia calmly observe the result. They prepare more attacks while maintaining control of the situation. Alicia continues throwing multiple bombs. The dragon struggles to react as explosions repeatedly strike its body. The dragon suffers heavy damage and panics. It cannot understand the sudden overwhelming attacks hitting it continuously. Unable to endure further, the dragon collapses under the barrage. The battle ends quickly as the creature is defeated. The dragon rises again, despite injuries. Rise Babylon steps forward calmly, drawing its full attention toward him. The dragon releases a powerful breath attack. Rise counters without hesitation, standing firm against the incoming force. Rise extends his hand and activates his ability. A strange power spreads, confusing the dragon instantly. The dragon begins weakening rapidly. It realizes something is wrong as its strength fades under Rise's influence. Rise declares the outcome with certainty. The dragon collapses completely, unable to resist the overwhelming power anymore. The dragon's body begins shrinking and destabilizing. Rise Babylon's group watches from a distance as its form changes. The dragon suddenly struggles to breathe. Its body swells unnaturally, reacting to the strange power affecting it. The creature transforms into a small, harmless form. Its overwhelming presence disappears, leaving it completely weakened. After the battle, the group departs the area safely. Their journey continues as they leave the dungeon behind. Rise reveals the result of his ability. The former dragon becomes a small pet, surprising everyone with the outcome. Rise Babylon gently cares for the small dragon. He feeds it while observing its behavior with calm interest. Alicia happily interacts with the creature. The small dragon responds, showing signs of attachment to the group. The group rests together after the battle. Rise watches quietly as everyone recovers from the earlier fight. Claws and others relax while holding the small creature. Their tension fades as the situation becomes peaceful. The group reflects on the quick battle. They realize the dragon was defeated far faster than expected. The small dragon continues making noises. It remains harmless, confirming the battle has completely ended. Babylon sits alone in his territory office, thinking seriously about future plans. After the dragon incident, feeling uncertain and pressured. Dorotora plays happily with a small creature while Alicia watches nearby, creating a lively atmosphere inside the normally quiet room. Dorotora and Alicia become noisy and energetic, disturbing the space, while Babylon remains seated, trying to stay calm and focused. Alicia moves closer to Babylon and asks about his thoughts, while Dorotora reacts playfully without understanding the situation. Babylon regains composure and reflects seriously, focusing again on developing the Babylon territory, despite constant distractions around him. Dorotora worries about the territory's poor reputation and lack of tourists, realizing the situation keeps repeating without improvement or outside attention. Babylon sits quietly in his office, thinking carefully about possible ways to improve the territory and attract more visitors. Alicia suggests cultural exchange with beastfolk in the forest, showing activities that could bring interest and new opportunities. Dorotora proposes teaching demiurgism at the church, but the idea is considered dangerous and quickly rejected due to risks. Babylon considers another plan involving dragons, aiming to create something unique that could entertain visitors and improve the territory. Alicia studies the map and realizes the mountains block access to the ocean, but confirms a possible route exists. Babylon understands the idea and begins forming a plan, seeing a way to connect the territory beyond the mountains. Workers begin digging through the mountains, creating a tunnel as Babylon's plan moves forward with strong physical labor. The tunnel construction progresses successfully, supported by magic and effort, allowing steady advancement through the difficult terrain. Babylon reflects on the teamwork, appreciating everyone's cooperation while believing his simple idea may not deserve such dedication. A worker informs Babylon that someone is injured inside the tunnel, requesting Rise's recovery magic to handle the situation quickly. Rise confidently steps forward and prepares to use her recovery magic, assuring that the injured worker will be restored. After receiving healing, the worker's body becomes excessively muscular, surprising everyone as the recovery magic produces an unexpected result. Despite the strange effect, the worker feels energized, and Babylon decides to use this strength to continue pushing the tunnel forward. Rise enhances the worker further with magic, increasing energy and stamina, allowing rapid progress as the tunnel breakthrough approaches. The overpowered worker suddenly releases immense strength, smashing rocks violently as the tunnel shakes from his uncontrolled physical power. Alicia reacts in shock, unable to understand the situation as the worker moves at high speed through the collapsing tunnel. The worker regains awareness and examines his body, realizing he has gained overwhelming strength from the recovery magic. He continues, striking the rock with precision and force, efficiently breaking through the tunnel walls with his enhanced abilities. Babylon observes the scene calmly, while others worry, as the worker's transformation raises concerns about his condition and control. More workers gather around Rise, requesting her recovery magic, forming a line as they seek strength to continue tunnel work. Babylon reflects on the process, acknowledging unexpected outcomes while remaining satisfied that the plan is progressing successfully overall. The group reaches the ocean, discovering a completed path through the mountains, marking a major achievement for the territory's development. Babylon quickly plans the next step, deciding to build a resort and port, aiming to attract visitors and improve the territory. Rise approaches Babylon at the beach, showing excitement, while he reacts calmly as the group begins enjoying the new location. Alicia stops Rise from changing clothes, warning about unknown dangers near the beach, while Babylon observes their behavior calmly. As the group stands near the shore, something begins moving beneath the water, signaling a hidden threat approaching from the ocean. Babylon ordered a route through the mountains to the sea, aiming to build a resort and attract visitors. The map showed Palisade territory across the shore, known for luxury, making Babylon consider competing for customers. His retainer carefully summarized the plan, ensuring Babylon's vague intentions sounded like a calculated strategy for development. Belle and others tested the beach, enjoying the water, while unintentionally promoting Babylon's territory as an appealing destination. Babylon joined the activity, believing it was research, while his actions strengthened the image of a successful resort plan. Belle invited Babylon and Claus to play with a beach ball, while Babylon observed, unsure about the activity. Claus mentioned rumors of a kraken in the ocean, but the group continued playing, believing the area was safe. Babylon suddenly realized the danger, recalling the kraken, and panicked as he recognized the beach was unsafe. He considered defeating the kraken using past experience, assuming similar methods used against a dragon could work again. The group reacted with shock as Babylon proposed slaying the kraken, turning a simple outing into a serious mission. Babylon proposed defeating the kraken, then using healing magic to create a controllable pet, imagining a unique resort attraction. Belle and others supported the plan, believing luring the kraken would also strengthen their forces and weaken Palisade territory. Rise watched the group play on the beach, unsure whether to follow Babylon's dangerous plan or continue harmless activities. Belle approached Rise enthusiastically, drawing attention, while Babylon reacted awkwardly, struggling to maintain focus on the situation. Rise restrained herself, trying to act properly, while Babylon remained distracted, complicating the already risky plan involving the kraken. Rise stayed close to Babylon, but a sudden explosion erupted behind them, forcing Babylon to realize the situation escalated unexpectedly. Belle approached while explaining the magic misfire, leaving Babylon confused as the beach environment became increasingly unstable. Irina grew uneasy, thinking about control over the beastfolk, while emotions rose as she clung to Babylon. Rise struggled to remain composed, trying to maintain dignity despite the chaotic atmosphere and her own emotional reactions. Alicia and Irina confronted each other over Babylon, while he remained uncertain, unable to understand the tension forming around him. Claus warned everyone to leave the ocean immediately, as Babylon noticed a massive presence approaching from behind the shoreline. The kraken emerged from the sea, towering over the beach, confirming the danger Babylon had previously feared. Claus rushed forward to protect Rise, pushing her away as the kraken's attack struck toward their position. The impact hit Claus directly, sending him crashing into the sand while Babylon stood frozen, unable to react quickly. Babylon finally realized the severity of the situation as panic spread, forcing him to face the kraken directly. Irina and Alicia were suddenly grabbed by the kraken's tentacles, struggling as they tried to free themselves from its grip. The kraken revealed its full form, towering over the beach as the true threat of the sea became clear. Babylon released Dorotaro toward the kraken, hoping the creature could fight, but it showed no effectiveness. Dorotaro failed to act properly, leaving Babylon realizing his plan was ineffective against the kraken's overwhelming strength. Babylon acknowledged the situation was worsening, understanding he needed a stronger method to defeat the kraken immediately. Babylon realized using the bomb would endanger Irina and Alicia, since they were still trapped by the kraken. He reached a conclusion, forming a new plan after recognizing the risks and limitations of his current approach. Babylon ordered Belle and Claus to prepare the bomb, while others objected, concerned about leaving him alone. He decided to rely on his healing magic, believing he could weaponize it and endure while protecting everyone nearby. Babylon sent the group away, standing alone on the beach as he prepared to confront the kraken directly. The kraken launched a powerful attack, forcing Babylon to raise his arm and endure the incoming strike alone. Babylon countered immediately, striking back with force, committing fully to his plan to stop the kraken's advance. His healing magic transformed, creating multiplying organisms that spread rapidly across the battlefield and overwhelmed surrounding space. The multiplying creatures latched onto the kraken, consuming its surface while Babylon confirmed his strategy was working effectively. The kraken struggled under the relentless spread, showing signs of weakening as Babylon's unusual ability dominated the fight. Babylon launched starfish-like creatures toward the kraken, continuing his attack while refusing to stop the assault. The starfish multiplied rapidly, overwhelming the kraken as natural predators consumed it and weakened its massive body. Belle and Alicia pulled the others free, confirming the kraken's grip was loosening as Babylon's strategy took effect. Babylon added more creatures, including jellyfish, intensifying the attack and ensuring the kraken could no longer resist. With the kraken defeated, the group gathered safely. Recognizing Babylon's actions had saved everyone on the beach, Claus returned with materials as the group regrouped. While Babylon confirmed preparations for the final step were complete, Babylon rallied everyone, distributing tools and leading them with confidence as they prepared to execute the final plan. The group launched the bomb attack together, striking the ocean and causing a massive explosion to finish the kraken. The sea calmed afterward, filled with remains, as Babylon acknowledged their success in restoring safety to the area. Babylon reflected calmly, believing nature would recover while accepting the cost of their actions during the battle. 2 months later, the sea near Palisade territory appeared calm, but changes beneath the surface began affecting surrounding regions. Silica received reports that fish production had dropped sharply, causing concern about the territory's economic stability. Her subordinate struggled to explain the situation clearly, as confusion spread due to unexpected environmental changes in the ocean. Silica decided to act personally, confident in her abilities, determined to resolve the crisis affecting Palisade territory. Silica stood on the rocky shore, exhausted and hungry after losing her noble status, staring at the vast sea alone. Rise appeared suddenly, loudly declaring himself while pointing at Silica, surprising her as he approached with confidence and strange enthusiasm. A few days earlier, Rise trained outside, breathing heavily while Claus watched, concerned about his condition and unusual behavior. Rise looked toward the sea, thinking seriously about the kraken, unaware his thoughts would soon lead to unexpected events. Claus and Rise reflected on the unknown danger, realizing the giant kraken existed, yet no one had understood the threat before. Rise faced a giant baby kraken, realizing it was still young, yet already massive and far beyond normal expectations. Claus complained about the creature, explaining it scared visitors away and consumed seafood, worsening problems in the coastal territory. Claus fell silent when questioned, causing Rise to feel uneasy as he tried to understand his subordinate's unusual reaction. Rise worried about betrayal, recalling Claus's past, yet still tried to accept him and resolve the situation peacefully. Claus suddenly grabbed Rise's hand tightly, surprising him, showing strong emotion while calling out to him with urgency. Claus credited Rise for defeating the kraken, while expressing worry about being abandoned and questioning his own usefulness. Rise reassured Claus by treating him as a friend instead of a servant, strengthening their bond and easing his concerns. Belle secretly watched them from behind a tree, surprised and emotional after witnessing their sincere and unexpected interaction. Belle quickly hid her reaction, pretending she was only sketching, trying to avoid revealing what she had just seen. Belle regained composure and informed Rise that Alicia requested his presence at the port for an important matter. Rise called out to Claus, deciding to head to the port, while Claus agreed enthusiastically and followed without hesitation. At Babylon Port, Alicia welcomed Rise warmly as people gathered, showing excitement toward his arrival at the planned location. Alicia pulled Rise closer and tried to lead him aside, while others reacted noisily, creating confusion around the situation. Another woman noticed Rise and Alicia together, pointing toward them as she approached quickly, drawing attention to their interaction. Everyone noticed a strange ship in the sea, realizing it resembled a pirate vessel, raising concern about a possible threat. Rise became overwhelmed as reports spread about criminals appearing, confusing him just as the territory had begun improving. He panicked internally, thinking about problems in his land, feeling unprepared to handle sudden threats and worsening situations. A guard noticed movement at sea and pointed out a small boat, drawing Rise, Alicia, and Claus to observe carefully. Men on the boat shouted for help, but the situation seemed suspicious, making Claus warn Rise about a possible trap. Rise decided to approach calmly, believing they might need help, and aimed to resolve the situation without conflict. The rescued men felt moved by Rise's words about helping others, showing gratitude as they began to trust him. However, their tone changed as they demanded money and asked Rise to handle dangerous people instead of helping them. One man suddenly attacked, revealing hostile intent as the group abandoned their act and rushed forward aggressively. Rise realized they had many dangerous individuals among them, including former slaves and sick people causing chaos. The attackers charged across the water at high speed, shocking everyone as they advanced toward Rise and his group. The attackers rushed forward but were suddenly struck down mid-charge, crashing into the ship as their assault failed instantly. More enemies tried advancing, yet confusion spread as they realized something invisible had stopped their momentum completely. Their leader remained confident, ordering them to continue attacking despite the strange situation and unexpected resistance. He charged forward himself, aiming directly at his target, believing a direct strike would end the fight quickly. However, his attack failed, and the group froze in shock, their confidence breaking as the situation turned against them. The rescued people knelt before Rise, expressing gratitude after being saved, showing relief and exhaustion from their suffering. Rise used magic to heal their injuries, further increasing their respect as they recognized his kindness and unexpected abilities. Rise calmly asked about their situation, focusing on understanding how they became involved with the pirates. They explained they were fishermen captured at sea and intended to be sold, revealing the pirates' true actions. Alicia reacted firmly, stating such actions were unacceptable, emphasizing justice against those who kidnapped innocent people. Rise realized the situation was a serious crime, while another figure saw it as an opportunity to gain advantage. The territories were compared, showing Palicide's prosperity, while someone planned to take advantage of Babylon's situation. The hidden figure revealed selfish intentions, thinking of using the crisis for personal benefit. Despite the ongoing suffering, Rise remained determined, deciding to rely on his people, while considering how to act despite uncertainty about the situation. He approached the suffering group and questioned their situation, preparing to guide them toward a better outcome. The fishermen cried, explaining their situation was hopeless, as even their efforts could not solve the problems they faced. Rise stepped forward, offering to take responsibility for their suffering and emotions, trying to give them reassurance and direction. Alicia and the others silently agreed, supporting Rise's decision and showing trust in his leadership. Rise made a firm decision, declaring they would move to Palicide, aiming to change their situation and provide stability. At the estate, reports revealed declining fish supplies and repeated accidents, worsening the crisis affecting the surrounding waters. A noble argued that they had identified causes of the problems, while another admitted even working with pirates failed. Frustration grew as the situation remained unresolved, leading her to refuse meeting officials and avoid further complaints. She stood alone by the sea, reflecting on her troubles, as her inevitable encounter with Rise drew closer. Near Babylon's coastal territory, a massive kraken suddenly appears, disrupting shipping routes and threatening nearby waters under his fragile rule. Villagers panic as countless small kraken spawn rapidly emerge, overwhelming the coast, while his subordinates cry in confusion and fear. Fishing and tourism collapse entirely as the multiplying creatures spread uncontrollably, leaving Babylon's already weak domain facing economic disaster and pressure. Believing sacrifice is the only solution, Babylon plans to lure the Kraken away, thinking it is his final desperate act. Meanwhile, a hidden figure manipulates pirates and schemes sacrifices, deepening the crisis, while Babylon unknowingly moves toward unintended consequences. A pirate ship approaches Babylon's territory, cutting through rough waves, raising suspicion as unknown forces arrive near the troubled coast. A subordinate notices movement and reacts with shock, recognizing the return of enemies as tension quickly spreads across the area. On the rocky shore, a girl signals loudly toward the approaching ship, trying to draw attention and reveal her presence. The crew observes her from afar and concludes she must be Babylon, misinterpreting her actions as confident authority over the land. Among the pirates, a calm strategist realizes the misunderstanding, noting Babylon remains unaware of their presence and hidden intentions. Rise Babylon gathers evidence against the corrupt lord, believing this situation will help her gain influence and future advantages. Confident and determined, Rise leads her group forward, declaring justice as she moves to confront the enemy controlling the territory. She arrives at the rocky hill where the supposed lord stands, boldly revealing her identity and purpose to condemn wrongdoing. The girl on the hill reacts with confusion and fear, questioning why someone like Rise would appear in such a place. Meanwhile, Babylon watches with a dark grin, deciding to exploit the situation and let events unfold to his advantage. Babylon remains calm despite the situation, while Silica worries that the pirates may have already revealed their plans and secrets. Silica steps forward with confidence, deciding to eliminate all evidence and obstacles, determined to protect her position and authority. A massive surge of water erupts violently, shocking Rise and her group, as the unexpected display of power changes the battlefield. Silica proudly demonstrates her magic, while Rise observes carefully, recognizing the strength behind the attack despite the chaotic situation. As the waves crash, villagers panic and flee, while approaching forces create further danger, leaving Babylon's territory in deeper crisis. Rise's actions confuse the observers, who criticize her behavior, while tension rises as her intentions remain misunderstood by everyone present. Rise declares her previous attack only a test, preparing to reveal her true power as she gathers energy for a stronger strike. With confidence, Rise unleashes a far greater attack, surrounding herself with destructive force that threatens everything in the area. Her allies quickly react, stepping forward to protect her, recognizing the danger of the incoming clash and preparing to defend. Rise releases the attack toward the crowd, escalating the conflict further as Babylon's territory faces even greater chaos and destruction. Rise's attack collides with resistance as defenders intercept the force, shielding others while fragments of power scatter across the battlefield. Additional attacks descend from above, forcing nearby fighters to react quickly as projectiles rain down toward the already unstable ground. Caught in the chaos, Rise is suddenly struck and pushed back, losing control as the battle shifts unexpectedly against her. A swift fighter charges forward through the confusion, closing distance rapidly and grabbing Rise before she can recover from the impact. Rise struggles desperately, attempting to break free as another attack forms nearby, threatening to overwhelm her completely. Rise is struck again by a strange force, resisting the attack while an unknown fighter spins forward with precise and controlled movements. Observers grow confused as the battle continues, realizing the opponent is unusually strong despite appearing ordinary and lacking refined magic skill. Rise regains composure and faces the opponent directly, preparing herself as the situation shifts into a serious one-on-one confrontation. The opponent focuses and gathers power, deciding to end the fight decisively, using a unique magic technique against Rise. Overwhelmed by the sudden pressure, Rise breaks down and surrenders, begging for her life as the battle abruptly concludes. After surrendering, Rise kneels before Babylon and his group, trying to negotiate calmly while the others observe the tense situation. Suddenly, the fishermen reveal the truth, accusing Rise of ordering pirates to capture them. Shocking everyone present, Rise panics and questions the situation, confused as the supposedly sacrificed fishermen appear alive before her. Babylon reacts with disbelief, realizing Rise's plan involved sacrificing innocent people, exposing her true intentions to everyone. Cornered by the accusations, Rise breaks down and blames the Kraken crisis, claiming her actions were forced by circumstances. Babylon reacts quietly as the mention of Krakens arises, showing little emotion while the situation becomes more complicated around him. Rise breaks down and explains the environmental damage and sea creature outbreaks, revealing the scale of the disaster affecting the region. Babylon reflects internally, realizing the situation may connect back to him, while others watch his calm and composed behavior. Observers interpret Babylon's actions as calculated strategy, believing he cornered Rise intentionally for Babylon Beach's benefit. His subordinates further misunderstand, assuming Babylon predicted everything, even Silica's actions, and credit him for controlling the Kraken crisis. Babylon steps forward and interprets Rise's actions as concern for her people, believing she acted to protect lives rather than herself. Rise quickly agrees with his conclusion, hiding her true motives while presenting her actions as selfless sacrifice to gain sympathy. The fishermen discuss her fate, acknowledging her wrongdoing but considering leniency as she offers compensation and shows apparent remorse. Relieved, Rise tries to move past the issue, but the unresolved Kraken problem remains, bringing attention back to the larger crisis. Babylon confidently takes responsibility, assuring Silica he will handle every Kraken, unknowingly reinforcing his image as a capable leader. The coastline becomes quiet again, with no sign of Krakens, as Babylon's territory slowly returns to normal after the conflict. A few days later, the sea appears calm and clear, showing signs of recovery as the crisis seems to have ended. Villagers resume their daily lives along the beach, with fishing and normal activities returning under peaceful conditions. Rise observes the results, surprised by the scale of recovery, realizing the impact of the recent events on the environment. The villagers praise Rise, recognizing her efforts, while her reputation improves, despite the misunderstandings surrounding the entire incident. Villagers celebrate Rise's actions, praising her for restoring the fishing area and regenerating the coral reefs in Babylon's territory. They also credit Babylon, believing he controlled the Krakens, and even turned them into a benefit for the community. Some villagers compare her to Silica, noting Silica did nothing, while Rise quietly listens and grows increasingly uncomfortable. Unable to handle the attention and pressure, Rise suddenly runs away from the crowd, overwhelmed by the situation. Later Rise decides to leave and travel, believing she can solve problems elsewhere while enjoying the benefits of her reputation. News spreads that Earl Silica's palace side has suddenly disappeared, creating confusion and raising questions among those observing the situation. It is revealed that Silica left a letter, officially transferring control of her lands to Rise Babylon before leaving. A Noble speculates that Babylon manipulated events, believing he removed an unstable factor by setting Rise into position. Attention shifts toward another corrupt noble, as observers assume Babylon's plans will now target remaining threats within nearby territories. A rival noble expresses excitement, challenging Rise's future actions while expecting resistance to arise against her growing influence. Meanwhile, unaware of these interpretations, Babylon remains casual and unaffected, continuing his usual behavior without realizing the impact of events. Rise learns Alicia and others arrived while reviewing his expanding territory, already reaching baronial size. Surprising him greatly, Rise raises his arms in excitement, feeling everything finally progressing as he hoped. Overwhelmed by sudden unexpected developments, Rise calmly reflects, believing his efforts are finally recognized, unaware others misunderstand his actions. As deliberate genius planning, Rise imagines Silica granting him palisade territory, convinced his leadership earned trust, while reality differs from his assumptions. Rise continues reviewing territory maps, satisfied with growth, unaware his rise is driven by others misinterpreting his ordinary decisions. Alicia and Irina arrive cheerfully to assist Rise, offering help while he observes them. Surprised by their enthusiasm, Rise requests Alicia and Irina as partners for a party, explaining invitation from neighboring noble after dragon subjugation. Irina reacts excitedly, misunderstanding Rise's request as proposal, while Alicia accepts calmly, causing Rise visible confusion and panic. Rise quickly clarifies intentions, insisting it is only for appearances, though he still acknowledges both as capable companions. Rise instructs Taylor to prepare his suit and their dresses, organizing appearance carefully for upcoming noble party event. The tailor reveals his past, showing his restored fingers after punishment by royals. Explaining his exile and hardship, the tailor kneels gratefully before Rise, pledging lifelong service after receiving his fingers back. While Rise reacts indifferently, Alicia prepares confidently for the party, determined to represent Babylon territory, while another quietly reflects on lacking companions that evening. The party begins at a grand castle, setting the stage for nobles to gather and observe Rise. A nobleman watches calmly, noting events unfolding as expected, suggesting hidden schemes surrounding Rise's growing reputation and influence. Alicia and Irina sit with a noble, discussing how Viscount Django sought contact with Rise, leaving them cautiously impressed. Irina judges Viscount Django as inferior, deciding he should be removed quickly to avoid trouble involving Rise. Alicia questions potential danger at the party. Considering their role guarding Rise and possible schemes forming around him, the noble confidently believes Rise already planned everything, interpreting events as part of his calculated strategy and alliances. 1 month later, the party begins at Viscount Django's estate, where many nobles gather, unaware of misunderstandings surrounding Rise. Nobles gossip about Rise's arrival, mocking his status and questioning his part. Expecting something improper and lacking refinement, a composed noble interrupts, discouraging rude assumptions. As attention shifts toward the expected arrival of Rise Viscount Snail, Django greets guests politely, presenting himself as host while others flatter him. Unaware of his intentions, the nobles prepare to mock Rise publicly, planning to expose his lack of aristocratic knowledge. During the gathering, Rise arrives with Alicia and Irina in formal attire, surprising everyone with their appearance and immediately drawing attention. Viscount Snail, Django reacts in shock upon seeing Rise arrival, unable to understand the unexpected change in atmosphere. The surrounding nobles notice Alicia and Irina's refined appearance, questioning how such elegance came from a lowly domain. Alicia introduces herself politely as Rise's partner, presenting confidence and grace that impresses the gathered nobles. Irina introduces herself firmly, showing loyalty to Rise while warning others through her presence and sharp demeanor. Despite their elegance, nobles remain confused, focusing on their origins and questioning Rise's decision to bring them there. The nobles admire Alicia and Irina's beauty, pairing them to divine figures. As their presence shifts attention away from Rise Viscount Snail, Django reacts with visible shock, unable to accept the unexpected elegance and confidence shown by Rise's group. Rise approaches calmly, greeting the host politely, maintaining composure despite the tense atmosphere and attention from surrounding nobles. Rise apologizes awkwardly while recalling noble etiquette, but his words unintentionally provoke Viscount Snail, creating immediate tension. Viscount Snail grows angry, misinterpreting Rise behavior as sarcasm and arrogance. While Rise remains confused by the reaction, Viscount Snail angrily raises his hand to attack Rise. Losing control as tension escalates in front of the gathered nobles, Duke Hohenheim suddenly appears, stopping the situation, his presence shocking Viscount Snail and immediately changing the atmosphere. The Duke questions Snail's behavior, criticizing his actions, and highlighting the seriousness of attacking another noble at the party. Viscount Snail panics and apologizes desperately, realizing the consequences while the Duke warns him about potential imprisonment. Despite apologizing, Snail continues speaking nervously, attempting to justify himself while questioning the Duke's unexpected attendance at the event. Duke Hohenheim stands beside Rise, claiming him as an ally, calming the situation and silencing the surrounding nobles. Alicia and Irina observe carefully, realizing the Duke personally supports Rise, reinforcing his already misunderstood reputation. The Duke takes control of the event, turning the tension into celebration. While others accept the new atmosphere, the party gradually settles, with nobles continuing the gathering peacefully, as Rise remains protected by unexpected support. Ball arrives at Django Estate, holding a drink, feeling uncertain yet honored after receiving a rare noble invitation. Inside the venue, Ball observes the crowded gathering, sensing a heavy atmosphere while nobles mingle under dim decorations. The host greets Ball warmly, encouraging calm behavior, while Ball worries his decisions may have brought unwanted attention. Ball watches other nobles interacting at tables, noticing two girls observing him closely, increasing his awareness of surroundings. Ball stands between two girls as Viscount Snail appears, shifting the situation toward an encounter that draws attention. Viscount Snail approaches Ball, questioning his companions with suspicion, revealing his arrogance toward those he considers beneath nobles. Ball faces him calmly, confused by the tension, while others notice his trembling and misread his reaction completely. Ball responds simply, suggesting rest out of concern, but Snail interprets it as an insult and reacts with anger. After the exchange, the crowd remains confused, unable to understand why Snail became upset over Ball's harmless behavior. Ball steps back with the girls, unsure how to act, sensing danger while others begin viewing Snail as trouble. The two girls laugh quietly at the situation, causing Viscount Snail to lose composure and angrily lash out at them. A nearby observer reflects on the situation, thinking Bale now has a chance to prove himself while misunderstanding continues. Ball steps forward and calmly reassures Snail, attempting to ease tension, but his words unintentionally sound condescending. Snail turns away in anger, shouting loudly, convinced he has been insulted and humiliated in front of others. Snail regains composure, misinterpreting everything as provocation, while Ball remains confused about the escalating misunderstanding. Ball bows slightly and comments on Snail's hairstyle, speaking honestly while explaining his rural background without awareness. Viscount Snail explodes in anger, shouting threats while declaring his territory's strength, trying to assert dominance over Ball. Ball responds calmly, adding another remark, while observers begin recalling rumors about a dragon tied to recent events. Eyestander connects Ball to the dragon incident, reinforcing misunderstandings and increasing tension surrounding Ball's presence. Ball questions Snail directly about the dragon, while Snail reacts defensively, unable to maintain composure under pressure. Ball becomes confident, believing he can fix the situation, planning to improve matters, while others misunderstand his intentions again. Ball politely invites Viscount Snail to visit his territory, bowing respectfully, while attempting to build a better relationship. Snail's attitude changes instantly after hearing about the dragon, realizing Ball's influence and reconsidering his previous hostility. Snail proudly accepts Ball's words, acting superior again, while demanding recognition and trying to maintain control of the situation. Ball agrees casually, while Snail warns about consequences, leaving both sides believing they have gained advantage from encounter. Viscount Snail suddenly screams in rage, losing control completely as his emotions overflow in front of everyone at the party. Snail collapses onto the ground unexpectedly, shocking the surrounding nobles while Ball stands confused by the sudden outcome. Servants rush in panic, assuming a medical emergency, quickly carrying Snail away while others speculate about his condition. A nearby girl realizes the situation could be useful, thinking this event might create an opportunity to gain favor. Ball steps forward offering healing magic, attempting to help sincerely, while others view his action as impressive capability. After the incident, Ball reflects calmly while another noble praises him, believing he handled the situation with great skill. Duke Hohenheim laughs and speaks with Ball, treating him casually while assuming Ball understood everything about the situation. Hohenheim believes Ball acted intentionally to improve his mood, misinterpreting Ball's actions as thoughtful and deliberate planning. Ball becomes confused by the praise, unable to understand the meaning behind Hohenheim's words and expectations toward him. They share a toast under the night sky, strengthening relations, while Baal unknowingly gains trust and respect from another noble. The two girls stand together calmly, watching the aftermath of the party, while the atmosphere slowly settles around them. Baal speaks with Duke Hohenheim again, inviting him to visit Babylon, continuing to build relations despite earlier confusion. Hohenheim escorts Baal out confidently, while nearby nobles watch in surprise at their sudden closeness and cooperation. The scene shifts to Baal's mansion in Babylon, marking the continuation of events following the party encounter. Later, Baal collapses from exhaustion and alcohol, ending the night while others reflect on his unexpected achievements. At Babylon Mansion, Baal rests at the table while others continue drinking, and Duke Hohenheim observes the situation calmly. The beastman speaks openly, praising the drink while addressing Hohenheim without hesitation, showing confidence in her stance. Discussion shifts to discrimination, as she firmly explains her views, while Baal remains unconscious beside them. She reveals preparations involving beastmen and a weapon, informing Hohenheim about actions taken with Baal's approval. Another girl thanks Hohenheim, acknowledging his role in providing information, strengthening their position within Babylon territory. Duke Hohenheim acknowledges Baal's influence, deciding to keep Babylon's situation hidden while recognizing the importance of his actions. Hohenheim declares his support, raising his resolve, showing readiness to back Baal when the situation escalates further. While Baal sleeps unaware, others align around him, as plans move forward quietly under his name and growing reputation. At Babylon State's coast, Babylon stands alone, crying quietly after failing to impress nobles during an important gathering earlier. A wasted chance troubles Babylon deeply, as his plans collapse unexpectedly, leaving him shocked and reflecting on his poor timing. Suddenly, a large fish leaps violently, striking Babylon and sending him flying, interrupting his thoughts and changing the situation instantly. Babylon regains composure, deciding to prove his worth through action, using the fish to demonstrate Babylon's unexpected abundance. Motivated further, Babylon plans improvements, aiming to renovate the town and elevate it to rival the royal capital. Babylon inspects a strange creature carefully, showing confusion while trying to understand its nature and purpose within his territory. Babylon decides to rebuild the city, realizing large amounts of wood will be necessary for his ambitious development plan. Standing in a wide empty land, Babylon chooses a suitable location, preparing himself to begin construction work immediately. Babylon activates his power, focusing intensely as he uses multiple abilities to manipulate materials and generate building resources. A powerful effect spreads outward, as Babylon's ability transforms the surroundings, rapidly producing materials needed for constructing the city. Babylon runs through a dense forest as the ground trembles, trees shaking violently, while his actions begin affecting surroundings. Babylon reflects calmly, believing his healing magic supports him. Unaware his power is actually far beyond simple restoration abilities. Babylon considers his growing mana, remembering his role as apostle of God, while followers unknowingly amplify his misunderstood abilities. Looking over the forest, Babylon decides to organize his territory, forming a plan to improve structure and development efficiency. Nearby, observer reacts with shock, realizing Babylon's plan could drastically reshape the territory and alter its future entirely. Babylon sits before his subordinates, acknowledging the territory's growth while they credit both his leadership and the people's efforts. Babylon confidently urges everyone to improve further, pushing his group to take their performance and ambitions to a higher level. His companions respond with excitement and determination, each showing readiness to support Babylon's vision for future development. One subordinate interprets his idea as constructing a new castle and reorganizing the land, expanding the scope of his intention. Another member suggests hosting a large party, believing it will attract people and help achieve Babylon's goals efficiently. Babylon's group discusses planning carefully, while a confident ally claims to know someone capable of helping their construction efforts. They recall a skilled chief carpenter once involved with the royal castle, known for secrecy and high-level craftsmanship. Babylon shows interest, recognizing the carpenter's experience as valuable, believing such skill would greatly support their plans. His companions expand the idea, suggesting copying the royal castle's design to elevate their territory's appearance and status. The group becomes excited, praising Babylon's direction, convinced his plan will impress nobles and strengthen their growing reputation. Alicia pledges loyalty to Babylon, while the people increasingly believe in him, strengthening his influence across the territory. Babylon reflects on the plan, thinking copying the design with changes will show loyalty and improve their standing. Babylon confidently signals the start of the project, as his group immediately prepares to follow his ambitious orders. Left alone, Babylon realizes the plan has grown larger than expected, far beyond his original simple intention. Babylon considers additional needs, understanding that besides wood, stone will also be necessary to complete the construction project. Babylon plans to improve transportation, deciding to accelerate dragon training to support the growing demands of his expanding territory. 3 months later, near Snail, Django State's border, the area remains tense as movement in the forest begins drawing attention. A group of exhausted men pushes forward through dense foliage, struggling while encouraging each other to reach their destination. Among them, one man expresses deep resentment toward a powerful snail figure, blaming it for their current suffering. A fierce individual glares ahead, filled with anger and determination, silently vowing to confront and defeat the enemy someday. At Babylon's border, Babylon led dwarves through dense forest, aiming to secure cooperation and improve his struggling territory. A dwarf leader followed behind, exhausted but determined, trusting Babylon's judgment. Despite the harsh journey through unfamiliar lands, the dwarves pushed heavy loads forward, showing pride and strength, believing their effort would prove loyalty to Babylon's leadership. Some dwarves questioned Babylon's reputation, unsure if escaping their homeland for this place was truly a wise decision. The dwarf leader silenced doubts, maintaining discipline, ensuring the group continued forward under Babylon's misunderstood, yet effective guidance. The dwarf leader remembered humiliation in Babylon's territory, urging his group to seize their only chance to escape. Babylon calmly addressed the dwarves, proposing improvements to their food, drawing attention from both guards and exhausted workers. The dwarves admitted their desperation, explaining starvation would continue unless Babylon provided a solution for their survival. A noble mocked the dwarves harshly, belittling their demands, while tension grew between authority and the struggling group. The dwarf leader responded firmly, offering blacksmithing skills in exchange for materials, asserting value despite insults from opposing nobles. The noble insulted the dwarf leader harshly, exposing deep discrimination, while the dwarves endured humiliation within the confined territory. The noble unleashed violent power, striking the dwarf leader, asserting dominance as the dwarves reacted in panic and desperation. Chaos spread among the dwarves, some attempting escape, others protecting their leader, while danger escalated rapidly within the enclosure. The noble mocked their suffering, maintaining control, as imprisoned workers watched silently, unable to resist the oppressive authority surrounding them. Despite fear, the dwarf leader resolved to resist oppression, believing any outcome was better than enduring constant abuse under tyranny. The dwarves encouraged each other, reaffirming loyalty to their leader, trusting their blacksmithing skills would help them survive together. They advanced through rough terrain, believing crossing the peak would lead them to safety beyond Babylon's harsh territory. The leader suddenly noticed something ahead, stopping mid-step, sensing danger or an unexpected presence blocking their path forward. The group gathered closely, confused by the halt, watching their leader carefully as tension quietly spread among the exhausted dwarves. Shock spread across their faces as they realized something unforeseen awaited them, threatening their fragile hope of escape and survival. The dwarves reached a high vantage point, shocked to see a vast city and a massive castle dominating the territory. They noticed something approaching from above, growing anxious as an unknown flying presence moved quickly toward their position. A dragon descended before them, its massive form overwhelming the group as fear spread among the already exhausted dwarves. Babylon appeared riding the dragon, observing their condition and recognizing they had fled from another territory in distress. He moved closer, preparing to assist, while the dwarves reacted with confusion and shock at his unexpected and overwhelming presence. Babylon reassured the dwarves, explaining the dragon was under his control, though his strange explanation caused confusion among them. He urged the dwarves to head toward the city quickly, offering them a safer destination after their difficult escape. The dwarves followed cautiously, still uncertain, trying to understand Babylon's intentions while moving through the forest path together. One dwarf angered Babylon with a careless remark, causing him to react sharply, revealing unexpected authority and seriousness. The dwarves regained trust, believing Babylon would help them, placing hope in his leadership despite their uncertain situation. Babylon assured the dwarves that Rise accepted everyone, giving hope to those who had suffered oppression for long. Elsewhere, at the former lord's mansion, the situation shifted as events began unfolding separately from Babylon's group. A woman inside the mansion called for Rise, drawing his attention as he worked quietly within the building. She approached him with unusual enthusiasm, holding a personal item she had discovered from his past belongings. Rise showed little concern, allowing her actions, while she celebrated happily, treating the item as something extremely valuable. The woman separated the items carefully, assigning different purposes, while Rise observed, confused by her unusual behavior and decisions. Rise reflected on their move to the castle, realizing preparations needed to begin seriously, despite distractions within the mansion. Another subordinate arrived carrying books and documents, reporting progress in organizing materials taken from the former lord's residence. Rise praised the effort, acknowledging the work, while the subordinate reacted with surprise at receiving such direct recognition. The subordinate presented another discovered item, continuing the sorting process as Rise's group steadily prepared for relocation to the castle. A photograph was revealed, showing Rise's parents together, capturing a rare moment from the past preserved within the mansion. Rise recognized the image immediately, recalling memories of his parents, understanding it was taken during an important moment in their lives. His companions reacted with surprise, noting his mother's appearance, while Rise explained parts of her complicated background and circumstances. The discussion became awkward as details emerged, but Rise remained calm, accepting his past without hesitation or embarrassment. Before the moment continued, a subordinate arrived urgently, informing Rise that the dragon riders were requesting his presence immediately. Rise and his companion looked at the photograph again, silently acknowledging its meaning while uncertainty remained between them. Rise confirmed the dwarves had escaped danger, understanding their situation and recognizing the hardships they endured under another ruler. The dwarf leader expressed determination to help, while Rise assured them they would not be forced to return to suffering. Rise prepared to act, raising his hand as he decided to address their condition before anything else could proceed. He activated his ability, beginning to restore the injured dwarves, signaling the start of support under his leadership. The dwarves realized their wounds and fatigue disappeared, shocked as Rise's healing magic restored their bodies instantly and completely. They expressed gratitude, but Rise focused on their condition, recognizing their hunger and prioritizing their immediate well-being over anything else. Rise ordered his subordinates to prepare food, believing kindness would ensure loyalty. While the group accepted his instructions without hesitation, a companion reacted internally, noting Rise's behavior, realizing there was still much he did not fully understand about leadership. Suddenly, another realized a mistake involving the dragon, causing panic as the situation shifted toward an unexpected new problem. Rise decided to quietly handle the dragon issue later, focusing instead on completing current plans within his territory. Meanwhile, in Django's territory, tension rose as leaders discussed Babylon, considering their next move, despite unclear justification. Driven by anger and pride, the opposing leader declared an invasion of Babylon, setting a new conflict into motion. At the frontier of Nozia Kingdom, Babylon State stands isolated, a poor barony far from central authority and influence. Years later, Babylon, now ruled by Babylon, shows rapid development, surprising others. Despite his reputation as an imprudent lord, 16 years earlier, the land suffered a terrible reputation, known for disorder, poverty, and lack of proper leadership or structure. Within Babylon State, the Lord's mansion stands modestly, reflecting limited resources during the early days of Babylon's rule. Inside, Babylon reacts harshly to accusations, showing his crude nature, yet this behavior begins shaping his misunderstood reputation. Early morning at the mansion. Zamiel Babylon sits tired, showing little motivation while casually handling his meal alone. Zamiel, a 19-year-old baron, appears exhausted and overwhelmed, struggling to accept his role and responsibilities as a noble ruler. Outside, Babylon's land remains barren, with failed crops and vermin spreading, leaving the territory in constant decline. The region fills with criminals and sick people, driven out elsewhere, creating unrest and leaving no trustworthy individuals behind. Zamiel recalls inheriting everything suddenly after his parents died, leaving him burdened with endless problems and no preparation. A loud scream echoes through the mansion hallway, breaking the quiet morning and drawing Zamiel's attention toward the entrance. Erez Balin appears cheerful and carefree, making strange claims, revealing her irresponsible nature despite her current condition and status. Zamiel quickly understands her intentions, realizing her actions lack seriousness, which only adds to his growing frustration and exhaustion. Erez praises Zamiel while ignoring his anger, treating the forced marriage lightly and continuing her carefree behavior without concern. Confused by his reaction, Erez remains innocent, unable to grasp the tension, while Zamiel struggles to deal with her personality. Zamiel reflects on Erez's childish behavior, realizing her own family abandoned her, despite being an earl's daughter. He recalls meeting Erez at a city bar, where both of them tried escaping their stress through drinking. Zamiel regrets losing control that night, blaming himself for getting involved with Erez while he was intoxicated. In the present, Erez laughs freely, while Zamiel questions her reaction, unable to understand her carefree attitude. Arise smiles warmly, feeling content with her situation, while Zamiel remains conflicted about their unexpected relationship and circumstances. Arise explains her lonely past and current situation, expressing simple hopes while Zamiel listens with restrained reaction and growing tension. Suddenly, a loud voice interrupts, demanding Zamiel come out, bringing hostility and signaling trouble approaching the already unstable household. Zamiel leans closer to Arise, his expression sharpening as he prepares himself, shifting from passive frustration to focused awareness. Intruders appear, surrounding the room, their presence threatening, as they confront Zamiel and disrupt the fragile moment inside the mansion. Zamiel stands before the intruders, declaring Arise as his pregnant wife, while they threaten to seize Babylon territory. His expression turns cold and serious, showing clear hostility as he refuses to let anyone harm Arise under any circumstance. Zamiel releases powerful magic, crushing the attackers, instantly overwhelming them with force, despite his previously unimpressive reputation. After defeating them, Zamiel reflects calmly, revealing his experience in fighting, contradicting the image others had of him. With danger gone, Zamiel focuses on the damage, treating the situation casually, while Arise stands beside him, watching quietly. After the fight, Zamiel awkwardly holds Arise, surprised by her closeness, while she leans on him calmly and comfortably. Arise expresses her happiness and gratitude, seeing Zamiel as a kind and heroic figure who saved and accepted her. Zamiel denies her view, thinking of himself as a cruel and unworthy lord, rejecting the image she believes in. Arise agrees without concern, accepting his flaws naturally, which leaves Zamiel unsure how to respond to her attitude. Zamiel worries about their future child, fearing inheritance of their worst traits, while feeling overwhelmed by the situation. A baby is born, crying loudly, marking the beginning of Zamiel and Arise's new life as parents. Inside the mansion, Arise rests while holding the child, as Zamiel stands nearby, unsure but observing carefully. As the child grows, he appears kind and gentle, surprising Zamiel, who doubts the child inherited his traits. The boy shows intelligence early, reading books alone, developing quickly beyond expectations within the quiet environment. However, his behavior shifts, showing unusual energy and excitement, hinting at a more troublesome nature beneath his growth. Eventually, the child becomes mischievous, causing problems despite good intentions, inheriting traits from both Zamiel and Arise. In Nosia Kingdom Frontier, Babylon governs Babylon Barony, accused of copying the king's castle, creating tension and suspicion. However, Babylon and his retainers hide events carefully, limiting information, ensuring few outsiders understand the castle's true circumstances. Babylon announces a celebration for the completed castle, gathering people presenting the project as success, despite earlier accusations. Before the grand structure, Babylon raises his hand confidently, encouraging citizens to enjoy food and drink during festivities. Citizens celebrate together happily, drinking and socializing, believing Babylon's leadership brought prosperity, while his reputation quietly grows stronger. During the celebration, Rise praises Babylon's efforts, while he reflects on supporting citizens who improve the territory together. Babylon invites Irina to enjoy the festival, encouraging her to relax despite her usual reserved and cautious behavior. Irina hesitates while watching the lively crowd, uncertain about joining, as people celebrate freely across the busy square. Another girl teases Irina, mentioning special meat prepared by Rise, increasing temptation while Irina struggles with her restraint. Alicia notices the situation and quickly moves forward, determined to act, as the celebration continues actively around them. During the festival, Irina loses control slightly, behaving unusually, while Rise watches carefully as she insists everything remains acceptable. Irina approaches Rise closely, appearing affected by alcohol, while he stays cautious, aware of the surrounding crowd and situation. Suddenly, a loud impact occurs nearby, interrupting the moment, as both react to the unexpected disturbance behind them. Rise becomes flustered, realizing Irina's state has escalated, leaving him uncertain how to properly manage the situation. Irina, now emotional, looks at Rise seriously, questioning his feelings, while the festive atmosphere continues around them. Rise struggles internally, trying to endure Irina's actions, reminding himself of his resolve to remain unaffected by her charm. Alicia approaches urgently, noticing the situation between Rise and Irina, while others nearby observe with curiosity. Rise responds calmly, welcoming Alicia's timing, shifting attention away from Irina, while maintaining composure during the tense moment. Alicia explains the alcohol is spreading faster than expected, as nearby citizens continue drinking and celebrating energetically. Rise walks away with Alicia, already aware of the situation, preparing to handle the developing problem carefully. Rise stands before the fountain, raising his glass, calling out to the people as the crowd gathers around him. He prepares a simple trick, moving his hand confidently, intending to entertain the citizens during the celebration. Suddenly, the fountain changes, as its water turns into wine, shocking everyone and creating excitement among the crowd. Rise proudly presents the result, believing it is just a trick, while declaring he will fulfill the wishes of his people. Alicia reacts with surprise, while Rise considers inviting other nobles, unknowingly strengthening his reputation further. Rise notices a shift in the crowd's mood, as people begin reacting strangely while watching the ongoing celebration. Irina believes everything is ready, thinking the territory fully supports Rise, expecting events to proceed according to plan. Some citizens misunderstand the situation, assuming Rise intends to start a war, misreading the celebration's true purpose. The crowd grows excited, preparing for battle, convinced they finally have a chance to demonstrate their strength. Others begin discussing improvements in military forces and weapons, further escalating the misunderstanding surrounding Rise's intentions. The dwarves pledge loyalty, promising new weapons, while others admire explosives, increasing the growing military enthusiasm. Nearby maids smile calmly, pleased with the situation, unaware of how far the misunderstanding has already spread. Rise stands before the crowd again as people cheer loudly, their excitement continuing to rise around the fountain. Rise realizes something is wrong, noticing the reactions differ from his intentions, causing concern about the situation. Later that night, Rise reflects alone, understanding the crowd plans to continue celebrating, while the misunderstanding remains unresolved. A small snail-like creature rests quietly, while Rise considers an opportunity created by the current situation. Rise visits the edible dragon farm, noting the territory's peace, unaware his people are preparing for war. He travels to a remote area, choosing a quiet location away from the busy and excited settlement. Rise releases the creature carefully, deciding this place is suitable for handling the situation without attention. He plans to avoid harming it, choosing instead to relocate it quietly to protect his reputation and maintain order. Rise releases the small creature, expecting a simple result, as it begins reacting unexpectedly within his control. The creature rapidly expands, transforming into a massive dragon-like form, far beyond what Rise anticipated. The ground shakes violently as the transformation continues, causing destruction and spreading shock through the surrounding area. Rise watches carefully, realizing the situation is growing beyond control, though he still tries to stay composed. The enormous dragon stands before him, its body altered and unstable, while Rise observes with concern at the unexpected outcome. Rise leaves the dragon and creature behind, believing the situation resolved, unaware they cannot properly understand each other. Satisfied with his actions, Rise returns calmly, convinced he handled everything well and expects a peaceful outcome. The dragon suddenly roars, its unstable body reacting violently, signaling the situation is far from controlled. The creature mutates further, spreading uncontrollably across the ground, creating dangerous growths and destruction in the area. The abnormal expansion continues, marking the beginning of a disaster that will soon threaten the surrounding land. After Rise created a troublesome creature, he returned to Babylon Castle, leaving confusion spreading among nearby people. Despite Rise's absence, the castle celebration continued through the night, with citizens cheering and working tirelessly until morning news spread across Giano State that Babylon territory stood exposed, drawing attention from rival forces planning sudden invasion. Giano leader misunderstood Rise's actions as strategy and ordered all troops to march toward Babylon, preparing immediate attack. Crowds gathered as Giano army advanced, their excitement rising. Unaware they were walking into another misunderstanding caused by Giano, Lord reacted angrily when questioned, rejecting hesitation and demanding loyalty as his subordinates struggled to justify invasion. Soldiers discussed rumors about Rise, suspecting hidden motives, but dismissed concerns and prepared excuses to continue their mission. Some troops doubted the invasion's purpose, noting Babylon lacked wealth. Yet they followed orders under the kingdom's authority. Giano Lord, convinced of victory, commanded total slaughter, planning to erase all resistance and secure dominance over Babylon territory. Afterward, he intended to blame dragons or internal conflict, hiding responsibility while believing his actions would remain unquestioned and justified. Giano Lord suddenly sensed danger as a loud roar echoed across mountains, interrupting his confident advance toward Babylon. An explosion struck the marching army, causing chaos as soldiers panicked while debris and shockwaves spread through their formation. A massive dragon appeared, the creature Rise created, descending violently and overwhelming the battlefield with its terrifying presence. The soldiers realized the dragon was far stronger than expected, questioning why it remained nearby, instead of leaving earlier. Giano Lord panicked as troops scattered, losing control while his plan collapsed under the unexpected arrival of Rai's creation. Dejano Lord watched in shock as the dragon roared again, its attacks continuing while smoke and destruction spread nearby, the battlefield filled with thick dust, reducing visibility as soldiers struggled to understand the situation around the raging creature. The dragon unleashed another powerful strike, shaking the ground and crushing forces, leaving survivors disoriented and overwhelmed by fear. A massive explosion followed, scattering debris across the area and completely breaking the formation of Jano advancing army. Jano Lord, confused by events, believed victory was his, misinterpreting destruction as fortune while ignoring the true cause behind it. Jano Lord screamed in pain as unknown effects spread across his body, losing composure while chaos intensified around him. Soldiers began collapsing, their bodies burning and breaking down, unable to withstand the dragon's overwhelming destructive presence nearby. One soldier struggled to remain standing, but his condition worsened rapidly as fear and confusion spread among the remaining troops. The dragon roared fiercely, attacking without restraint, crushing resistance and treating the battlefield as its hunting ground, with wings spread wide. The dragon dominated the sky, leaving surviving soldiers in despair as their invasion completely failed. The dragon multiple lied and rampaged wildly, overwhelming remaining soldiers as its hunger drove it to continue destroying everything nearby. Jano Lord suffered intensely, his body breaking down, while Rai's presence nearby contrasted the chaos, with calm indifference realizing his failure. Dejano Lord blamed our eyes for everything, regretting his invasion as his body continued collapsing under pressure at Babylon. Rise calmly observed the peaceful morning, unaware that his actions had completely destroyed the invading army. Rai's companions praised his restraint, believing he intentionally stopped the threat, further deepening the misunderstanding surrounding his abilities. After the incident, Rai's companions relaxed, noting the celebration continued as people enjoyed themselves without concern for recent events. Rai's bodyguard stayed close, insisting on protection due to possible tension with nobles. While Rise remained uncertain about situation, the bodyguard observed the surroundings carefully, hinting that others nearby were behaving differently than usual. Within the castle, maids secretly watched Rise from a distance, whispering among themselves while trying to hide their growing admiration. The maids continued observing quietly, expressing their feelings indirectly, while Rise remained unaware of their attention and intentions. Rise kindly offered the maids a day off, hoping to improve relations, though he felt uneasy without understanding why the maids politely refused, expressing gratitude while insisting on continuing their duties. Despite Rise's consideration toward their rest, Rise reflected on their response, believing they were simply tired. Remaining unaware of their true admiration and intentions, the maids excused themselves, claiming post-celebration duties, while mentioning Beal-sensei's work, leaving Rise confused by the topic. Rise's companion explained Beal's popularity within the territory. While Rise struggled to understand the ongoing situation around him, Rise reflected that Babylon had grown prosperous, believing his territory now allowed citizens to appreciate culture and artistic works. While speaking with his bodyguard, Rise was suddenly called by someone approaching quickly from inside the castle. A messenger arrived in haste, drawing attention as Rise noticed her urgency and asked about the situation immediately. The messenger reported refugees from Jano territory, explaining their village had been destroyed by an unidentified monster attack. Rise and his bodyguard reacted with shock, unable to connect the disaster to the events caused by Rise's earlier actions. In Babylon outskirts, villagers gather anxiously after destruction spreads from Jiangfei state, leaving fear and uncertainty across the settlement. Babylon, the young lord, steps forward and listens carefully. As reports about the ruined village reach him with urgency, the villagers beg Babylon for help, grieving their losses, while he prepares himself to respond. Despite his uncertainty, Babylon uses his healing magic to restore their condition, focusing on relieving fatigue and stabilizing their weakened spirits. The villagers recover quickly, their pain gone, expressing gratitude as Babylon's simple action brings relief and renewed stability. Rise calms the villagers and gathers information, feeling confident while his companions support him and trust his leadership. An old man explains the incident happened before dawn, describing the sudden disturbance that struck their village unexpectedly. In the rural Django area, a frightened cow reacts wildly, showing signs of panic as something approaches nearby. The cow breaks into a barn, alarming villagers, while warriors are called as confusion spreads about a possible beast. The noise suddenly stops, leaving the barn quiet, and the villagers realize the cow has disappeared without any trace. The old man cautiously enters the damaged barn, noticing broken walls and darkness inside, while sensing something dangerous nearby. Inside, a large monster feeds on the cow, revealing its presence as it calmly devours its prey in silence. The old man peeks closer and locks eyes with the creature, realizing too late that he has been noticed. Terrified, he runs out shouting about a monster, while the creature steps forward from the barn and begins pursuit. A villager runs past in panic, warning others to flee, as confusion spreads and no one understands the real danger. A wounded villager struggles forward, revealing he was bitten, while his body begins reacting strangely under growing pain. His condition worsens as heat rises and scales appear, alarming others who realize something unnatural is happening to him. The old man freezes in fear as the transformation continues, sensing the danger increasing beyond control. Panicking, the old man runs away while the creature moves behind him, closing the distance as chaos spreads further. A large monster emerges fully, unleashing a loud roar as its presence confirms the true threat facing the village. Rise reacts to the report, realizing the threat involves a massive creature resembling Viscount Snail attacking the area. The old man confirms the details, while Rise listens seriously and begins analyzing the situation with growing concern. Rise concludes the creature can infect others, identifying it as a dangerous monster capable of turning victims into similar beings. His companion reacts in surprise, as Rise quickly reaches a conclusion showing confidence in understanding the enemy's nature. Rise steps forward and addresses the villagers, declaring the attackers are artificial monsters while taking control of the situation. Rise explains the monster's nature, stating such a creature could not exist naturally and must be created artificially. He considers the possibility of a magic user, suggesting only someone with power could produce such dangerous beings. The villagers understand his reasoning, connecting the attack to prior events, and realizing the situation was carefully planned. Rise identifies Snail as the main culprit, concluding the attacks were intended to turn villagers into a controlled monster force. More details emerge about Snail's deception, revealing his broader ambition and confirming his role behind the unfolding crisis. Rise turns as his name is called, remaining calm while preparing to respond to the urgent situation unfolding nearby. Claus and Irina report that refugees from Django are arriving, describing widespread attacks by an unknown monster across villages. Rise reflects on the information, realizing time is limited while his companions watch and wait for his decision. Rise addresses the people of Babylon, revealing Snail as the culprit and explaining his plan to create monsters and spread chaos. Claus and Irina accept Rise's orders, gathering fighters quickly as preparations begin to rescue the remaining citizens of Django. Rise assigns Alicia to care for the refugees, ensuring the injured are treated while organizing support within Babylon. Rise declares his resolve to stop Snail, stepping forward with determination as he prepares to confront the true enemy. Django territory had long prospered under capable lords, remaining remote, yet stable, with Babylon quietly governing its distant lands. Suddenly, destruction spread across the capital, fires rising as the peaceful territory collapsed into chaos and suffering without warning. An evil mage transformed the current lord into a monster, creating dragonfolk soldiers who began attacking and destroying everything. A massive dragon-like creature rampaged through the city, crushing buildings while overwhelming the remaining forces within Django territory. Driven by confusion and fear, Babylon returned, facing the raging monster as the situation worsened beyond control. And danger spread. Terrified citizens prayed for help as destruction continued, believing no one could stop the dragon and its spreading chaos. Rise Babylon stepped forward with his allies, declaring himself boldly while confronting the evil dragon's army threatening the territory. Rise identified the true enemy and prepared to stop the tyranny, though he felt nervous, seeing the overwhelming number of enemies. The dragon creatures charged forward, roaring loudly as they attacked, forcing Rise and his group to face them directly. Despite fear, Rise resolved himself, believing in his allies, and prepared to confront the evil dragon and end the disaster. The dragon charged through the forest, destroying trees as Babylon stood ahead, forcing the creature to focus on him. A sudden impact struck the ground, throwing dragonfolk aside as the force scattered enemies and disrupted their advancing formation. The dragon crashed violently, its body slammed into the ground, weakening as Babylon's unexpected power overwhelmed the battlefield. Witnesses watched in shock, believing Babylon possessed divine or magical abilities after seeing the overwhelming attack destroy the enemy. Babylon calmly explained the situation, recognizing everyone as victims of Snail's plan, while maintaining control over the battlefield aftermath. Babylon stepped forward and decided to save the victims, focusing his strength to restore those affected by the dragon's curse. He activated his power, releasing a bright energy from his hand as his ability spread across the battlefield. The dragon and infected humans reacted in shock as the strange power began affecting their transformed bodies. Witnesses noticed the monsters changing, realizing something unusual was happening as Babylon's power continued spreading. The dragon folk bodies dissolved, returning to normal forms, as Babylon successfully removed the curse and saved the victims. The transformed victims returned to normal, their bodies restored as Babylon's power removed the effects of the dragon's curse. Across the city, those injured by fire also recovered. As the healing effect spread and restored the suffering citizens, people realized the scale of the miracle, watching survivors stand again as the destruction no longer claimed their lives. Babylon remained calm, having reversed the transformation and saved countless people from death through his unexpected ability. The citizens gathered around Babylon, praising him as their savior, while he became the central figure of hope. Babylon stepped forward confidently, declaring his intent to end the chaos caused by the evil mage snail. With his allies beside him, Babylon led the group, aiming to restore peace and protect the people of the territory. The remaining dragon creatures roared as they prepared to resist, refusing to retreat despite the overwhelming situation. Babylon's allies launched a coordinated attack, sending arrows forward as they pushed back the advancing enemies. The battlefield shifted as enemies were struck down, weakening the dragon army while Babylon's side gained control. Babylon's allies engaged the enemies directly, cutting through advancing dragonfolk while maintaining formation and protecting their leader. The battlefield spread wider as fighters moved across the area, keeping pressure on enemies while preventing further destruction. Babylon directed the group and prepared healing magic, relying on his allies to defend him during the process. Injured people were carried to safety as the team secured the area, ensuring survivors received immediate treatment. The operation stabilized, with Babylon's forces rescuing civilians while maintaining control, as others believed everything followed his plan. A hooded subordinate appeared before Babylon's side, responding quickly as new orders were quietly prepared during the ongoing battle. Another ally planned to capture remaining enemies, aiming to secure targets before Babylon restored them to normal again. Some believed the dragon's power could strengthen Babylon, thinking the situation could still be turned into an advantage. Others trusted Babylon's kindness, knowing he intended to save everyone rather than sacrifice victims for power. The rescue operation neared completion, with allies confident that Babylon's plan had prevented casualties and secured the territory. Meanwhile, the dragon continued raging, as Babylon prepared to confront and defeat the source of the disaster. Rise Babylon restored the cursed villagers to normal, ending the spread of dark magic. The chaos began to settle, and the people slowly regained their senses. However, one threat remained. Viscount Snail had transformed into a massive dragon, becoming the source of the remaining evil. Rise prepared to confront him directly. Aki, observing the situation, realized that defeating Snail might not return him to normal. The problem required a different solution. Mina considered using force with dragon riders, but she understood it would only destroy Snail completely. Rise then focused on the villagers, deciding to release their anger safely, hoping it would weaken the remaining darkness and bring peace. Rise's magic restores villagers from dragon curse, while Babylon observes chaos. Realizing the situation is unexpectedly resolving itself, Viscount Snail appears as a raging dragon, targeting Babylon. As recognize him as the source behind the disaster, Babylon considers the aftermath, noting Snail might not return to normal, and begins thinking carefully about next actions. Rise evaluates a forceful solution using dragon riders, while Babylon hesitates, unwilling to cause unnecessary destruction. Despite pressure, Babylon decides to calm the suffering townspeople first, planning to release their anger. As the town regains order, Babylon stands with Rise and allies, preparing to address the villagers, deciding to guide the situation toward controlled resolution. Babylon reveals Viscount Snail's crimes, explaining the dragon transformation, directing the villagers' anger toward the true culprit behind chaos. The villagers respond with unified fury, rejecting forgiveness, their anger rising as they demand justice against Viscount Snail. Babylon encourages the villagers to act, giving them purpose and strength. Turning their grief and anger into determination for action, the villagers regain composure and resolve, standing together as their emotions stabilize, ready to move forward under Babylon's direction. Babylon's words inspire the villagers, filling them with strength and purpose. As they prepare to confront the evil dragon, the villagers charge forward together, attacking the dragon fearlessly. Driven by anger and determination to defeat Viscount Snail, their combined assault strikes the dragon, causing visible damage. As Viscount Snail reacts in shock to their unexpected power, the villagers continue their relentless attack, throwing debris and striking repeatedly, overwhelming the dragon with sheer numbers and force. The dragon roars in pain as attacks land continuously, while the villagers persist, determined to protect their world and defeat him. Viscount Snail, enraged and wounded, glares at the villagers. vowing retaliation as his dragon form struggles against their attacks. Rise moves forward to confront the dragon directly, while Babylon supports from behind. Trusting her strength to handle the threat, Babylon gives the command, signaling the dragon riders to begin bombardment. Escalating the battle with coordinated aerial support, massive debris falls from above as the riders attack, striking the battlefield and limiting the dragon's movement through constant pressure. The dragon is overwhelmed by continuous impacts, roaring in pain as the bombardment weakens it further under Babylon's strategy. Viscount Snail looks down in confusion as villagers advance together, their coordinated attack making him question the sudden shift. Snail's power begins collapsing, his body reverting as he realizes the consequences of his actions and loses control. Babylon reacts awkwardly while others watch, as the situation turns unexpectedly, leaving him unsure how events resolve. The dragon regains focus and targets Babylon again. Recognizing him as the central figure behind the resistance, Babylon moves to evade the attack, narrowly avoiding the dragon's bite. As the battle continues with renewed danger, Babylon faces the dragon directly, standing firm as the battlefield cracks. While rejecting the dragon's distorted claims about justice, the ground splits violently under pressure, spreading destruction across the area as the clash between forces intensifies further. Strange vines bind the dragon's body, weakening it steadily. As its strength fades and control over the situation slips away, the dragon becomes immobilized within stone and debris, as Babylon's plan confines it, delivering final judgment upon Viscount Snail. Viscount Snail revert and screams in defeat, buried under rubble as his ambition collapses, and the battle finally ends. Rise and the others stare in shock, realizing the battle has ended unexpectedly. Struggling to understand what just happened, Viscount Snail transforms completely into a large tree, frozen in place, marking the final consequence of his actions. The villagers accept the outcome, seeing the tree as punishment, while deciding to protect their land and move forward. The destruction becomes clear as the town lies damaged, leaving behind heavy losses. Despite the victory over the threat, Rise encourages everyone to rebuild, guiding the villagers to recover together and restore the town after the battle ends. Babylon excitedly proposes using the transformed tree as shelter, planning to turn it into a massive home for everyone. While Snail suffers silently in tree form, the villagers begin working together, following Babylon's idea to rebuild their lives. Rise defeats Viscount Snail, who transformed into an evil dragon through wicked magic, ending the threat during chaos. The land remains a barren desert, a world without water, where survival is harsh and resources are extremely limited. Silica shows confidence in her abilities, believing her power as a water mage surpasses others, despite harsh conditions. She explains her magic, creating water barriers that reflect sunlight and reduce heat, helping people endure the desert. The traveler is revealed as Silica, the hidden water goddess, whose presence quietly supports the desert town's survival. Silica admits her disguise as a normal traveler is pointless, deciding to stop pretending and act freely instead. She plans to solve water problems, hoping her actions will earn recognition from Rise and impress the people. Silica creates water around her body, enjoying the sensation as she relaxes. After enduring the harsh desert heat, she continues using water magic to clean herself and her clothes, maintaining comfort despite the dry environment. Silica evaporates the water into the sky, unintentionally forming clouds that begin changing the desert's condition. Silica finishes her preparation, satisfied with her condition after using water magic to refresh herself in the desert. She follows underground water flow across the desert, searching for a large town before her limited supplies run out. Silica reaches Suncradle, a desert city located at the frontier of the Noshia Kingdom, known for harsh conditions. People in the town notice her unusual arrival, observing her appearance, and wondering about her identity and purpose there. As Silica walks closer alone, the townspeople grow suspicious, fearing she might be a dangerous being despite her human form. Silica misunderstands the townspeople's reaction, believing they mistake her for a goddess. While she enjoys their attention confidently, the townspeople grow uneasy, discussing water shortages and deciding to report her presence to Lord Dramon cautiously. They choose to hide and observe from a distance, suspecting her behavior and waiting for guards to handle the situation. Silica notices the empty area, assuming her presence overwhelmed them. Unaware they intentionally avoided her out of fear, she ignores their reaction and decides to act quickly, planning to demonstrate her abilities to gain recognition and admiration. Silica declares she will help the desert people, confidently preparing to use her power to solve their constant thirst problem. Clouds gather above the city as her magic spreads, slowly changing the sky over the dry desert settlement. Rain begins falling unexpectedly, shocking the townspeople who cannot understand how water suddenly appears from the clouds. They question the source of the rain, realizing powerful magic is involved, and wondering why such help comes freely. Silica, unable to see their reactions, assumes her effort is insufficient and decides to increase her power further. Silica promises the people constant water, assuring them their suffering will end as long as she remains with them. She expresses satisfaction in helping others, believing their happiness proves her greatness and brings her personal fulfillment. Some townspeople doubt her actions, questioning her motives and worrying her magic may oppose established religious teachings. Despite concerns, the people kneel before her, showing submission and gratitude for the water she provided. Silica feels proud of their reaction, believing she has gained admiration, though she is confused by their sudden behavior. Silica is suddenly arrested, confused, and unable to understand why her actions led to punishment, despite helping everyone. She explains her reasoning, believing bringing rain made people happy, not realizing her actions caused unexpected consequences. A guard steps forward, preparing to explain the situation while maintaining strict control over the detained Silica. Drummond, the ruler of Suncradle, states water is extremely valuable and cannot be freely distributed without control. He explains the law forbidding unauthorized magic use, leaving Silica shocked as she realizes she unknowingly broke serious rules. Drummond explains that magic is dangerous and controlled, accusing Silica of causing trouble and even destroying villages unintentionally. Silica responds lightly, unable to fully grasp the seriousness, while Drummond leaves the final judgment to the court. Despite that, Draymond decides punishment is necessary, preparing to enforce the law against Silica for her actions. Silica protests desperately, insisting she did nothing wrong, but remains imprisoned as Draymond stands firm on his decision. Suddenly, a massive surge of water appears, breaking the situation and shocking everyone within the prison area. Silica panics as the water surge spreads uncontrollably, realizing her magic has overwhelmed the entire territory beyond her control. Draymond reacts quickly, using his own magic to block the incoming flood, while confronting Silica about the dangerous situation. Silica continues crying as the water spirals violently, unable to stop the power she released in panic. Draymond orders everyone to escape, recognizing the danger, while struggling to contain the overwhelming force of water. He warns Silica to stop immediately, fearing both of them will be consumed if the flooding continues unchecked. Silica remains calm, explaining she can survive the flood, unaware others face danger from her uncontrolled magic. The people accuse her angrily, believing she caused destruction, while Silica insists she only wanted to help them. Overwhelmed, Silica cries, feeling hurt by their reaction, as her water magic continues forming unstable masses nearby. She regains composure, deciding to stop crying and take action instead of staying trapped in her emotions. Silica leaves the desert, determined to become a hero like Rise, unknowingly beginning her reputation as a dangerous figure. 2 weeks after the battle, Babylon Castle stands quiet, as Babylon prepares for unexpected royal attention and scrutiny. Duke Hohenheim praises Babylon as a hero, amazed by his achievements and growing reputation across the entire kingdom. Babylon calmly receives the Duke inside his castle, remaining humble, while others continue to misunderstand his true intentions. The Duke treats Babylon warmly, acting familiar and impressed, further strengthening the misunderstanding of Babylon's supposed greatness. A companion observes the situation, noting Hohenheim's interest, and comparing Babylon's castle to the royal residence itself. Duke Hohenheim decides to grant Babylon the Django territory, surprising him with unexpected responsibility and future political consequences ahead. Babylon's allies celebrate loudly inside the castle, believing this decision proves his rising influence and success within the kingdom. Hohenheim explains that the incident has reached the king, despite attempts to conceal details about the events surrounding Django territory. Babylon learns he must meet the king soon, realizing the situation has escalated beyond his expectations and control. One companion reacts with excitement, believing Babylon's reputation has grown, while misunderstanding the seriousness of the royal attention entirely. Duke Hohenheim reassures Babylon, stating the royal family views him as obedient, though Babylon remains uneasy about the upcoming audience. Babylon gathers courage and presents ideas to Hohenheim, hoping to manage the situation despite limited understanding of political consequences. Babylon proposes holding a grand celebration at his castle, intending to strengthen relations with nobles and improve his standing. He further suggests inviting the king, believing it would resolve tensions, while unknowingly escalating the situation significantly. Hohenheim reacts with shock, realizing Babylon's plan could create major political complications and draw intense royal scrutiny. A companion confidently believes inviting the king will improve Babylon's reputation and prove his growth to other nobles. Babylon's maid suggests sending a message to the king, requesting him to personally witness the current state of Babylon territory. Duke Hohenheim listens carefully inside the castle, considering Babylon's proposal, while evaluating the potential political consequences of such actions. Hohenheim accepts the plan with determination, deciding to proceed despite understanding the risks involved in inviting the king. Trusting Babylon completely, Hohenheim commits to the plan, while the misunderstanding about Babylon's intelligence continues to deepen. Duke Hohenheim suddenly prepares to leave, confusing Babylon, who still wonders about the true purpose behind his visit. Hohenheim departs quickly by carriage, leaving Babylon territory as events begin moving toward larger consequences beyond the castle. Elsewhere, Hohenheim reflects seriously, preparing for upcoming developments and positioning himself carefully within the unfolding political situation. A masked figure acknowledges that the situation can no longer be hidden, as information about recent events begins spreading outward. Scenes of destruction reveal the scale of past incidents, suggesting that an official investigation from the capital will soon begin. Concern rises as observers consider threats against Babylon, believing powerful groups are secretly monitoring and protecting him from danger. Hohenheim reflects on Babylon's actions, convinced they are calculated moves meant to provoke higher powers despite his low status. The situation is interpreted as the beginning of a major conflict, as others believe Babylon has chosen to trigger a massive war. Hohenheim commits to delivering the message, expecting the king to react strongly to Babylon's bold and unexpected actions. News spreads through the castle as others react with shock upon learning Babylon plans to invite the king and nobles. The maids quickly spread news of Babylon's plan, realizing the duke's sudden departure was caused by this shocking decision. One maid grows serious, deciding urgent action is needed and preparing to contact spies to gather information immediately. She approaches Alicia, requesting a private discussion, indicating the matter has become important and requires careful coordination. Alicia listens and connects the situation to earlier incidents involving captured dragonfolk, recognizing deeper complications behind recent events. Alicia reflects calmly, showing understanding of Babylon's actions while preparing to address the situation with careful planning. Alicia realizes the true obstacle is not rival factions, but the king himself, who stands as the greatest threat. She recalls witnessing the king's overwhelming power during the destruction of the Beastfolk nation, leaving a lasting impression. 10 years earlier, Alicia faced the royal forces, determined to resist despite overwhelming strength and elite magic users. She charged recklessly into battle, refusing to retreat, driven by anger and desperation against the invading nobles. The aftermath left her alone, as her family perished, shaping her resolve and fear toward the king's power. Young Alicia prepares to defend her people, gathering resolve as signs of approaching enemies and destruction appear nearby. She detects the enemy's presence drawing closer, realizing the royal forces have already advanced deep into their territory. Alicia confirms their identity and position, understanding the situation clearly while trying to react before it is too late. She rushes forward toward the battlefield, witnessing her father surrounded as enemy nobles close in from all sides. The nobles confront them mercilessly, declaring dominance while belittling beastfolk, showing no intention of allowing any survival. Alicia's father admits his failure as king, while enemies mock him and prepare to finish the weakened beastfolk leader. Despite his injuries, he suddenly strikes back, launching a powerful counterattack that shocks the surrounding enemy nobles. The nobles panic and attempt to stop him with magic, realizing his speed and strength exceed their expectations. He continues advancing through their attacks, breaking their formation and overwhelming them despite heavy damage to his body. From afar, Alicia watches in awe, seeing her father's strength as he fights alone against the enemy forces. Alicia's father confronts the enemy, warning them to return and deliver a message of retaliation to their king. He eliminates the remaining enemies swiftly, sensing an ominous presence as the battlefield suddenly grows unnaturally tense. A powerful figure descends, revealing himself as the king, overwhelming the area with an aura that halts all resistance. The Beastfolk king faces him directly, realizing the true enemy has arrived and questioning the king's sudden appearance. Despite his injuries, Alicia's father attacks, but the king effortlessly counters, defeating him with absolute and terrifying strength. Alicia's father launches a final attack against the king, gathering his remaining strength to strike with everything he has. Alicia briefly believes her father has succeeded, feeling hope, as she watches his desperate effort from afar. The king easily counters the attack, delivering a devastating blow that overwhelms Alicia's father without resistance. The king shows no concern, deciding to destroy the region entirely after dismissing the Beastfolk king as insignificant. Alicia stands frozen, realizing the outcome, as fear and despair replace her earlier hope while witnessing the defeat. The king leaves the battlefield calmly, allowing survivors to live while showing complete confidence in his overwhelming dominance. Alicia realizes they were spared intentionally. Understanding the king never considered them a real threat to his power, she resolves to defeat the king one day, placing hope in new allies like Babylon and others supporting her. Far away, the capital of Nosea stands firm, symbolizing the center of power Alicia must eventually confront. Seated on his throne, the king shows interest in Babylon, viewing his rise as something worth watching closely. In Nosea Kingdom's frontier, Babylon's territory improves after clearing evil seeds, slowly gaining stability and recognition from surrounding lands. Within a supposed terrorist hideout, Babylon's allies gather, each possessing strength and loyalty, unknowingly supporting his growing misunderstood reputation. Babylon sits calmly as his retainers praise his foresight, while operations succeed smoothly, leaving others unaware of his true intentions. He accepts their trust with modest confidence, believing he simply built connections, while others see him as a brilliant leader. One ally celebrates joyfully, planning a grand party with nobles and the king, further expanding Babylon's influence and misunderstood success. Babylon questions the dragon buffet choice, unaware of royal preferences, while his companion reacts nervously beside him during planning. In the city, followers actively assist preparations, organizing the venue and decorations, showing strong cooperation under Babylon's growing influence. Inside, allies review plans and logistics, noting how even former critics now support Babylon, strengthening unity across different groups. Workers continue tirelessly, handling tasks and gathering supplies, ensuring everything is ready, demonstrating dedication toward the upcoming grand celebration. Babylon reflects on the situation, seeing the event as a chance to unite everyone, accepting the outcome without deeper consideration. At Nosea's royal castle, nobles angrily demand Babylon's execution, misinterpreting his actions as threats against authority and stability. Amid rising tension, a figure intervenes, urging calm as the court reacts emotionally to exaggerated claims about Babylon's conduct. King Jardaber acknowledges Babylon's flaws, but recognizes his achievement in defeating the evil dragon, granting him consideration. The king decides to evaluate Babylon personally, expressing interest in visiting his territory to understand his true intentions. Nobles remain doubtful, believing Babylon's actions are improper, while others suspect he seeks support through indirect, calculated methods. King Jardabert firmly maintains order in the court, emphasizing discipline as nobles continue reacting emotionally to the ongoing discussion. Guards step forward, surrounding a noble who hesitates nervously, unable to defend his earlier accusations against Babylon. The frightened noble is restrained, pleading desperately, while the court witnesses the consequences of reckless claims and disorderly conduct. Execution is carried out swiftly, silencing opposition and reinforcing authority, leaving others shocked by the sudden and severe judgment. Afterward, the court regains composure, and proceedings continue formally, with remaining nobles now cautious under the king's strict rule. At the royal court, King Jardabert decides to reward achievements, and considers granting Baron Rise's request regarding Babylon's territory. The king summons the 48th Prince Johann, stating he cannot go personally and will assign the task to him. Prince Johann receives the fey, being instructed to travel to the Babylon territory as the king's representative. Johann reacts with surprise, recalling Babylon's strange reputation, yet considers the journey as a new experience. The king firmly reinforces his command, leaving Johann no choice but to accept the mission and prepare for departure. Prince Johann learns the kingdom's strict rule, realizing any disrespect toward the king leads to immediate execution, increasing his tension. Despite harsh words from King Jardabert, Johann quickly accepts the mission, deciding to comply to avoid further danger. The meeting concludes as nobles are dismissed, leaving the decision finalized and Johann's assignment officially confirmed by the court. Johann exits the hall alongside others, the heavy doors closing behind them, marking the end of the tense royal audience. The king remains alone, quietly reflecting after the proceedings, maintaining control while preparing for the outcomes of his decision. King Jardabert laughs loudly after the meeting, showing unusual excitement as he reflects on Babylon's unexpected actions. He finds Babylon's bold request amusing, interpreting it as courage, while growing increasingly interested in his personality. The king considers the situation carefully, realizing Babylon might be seeking assistance, though his methods appear indirect and unclear. He analyzes Babylon's behavior as reckless yet intriguing, viewing him as someone capable of disrupting the kingdom's balance. Jardabert becomes eager to meet Babylon, anticipating future events. Seeing him as a rare individual worth his attention, Jardabert reveals his manipulation, spreading hatred through religion and control, using chaos to divide people across the kingdom. He continues explaining his actions, invading other lands and enslaving people to strengthen rebellion and destabilize surrounding nations. Despite the chaos, he intentionally leaves Babylon's territory untouched, allowing it to grow separately from his destructive influence. Jardabert expresses excitement toward Rise, seeking a worthy opponent, driven by his desire to relive battle once more. He declares Prince Johann as a sacrifice, planning his death to ignite war and intensify conflict against the nobles. Meanwhile, Babylon remains unaware, enjoying peace in his territory, believing everything is progressing positively under his leadership. Rise Babylon announced a grand party at his castle, inviting all who wished for the kingdom's peace. Nobles doubted Rise's status, mocking him as a low-life baron and questioning his achievements in castle. Despite his anger, one advisor reminded the noble that Duke Hohenheim had signed the invitation, forcing attention. The noble pondered deeply, suspecting that Rise might have a secret strategy behind the invitation. With a confident smile, the noble declared he had devised a plan to neutralize risks while handling the situation. The noble decided to respond to Rise's invitation, instructing his advisors to confirm attendance immediately. 1 month later, the party at Rise's castle was prepared, with a young noble's son sent as a representative. Rise observed the young guest warmly, noting that his respect seemed genuine despite his naive nature. Rise and his attendants reviewed the guest list, ensuring all preparations were complete for the upcoming arrivals. The attendants noticed the distinguished guests approaching, signaling that the party would soon begin as planned. Rise noticed that many lords and their sons had fallen ill simultaneously and considered using his healing magic strategically. The attendants agreed, seeing the situation as an opportunity to prepare for future visits and demonstrate Rise's influence. Rise focused on preparations inside the castle, ensuring everything was ready to welcome the incoming guests efficiently. The attendants reviewed which children would participate, noting that some illegitimate or young heirs were being sent instead. The staff acknowledged that this was a deliberate method to manage troublesome guests and maintain control over the situation. The attendants noted that the lord's children were being sent to eliminate nuisances, revealing the kingdom's harsh politics. One attendant realized that Rise had anticipated the situation and prepared accordingly, showing his strategic foresight. They observed that the children shared similar experiences of neglect and mistreatment, making them relatable to Rise's own background. The attendants believed Rise intended to care for the sadness in the children's hearts, demonstrating his kindness and foresight. Rise called to Irina, signaling that the preparations were complete and the party was ready to officially begin. Rise's attendants carefully moved through the castle, ensuring security for the upcoming party and checking all preparations. Rise reminded them that they must stay close, emphasizing safety as the top priority during the event. One attendant noted the challenge of dealing with noble children, anticipating at least 1 or 2 unusual personalities. The staff mentally prepared, counting on each other to manage the guests efficiently and maintain order. Rise sensed that trouble might appear early, showing readiness to face unexpected issues as the party began. Irina noticed commotion near the entrance, signaling that a guest had arrived unexpectedly at the castle. A young noble confronted Rise, demanding an explanation about the castle and his status as baron. Rise calmly explained that the castle's design mirrored the royal castle, warning the young man to be careful. The young man revealed himself as Prince Johann Nocia, asserting his royal identity and expressing outrage. Rise's attendants worried about offending the prince, realizing the need to carefully manage the situation and his reaction. Rise tried to calm Prince Johann, explaining that his previous comments were only a joke about royal upbringing. Irina observed the situation, noting that Rise's words had unintentionally angered the prince. Rise teased Johann, suggesting he could use healing magic on him, further provoking the prince. The prince angrily criticized Rise's castle, pointing out its black paint and comparing it unfavorably to the royal castle. Rise responded calmly, hinting that the castle might remind the prince of home. While Johann's temper flared, Prince Johann demanded that Rise explain his intentions, expecting an immediate response to his anger. Rise noticed a group of noble children arriving, realizing new challenges were emerging beyond Johann's outburst. He observed the children, noting their short tempers and weak spirits, preparing for potential trouble during the event. Rise understood that the children had been sent for education and guidance, recognizing the responsibility entrusted to him. He instructed his attendants to restrain them as needed, showing readiness to manage the children safely and efficiently. Suddenly, Prince Johann and his group were struck, shocking everyone with the unexpected action. The children and nobles collapsed as mysterious hooded figures appeared, creating chaos in the castle hall. Rise instructed Irina to manage the situation, assuring her that the children would be properly educated and cared for. Irina stepped in to assist. while the attendants worked to maintain control and safety among the children. Rise decided to move the remaining guests to the underground temple, using healing magic to ensure none were harmed. Prince Johann awoke, confused about his surroundings, unsure of what had happened to him and the other children. He looked around and saw the other nobles' children similarly restrained, asking what would happen next. Rise and Irina appeared, smiling reassuringly, signaling that the children were under control and safe. The prince realized the situation was serious, but understood that Rise's intentions were to educate and guide them. Rise warned Johann to behave, promising that no harm would come if he followed the rules. Prince Johann angrily threatened Rise, claiming his father would never forgive him for what had happened. The beastwoman reminded him not to rely on his parents too quickly, and to develop as a man himself. She explained her plan to correct his way of thinking for the benefit of the kingdom's future. She asked Johann for his honest thoughts, checking if he truly accepted the current situation. The prince confessed his hatred for his father and other nobles, expressing frustration at being ridiculed as the youngest princess. Rise revealed a drug that forced honesty, explaining it was used to properly educate Prince Johann and the other children. Johann panicked, claiming the people were terrorists, while the others looked confused and terrified by the situation. The children began confessing their true feelings, voicing hatred toward their families and frustration at the aristocracy. Rise encouraged the children to freely express their anger, letting their true desires and emotions come to light. The prince suddenly admitted he couldn't hate his father, showing a surprising change after the drug's effect. Prince Johann expressed his anger and violent desires, including killing his father and older brothers, influenced by the honesty drug. The prince screamed in shock as the drug's effects intensified, experiencing a sudden surge of power. Rise explained that the strengthening drug, derived from devil dragonfolk samples, enhanced both mana and physical abilities. Rise encouraged the children to show their new strength to their parents and siblings, embracing the power within them. Irina and Rise observed as the children began expressing their newfound strength and abilities with excitement and energy. One attendant observed the children and nobles from afar, noting that everyone seemed to be thriving under Rise's guidance. Despite the chaos and power surges, one person remained oblivious to how serious the situation had become, focusing only on the party. Babylon Castle stood quiet, the morning after the grand party. Rise observed the courtyard, noting the calm after the festivities. He walked through the halls, reflecting that all guests must have safely returned home. The castle felt unusually empty. Alicia appeared unexpectedly, confirming that some guards had escorted the guests, ensuring their journey went smoothly. Rise tried to maintain composure as Alicia jumped through the window, her lively entrance causing a brief fluster. Alicia cheerfully downplayed the commotion, while Rise admired the effectiveness of her unusual educational program. Peace returned once more. Rise greeted the young guests departing from Babylon Castle. They expressed gratitude, recalling their difficult pasts and newfound respect for him. He smiled as he considered the political advantage gained. Even the king's opinion was now more favorable due to the party's attendees. Alicia shared his excitement. They both anticipated how the children's parents would respond to the positive impression created by the event. One parent arrived, surprised and emotional, realizing their child had been treated kindly. He questioned the nature of the newfound bond. The child confronted their parent firmly, rejecting past mistreatment. Rise's influence had shifted family dynamics, leaving respect and fear in its wake. The child confronted their parent harshly, revealing the depth of past mistreatment and the soldiers' reports of neglect. He declared the only family he recognized was the Demiurge Church, shocking his parent and causing visible fear. The narrative explained that these children, previously oppressed by relatives, quickly seized control of their families through extreme brutal measures. Rituals and sermons began immediately, instructing the people to worship God Demiurge, enforcing obedience across the households. The children preached that true magic and divinity should guide with compassion, exposing lies of the royal family and establishing their new order. The child rallied the people, urging them to embrace demiurgism, spreading a new religious movement through the town. Some citizens hesitated, aware that supporting this movement defied royal law and could bring severe punishment. The child revealed that both their father and brother had died, taking full control of the family and the territory. They promised further explanation later, keeping the citizens attentive and curious about the new leadership and changes. Finally, the child declared full allegiance to the Demiurge Church, securing the people's support and solidifying their authority. The child declared their commitment to use magic for the people, gaining the crowd's admiration and loyalty. The citizens cheered for both the new lord and the Church of Demiurge, solidifying faith in the movement. A priest of the Church of Sophia appeared, curious and concerned about the unfolding events in the town. The high-ranking priest quickly recognized the child as the youngest lord, shocked by their audacity and influence. He acknowledged that the child would face consequences, but admired their cleverness, noting the rare combination of strategy and courage. The Church of Sophia confronted the citizens, demanding obedience and reminding them of state religion laws. The high-ranking priests instructed soldiers to punish the dissenters, warning the lord of the territory about delays. Several citizens fell under the priest's orders, struggling to resist the sudden crackdown and the overwhelming force. The young lord revealed that his sworn brothers had already mobilized, demonstrating that the movement had multiple layers of support. He declared that all actions were for Rise and the Demiurge Church, defying the priests and asserting his authority over the people. A few days later, Rise read letters from children, thanking him for the strength and teachings he had provided. Reports also arrived showing the favorable state of affairs in each region, confirming the success of his guidance. The child received advice from his father's letters, warning him to avoid overthinking and acting childishly in public. Rise noted Alicia was managing the day-to-day affairs, allowing him to focus on larger strategies and the Sophia Church. The story ended with the Church of Demiurge standing strong, signaling the consolidation of power and the new religious order under Rise's influence. Alicia hurried down the castle stairs. Arriving at a chamber where a group of priests had gathered, she faced them alone, standing against the entire assembly, challenging their authority with unwavering confidence. The priests protested, invoking the power of the Church of Sophia, claiming divine punishment would follow. Alicia smiled, her confidence unshaken, exuding a mix of mischief and bold determination. She taunted the priests, noting she had yet to be punished, despite being held captive, daring them to act. The priests shouted angrily, claiming the young lord and his followers were defying the state religion and summoning royal intervention. Alicia scolded them, accusing the priests of relying on authority figures instead of taking responsibility for their own actions. The priests reacted with shock and fear, realizing the severity of Alicia's boldness and the shift in power. She smiled faintly, hinting at potential consequences if the priests continued to challenge her authority. Finally, Alicia reflected on her own doubts, admitting that there had been a time she regretted being born into the Demiurge Church. Alicia reflected on her past, remembering the parents she had lost to the Church of Sophia and her initial hatred of God Demiurge. She recalled meeting Rise Babylon, whose wisdom and kindness completely changed her perspective on faith and leadership. Rise welcomed the Demiurge Church into his territory, gave them freedom to preach, and provided a joyful daily life for his people. Alicia's faith strengthened immensely, feeling gratitude toward Demiurge and recognizing the impact of Rise's benevolence. The priests, witnessing her devotion and radical change, were horrified and convinced she had lost her mind. Rise plotted to conquer the nation, seeing the chaos caused by Alicia's bold actions as an opportunity for strategic advantage. Alicia prepared a new experiment, smiling mischievously as she worked to improve the devil-dragonizing drug. She confronted the Sophia priests, asserting her power and declaring her devotion to Rise with unrelenting determination. Meanwhile, at Nozia Royal Castle, unrest grew as tensions from the Demiurge Church's influence reached the kingdom's heart. The royal supporters expressed outrage, vowing to kill in the name of loyalty and avenge Rise's family. One of Rise's allies shouted, challenging the old authority figure, demonstrating the youth and zeal of the new generation rallying behind Demiurge. Rise Babylon watched the storm batter his estate. Rain poured relentlessly, and dark clouds blanketed the sky, signaling an approaching crisis. He reviewed reports of turmoil across his territories. 23 regions had suffered uprisings, shaking the fragile balance of power. His influence had grown unexpectedly. Returning to the estate, Rise noticed news of additional nobles falling. 2 more territories had collapsed, bringing the total to 25. Advisors briefed him on the effects. The Demiurge Church's new lords had stabilized regions, reducing negative consequences from the sudden changes in leadership. Rise prepared his forces. High-ranking targets were secured, and the populace remained calm. He knew the time for decisive action had arrived. Rise Babylon commanded his agents to mobilize swiftly. He prepared to coordinate with new lords and allies, expanding his influence across territories. His subordinates listened intently and acted immediately. They moved through the halls, carrying instructions with precision and urgency. A report arrived. Prince Johann had rebelled at the royal castle, creating an unexpected crisis in the heart of the kingdom. Rise clenched his fists, his determination surging. The rebellion was personal, striking at both his ambitions and his pride. His anger fueled immediate action. Every plan accelerated, and Rise prepared to confront the chaos with relentless force. Rise Babylon's adversary laughed uncontrollably, emboldened by the situation. His glee contrasted sharply with the tension surrounding the conflict. Despite the threat, Rise advanced cautiously. Multiple opponents attacked, forcing him to defend with precision and speed. The battle escalated as Rise tried to restrain his enemies. His movements were strategic but met fierce resistance, creating a chaotic scene. The enemy revealed a powerful technique, combining defenses to maximize impact. Rise studied the attack, calculating his counter carefully. Prepared to act, Rise steeled himself. He readied his response, understanding the moment demanded full commitment and relentless focus. Rise Babylon clashed fiercely with his opponent. Explosions and force rippled around them as their attacks collided with devastating power. The tyrant leaped back, expressing admiration while plotting the next strike. Rise braced himself for another wave of destruction. A massive attack formed above them. The tyrant prepared his signature technique, ready to crush everything in its path. The city below trembled. Debris and shockwaves threatened all civilians as Rise assessed the scale of the oncoming attack. The tyrant unleashed his ultimate technique. Chaos erupted across the capital, leaving Rise determined to endure and respond to the overwhelming assault. Rise Babylon fell through the air, battered but determined. He struggled to regain his footing amid chaos. The scale of the danger became clear. The attack threatened more than himself. It endangered the innocent citizens below. Rise twisted through the air, calculating a path to minimize harm. The capital's population hung in the balance. Fury and resolve surged within him. He denounced the tyrant, calling out the injustice and deception surrounding the attack. Summoning every ounce of strength, Rise positioned himself between the falling debris and the people, ready to protect their lives. Rise Babylon hung desperately as massive debris threatened to crush him. He gritted his teeth, refusing to surrender. Pain surged through his body, but determination flared brighter. He screamed, channeling all energy into defiance. The debris loomed above, a near impossible threat. Rise assessed the falling mass, calculating how to confront it head-on. With fierce resolve, he struck, fists colliding against the oncoming destruction. Blood and grit marked his relentless effort. Rise unleashed a flurry of punches, refusing to yield. Every strike displayed his resolve, fighting back with unyielding strength. Rise Babylon struggled through exhaustion, fighting with everything he had. He aimed to show his strength and determination to the people. Pain and fatigue surged, yet he clenched his fists and yelled, unleashing all his power with unrelenting force. The debris and attacks threatened him, but Rise calculated his strikes precisely, countering the falling destruction with skill and courage. He struck the source with overwhelming force, shattering the enemy's attack and sending shock waves across the battlefield. Rise collapsed, exhausted but triumphant. The city was safe, and he had proven his strength and commitment to his people. Rise Babylon remained on the battlefield, bruised and battered. The city lay in ruins, yet he had endured the tyrant's attacks. The tyrant regarded him with surprise and admiration. He had not expected such resilience from a young lord. Rise had exceeded all expectations. Even the strongest were impressed by his unpredictable strength and tactics. The tyrant acknowledged Rise's cleverness. The audacity and ingenuity of his counterattacks were remarkable, forcing even his enemy to admit defeat. Finally, the tyrant spared Rise's life, recognizing his courage and potential. Rise stood among the ruins, victorious and respected. The tyrant launched one final challenge, sending Rise hurtling across the land. The battle had ended, but tension lingered. Rise soared through the sky, holding steadfast, his resolve unshaken despite the final push. The tyrant watched him leave, acknowledging Rise's growth and strength, noting how well his son had fared. Back in Babylon, life was calm. Citizens and allies basked in the peace, enjoying a respite from constant conflict. In the castle gardens, companions gathered. They celebrated the safety of the city and the enduring legacy of Rise Babylon. Rise Babylon's companions cheered upon seeing him, happy and relieved. The atmosphere was light after the chaos of battle. The group teased him about his humor and antics, making the moment playful and carefree. Rise explained his preparations, digging tunnels in anticipation of any future enemy attacks, showing his diligence even in peace. One companion revealed ambitious plans to connect their rooms through tunnels, adding a humorous twist to the calm setting. Rise observed quietly, reflecting on the charm and liveliness of his allies. The peaceful garden offered a rare moment of joy and safety. Rise Babylon's companions spotted something unusual. Alarmed, they called his attention toward the approaching threat. Rise's allies expressed their wishes for proper heroes and protagonists, unknowingly hinting at the coming chaos. A strange force rapidly approached, catching everyone's attention. The group braced for impact. Prince Johann appeared in the middle of the turmoil, spinning violently through the air, signaling a new conflict. Rise quickly intervened, protecting his companions and preparing for the sudden attack with decisive action. The attack struck the castle with immense force. Citizens and companions watched in shock as Rise stood ready to respond. Rise Babylon stood in front of the ruined castle, reflecting on Johann's return. Realizing his accidental influence had grown far beyond expectation, he quickly ran alongside Claus, moving through the grounds with urgency, determined to manage the aftermath of the destruction efficiently. Rise organized villagers to clear debris, directing them calmly while ensuring everyone remained safe, and the castle grounds were restored. Meanwhile, a strategist analyzed the situation, deducing that the incident might provoke King Jardabet to declare war imminently. Orders were sent to all regional branches, activating the kingdom's defense network in preparation for the approaching conflict. Rise Babylon and Claus ran through the destroyed hall, rushing toward Johann, whose body was trapped beneath massive rubble. Claus supported Johann while Rise assessed the injuries, preparing to use his healing magic to stabilize him quickly. Rise desperately urged Johann to survive, reminding him of responsibilities and the consequences of his actions on the castle. Johann struggled weakly, barely conscious, as the gravity of the situation weighed on him and the group. Johann regained awareness, murmuring words to Rise and acknowledging him as a protective figure, cementing their bond in crisis. Rise comforted the injured girl, calming her tears and asking her what had happened during the battle, while she lamented her loss. Villagers and survivors hurried through the ruined hall, working to stabilize dangerous structures and prevent further accidents. Rise guided the girl, inspecting unstable areas and organizing the rescue, ensuring safety while planning repairs. The girl explained that she had fought King Jardabet, relying on Rise's strength to survive, despite overwhelming odds. Rise reflected on the situation, noting the courage of youth and how young fighters often act impulsively but valiantly in battle. Rise observed Johann's near-death experience, realizing his father had spared him by giving up, leaving Johann stunned but alive. Children at the party experienced relief and joy, while Rise noted the father's silent oversight encouraged growth without harsh punishment. Rise supported the injured girl, feeling anger toward King Jardabet, judging his reckless disregard for others' safety. The girl, emboldened by Rise's presence, shouted defiantly, expressing determination despite exhaustion and injuries. Rise and Claus oversaw the villagers working to repair the castle, frustrated by the harm inflicted on innocent people during the battle. Rise stood silently, surveying the battlefield and considering the consequences of the recent conflict on the kingdom and its people. He expressed disappointment in the king's failure to protect his citizens and fulfill his duties as a ruler. Rise taught the injured girl about true leadership, emphasizing dialogue and care for people rather than violence, praising her understanding. The sound of approaching reinforcements indicated that Rise's allies had arrived, ensuring the area could now be secured. Rise walked through the ruined hall, deciding on the next course of action to restore order and protect the kingdom. Rise stood on the balcony, observing allies and approaching reinforcements, gauging their readiness and morale. He declared his intent to become the new king, rallying supporters to challenge King Jardabet and fight tyranny. A massive crowd gathered, inspired by Rise's speech, ready to follow him into battle for justice and reform. Followers voiced loyalty and determination, urging Rise to punish the corrupt king and restore fairness to the kingdom. An ancient adversary revealed himself, recognizing Rise after a long time, signaling that a major confrontation awaited. King Jardabet sat on his throne, reflecting on Rise's audacious actions and wondering what strategy his opponent had planned. The kingdom recognized Rise as a hero who defeated the evil dragon and inspired the people, while also being seen as a traitor by the king. Rise had transformed Prince Johann into a formidable ally, using the heretic church's teachings to gain loyalty and strategic advantage. King Jardabet issued orders to gather forces, threatening anyone who refused to fight against Rise's rebellion. The king invoked his full authority, preparing to confront Rise directly, setting the stage for a major showdown between them. King Jardabet commanded his forces to gather and prepare to crush the traitors, mobilizing his entire army. He threatened all who refused to fight, sentencing them to lose their titles or face death for disobedience. Rise's allies watched cautiously as the king's offensive began, recognizing the imminent battle and the magic involved. Observing the king's spell, his generals debated whether he was acting senile or cunningly strategic. Meanwhile, Rise and his companions used the delay to prepare and plan their next move, buying crucial time for strategy. Rise's ally reported the mobilization of troops and updates on the new weapons supplied by Babylon, including experimental explosives. The Duke reacted strongly to the revelation of a secret drug intended to enhance soldiers' abilities. The drug showed incredible promise, improving both physical and magical capabilities, though its long-term effects were still unknown. Rise watched as the Duke tested the potion, signaling approval while preparing for its tactical application in the coming battles. A veal was accidentally dropped, shocking the staff, and prompting an immediate reaction to the potential consequences of the experiment. The Duke prepared for battle, determined to lead his troops and increase their chances of victory in the upcoming war. He decided to personally take the first step, setting an example for his allies while encouraging them to act. Suddenly, an unexpected event startled the Duke, causing concern among his companions and momentarily halting preparations. He assured his allies that he would handle the smaller threats, allowing them to focus on the more dangerous opponent. The narration described how the wishes and ambitions of many people were converging, setting the stage for chaos. The ultimate confrontation began, pitting Rise, clever and impulsive, against the powerful and cunning old king in a decisive battle. Rise stood before the kingdom's gates, contemplating his decision to rebel. His heart weighed heavily as the consequences loomed over him. Silica celebrated with the villagers she had saved. Children clung to her joyfully, calling her their savior and newfound reason to live. Rise reflected silently, realizing his intentions were simple, to save people and enjoy small moments of happiness, yet complications followed anyway. In the tavern, villagers drank and laughed. Their carefree spirits highlighted the stark contrast with Rise's growing worries about leadership and responsibility. Rise felt overwhelmed, surrounded by rough men. Despite the chaos, he resolved to persevere and guide his people forward, determined and wary. Rise decided to change her methods, determined to help people after the small failure in the desert. She found herself unexpectedly leading a group of bandits, shocked by her sudden role as their guide. The bandits expressed gratitude, recalling how Rise saved them from soldiers. She realized she must choose carefully whom to help. With her magic, Rise gained confidence. She could protect her group and even rebel against the kingdom, inspiring awe and fear. Rise felt conflicted, acknowledging that her revered reputation resulted from unintended accidents, yet she continued to lead with care. Rise remained calm despite the surprise of being recognized. Her reputation as a skilled figure spread quickly among allies. Villagers admired her achievements, learning she saved her territory from a deadly epidemic and earned legendary status. Rise laughed lightly, calling herself friendly enemies with her companions. The villagers were amazed by her charm and cleverness. Questions arose about her past battles and magic. Rise modestly explained her tactics while the villagers grew more impressed. She recounted struggles with krakens and chaotic events, showing how teamwork solved her problems, leaving the villagers both awed and inspired. Rise struggled with the bounty on her head, feeling conflicted as her hard work clashed with the consequences of fame. She confidently assessed the challenge, believing that if Rise-kun could face a dragon, she could do the same. A bandit revealed his hometown was nearby, prompting Rise to consider traveling north to explore potential opportunities. She learned of a dragon's den filled with treasure deep in the mountains, sparking excitement and curiosity. The bandits eagerly agreed to join her. Together, they planned to seize the treasure and begin honest lives once more. Rise panicked at the thought of a dragon so close. She searched for an excuse, realizing she couldn't avoid the challenge. The bandits explained their hopes. Defeating the dragon could help their hometowns and redeem the lives of lost friends. Rise saw no way to escape. Rise accepted the challenge, taking a deep breath to prepare herself for the coming battle. She confidently declared she would defeat the dragon with her magic, instructing the bandits to gather the treasure. And so Silica and her group of bandits set out on their adventure, determined to face the dragon together. Rise and her bandits faced harsh weather and rough terrain, but her magic helped them overcome the journey's obstacles. They discovered the dragon's lair, initially believing the creature would be easy to defeat. The bandits urged Rise to fire a powerful spell at the sleeping dragon, encouraging her to finish the fight quickly. Rise realized controlling a dragon with a single spell was far more challenging than she imagined. The dragon stirred, waking with a roar, and demanded to know what the humans wanted, startling the entire group. Rise nervously approached the dragon, requesting it to share some of its treasure with her group. The dragon regarded them coldly, calling the adventurers fools consumed by greed. It explained that previous lords had offered riches in exchange for protection and sealing the mountain. The dragon warned that anyone attempting to steal the treasure deserved death. Rearing up in a threatening posture, Rise had no choice but to unleash her maximum mana, preparing to confront the dragon with her full magical power. Rise struck the dragon with her full magical power, trapping its head as she focused all her energy. The dragon thrashed violently, struggling to breathe as Rise maintained control, showing her skill and determination. Finally, the dragon fell still, exhausted but triumphant. Rise realized she had defeated the mighty beast. The bandits cheered loudly, celebrating Rise's victory as they approached her, full of relief and admiration. With the dragon's treasure secured, the bandits began planning how to use it wisely, opening opportunities for new lives. Rise reassured the bandits that she had earned the treasure through her efforts, calming their concerns. She thanked them for believing in her and following her all the way, smiling despite the cold and snow. Suddenly the ground began to crack, and Rise realized they were in trouble as the terrain shifted violently. One bandit remembered a volcano nearby, realizing the dragon's seal might have been holding the mountain in check. The volcano erupted, and Rise's companions cried out, relying on her magic to escape the catastrophe. The bandits called out to Rise, seeing her caught in the eruption's chaos as lava and smoke surged. The volcano continued to erupt violently, spewing ash and molten rock across the landscape. Rise realized crying would not help. She steadied herself, focusing on survival and guiding her companions safely. Determined, she vowed to become a hero like Rise-kun next time, inspiring hope and courage in the bandits, despite the devastation. Rise Babylon surveyed the ruins of his castle, frustrated by the destruction caused by Johann. Despite the damage, he refused to seek compensation, trying to remain composed. Rise reflected on his mistakes, realizing that following events blindly led him to declare he would become king, escalating the conflict unexpectedly. He considered retracting his statements, but knew that doing so might worsen the situation, leaving him trapped in the consequences of his actions. Facing a room of tense nobles, Rise understood there was no simple way to escape the political pressure now surrounding him. As the nobles plotted, Rise realized they were gathering forces to march on the capital, forcing him to confront the full scale of the brewing war. Johann observed the nobles hurriedly sending troops to the castle, ensuring their loyalty would not be questioned. Rise grew concerned, realizing that something about the nobles' actions seemed unusual and unpredictable, causing unease in his mind. Rose watched Clayes with jealousy as he was surrounded by two men, feeling a sudden flame of rivalry in her heart. Rise questioned the behavior of the group in the basement church room, bewildered by their excitement and apparent madness. As events unfolded, Rise understood there was no alternative but to act. Thinking carefully of a strategy to survive, Rise approached the ruined throne room cautiously, noticing the damage and the kneeling soldiers within. King Jardabert received a report that his troops were prepared for deployment, confirming readiness for the coming battle. The king and his advisor walked through the castle hall, inspecting the damage and planning the army's sortie. Jardabert appeared on the balcony, observing the troops gathered below, his expression calm but commanding. Facing a massive assembly of warriors, King Jardabert raised his hand, praising their loyalty and inspiring them for the upcoming campaign. King Jardabert commanded his army to eliminate Baron Rise Babylon, labeling him a traitor to the nation. The knights questioned the logic of sending such a large force to confront a single lord at the southern frontier. Jardabert dismissed their doubts, stating he expected little from the knights, while emphasizing his authority. He lifted a massive stone, demonstrating his power and inspiring fear and respect among the gathered soldiers. The knights prepared to advance, following the king's command and marching toward Babylon's territory with determination and discipline. The knights screamed in panic as their heads were struck, disoriented by the sudden attack from the king's magic. Johann, now brainwashed, staggered violently, his movements erratic and dangerous, overwhelming nearby soldiers. The knights faced chaos as Johann demanded women and meat, attacking anyone who approached with ferocity. King Jardabert explained to his advisor that manipulating Johann this way would make the soldiers capable of fighting despite their limitations. The king asked if the army was ready, preparing to use the controlled chaos to advance strategically against Baron Rise Babylon. The nobles knelt obediently, responding, "Yes, sir," to King Jardabert's orders, preparing to act on his commands. Jardabert used fly magic to transport the knights directly to Babylon, initiating the assault on Baron Rise's territory. The king announced that whoever brought him Rise's head would be appointed the next king, increasing competition and tension. Jardabert reminded a prince that, thanks to Johann's insurrection, many in line for the throne had perished. Reflecting on his son's failures, Jardabert lamented that none had been capable of securing the throne with their own hands. King Jardabert dismissed his council decisively, ordering them to leave immediately after his decision was announced. A prince hesitated and raised a question, challenging the king's instructions respectfully, but carefully. The prince asked about handling people who did not answer the king's call, seeking clarity on proper action. Jardabert approved, smiling, stating that those who fail to respond should not leave empty-handed. He commanded that non-compliant subjects, like Hohenheim, be treated as traitors, and those who confront them could claim their territories. King Jardabert observed from above as all minor roles of his strategy fell into place, satisfied with his plan. From the ground, the soldiers, driven insane by stimulants, prepared to act recklessly against their enemies. From the sky, noble mages, motivated by greed, descended to join the attack and pursue their own objectives. The insane soldiers caused uncontrollable destruction, while the mages targeted specific enemies with precision, creating chaos and fear. Jardabert confronted Rise Babylon, challenging him to face all the pawns he had orchestrated, testing Rise's leadership and skill. A horde of soldiers prepared to march on Babylon, following King Jardabert's cruel orders. The city faced imminent destruction as the invading army moved relentlessly. Rise and his companions observed from above, utilizing their magic to travel swiftly. They pushed forward, aware of the long path ahead and the dangers that awaited. The army's advance shook the landscape, the ground trembling beneath their numbers. Villages and forests were swallowed by their approach. Soldiers attacked indiscriminately, targeting women and livestock, spreading panic and chaos among the unarmed commoners. Rise reflected grimly on the suffering caused by the king's influence. He noted the effects of the enemy's drug, which twisted the villagers into violent, unthinking creatures. King Jardabert planned cautiously, ordering his soldiers to test the strength of Rise Babylon's forces, with lesser pawns first, wary of the Dragon Slayer's reputation. Rise's enemies schemed among themselves, plotting that whoever could bring his head home would claim victory, thinking they could outsmart him. Jardabert encouraged his pawns to prove their usefulness, subtly manipulating them to gauge Rise's strength while keeping the true threat hidden. Lone Noble analyzed the greedy soldiers' mindset, predicting their reckless moves while recognizing the unexpected danger posed by Rise. He concluded that the king's unusual interest in Rise meant the young lord possessed exceptional potential, and capturing him promised high rewards for those daring enough. Allies joined forces to confront the traitors, preparing to prevent betrayals among the greedy soldiers while advancing toward strategic targets. The group planned their march to Duke Hohenheim's territory and Earl Palicide's lands, knowing the journey would test both strategy and loyalty. Silica Palicide emerged as a determined presence, taking command and signaling her readiness to influence the battlefield. Old grudges surfaced, as memories of past shame during a marriage interview fueled anger and determination among the nobles. With resolve, the group advanced, ready to wreak havoc on enemy territories while securing their own positions and asserting control over the unfolding conflict. Rise Babylon observed the approaching enemy, noting mages flying overhead, while soldiers marched across the land toward his territory. He expressed frustration at the sudden aggression, feeling unprepared, as he had not officially declared war despite respecting the royal family. Claus remained calm, receiving constant reports on enemy movements, demonstrating foresight and strategic control over the situation. Claus revealed he had prepared extensively, readying defenses and planning contingencies to counter the invading forces. Rise delegated command of soldiers to Claus and distributed weapons crafted by the beastfolk and dwarves, ensuring his territory was fortified against the impending attack. Rise assessed the battlefield, confident that his allies, including the Dragon Riders' units, could handle the flying mages and protect his forces. He enlisted help from Uncle Hohenheim, strengthening the army and expanding strategic options to counter the enemy's moves. Irina and Alicia were assigned a special mission, their skills critical to increasing the odds of victory while the main battle unfolded. Claus secured a safe position away from the front line under the pretext of tending to the wounded, maintaining control over operations. Despite enemy mage units invading the Palicide region, Rise remained calm, coordinating responses and ensuring the defense was organized and effective. Silica Palicide and her companions confronted strange creatures emerging from the water, shocked by their unexpected appearance. Tentacles and monstrous forms rose, creating chaos and threatening the soldiers nearby as they attempted to understand the danger. The creatures attacked aggressively, striking with surprising speed, forcing soldiers to retreat from the water. Silica's group reacted with fear and urgency, struggling to keep themselves safe amid the relentless assault. The monsters revealed their full form, including massive eyes and tentacles, confirming the peril as Silica shouted in alarm, preparing for the next wave of attack. Rise's planning paid off as the krakens he dispatched wiped out enemy forces, earning praise from Irina and Alicia. He admitted difficulty controlling the massive creatures and sent them far from friendly ships, ensuring no accidental damage while still targeting the enemy. Rise considered the safety of Uncle Hohenheim and monitored how the creatures prioritized Palicide, noting unexpected but effective outcomes. An explosion erupted over Duke Hohenheim's territory, demonstrating the power and reach of Rise's strategic deployment of forces. In the chaos, individuals engaged directly with the enemies, with combatants striking and attacking, highlighting the intense battle across multiple fronts. On the battlefield, Enemies were astonished at the skill and coordination of Duke Hohenheim's soldiers under Rise's indirect command. Rise and Claws launched defensive maneuvers, including casting ice shields, countering attacks with precision and protecting key positions. Soldiers engaged in close combat, combining physical skill and magic to repel enemy advances, demonstrating superior training and strategy. A skilled combatant executed aerial maneuvers, striking decisively while maintaining agility and awareness of the chaotic battlefield. Despite heavy assaults, the warrior remained unscathed, leaving enemies shocked and emphasizing the effectiveness of Rise's planning and the soldier's prowess. Enemies speculated wildly, believing Duke Hohenheim might have made a pact with the devil to gain his formidable power, astonished at his combat prowess. Silica Palisade multiplied in the battlefield, overwhelming opponents with speed and coordination, demonstrating that their fears were exaggerated and ineffective. She and her duplicates attacked from the sky, striking decisively while maintaining aerial superiority over the enemy forces. Rise's strategy proved effective as Silica executed precise, lethal strikes, causing heavy casualties and demonstrating the strength of his planning. After the battle, Silica ordered patrols to secure the area and sent one group to report back to Babylon, ensuring continued vigilance and control. Silica assured the Baron that the land would be protected in his absence, promising vigilance and safety. Rise acknowledged the support, contemplating the unfolding battle and preparing mentally for the challenges ahead. News arrived that Duke Hohenheim's spies had successfully dispersed the noble's magic assault unit, strengthening their position and reducing immediate threats. Rise calculated the enemy's arrival, estimating their speed and planning defensive measures accordingly, awaiting the main force to approach Babylon. He checked on Claws and the maids, confirming all operations were proceeding well while the final battle drew near, ensuring coordination across the defense. The citizens and maids remained loyal, providing aid and support as Rise prepared for the ongoing conflict, ensuring his forces were well organized. Rise considered the situation with Claws, acknowledging the strength and reliability of his allies in maintaining order and executing strategies. A brief peaceful moment allowed Rise to reflect, noticing the cheerful interactions among the maids, providing a sense of calm before the next engagement. Suddenly, a new wave of enemy soldiers appeared, advancing with brutal intent, shouting and charging toward their targets. The opposing generals complained about Babylon's harsh environment and dense morning mist, but they pressed forward, unaware of Rise's prepared defenses and strategic positioning. Rise's forces warned the enemy not to enter their lands, declaring that any trespass would be met with severe resistance. Explosions erupted as magic and attacks struck, destroying structures and scattering enemy soldiers across the battlefield. The enemy advanced further, but Rise's strategies and defensive preparations continued to inflict heavy casualties and chaos. Generals struggled to see through the dust and mist, attempting to understand the source of the new magical attacks. Rise's magic struck unexpectedly, surprising his opponents and demonstrating the effectiveness of his defensive maneuvers. The full force of his army appeared, standing firm, as one commander declared no enemy would pass beyond that point, securing the front line. Rise Babylon studied the battlefield, preparing to make contact with the enemy, his mind focused, anticipating the conflict ahead. Despite his careful planning, Rise realized his efforts to support his people had unexpectedly escalated into a nationwide confrontation. Our report confirmed his fears. The enemy had reached the mountains in the northeast, just as his father had predicted. Rise considered the scale of the war. His forces launched artillery and bombs, inflicting major damage on the enemy. The battlefield shook with each strike. Opposing nobles panicked, unable to understand how commoners could defend their territory with such skill and unexpected magical support. Rise Babylon's soldiers stood in formation, fully trained and ready. Their discipline surprised both allies and enemies alike. The people credited Rise with saving the kingdom's economy, recognizing his leadership during the nation's time of crisis. Villagers and soldiers alike swore loyalty, recalling Rise's past victories against dragons, krakens, and invading forces, cementing his reputation as a hero. Enemies launched a sudden attack, but Rise's well-prepared army responded swiftly, defeating the invaders with overwhelming force. Rise stood firm, defending Babylon, the paradise his people had built, ensuring no one could threaten their home again. Rise Babylon faced the invading army, his expression determined as he prepared his troops for battle. He ordered the artillery squad to commence bombardment, striking the enemy with precision and intensity. Explosions erupted across the battlefield, scattering the enemy forces and demonstrating Rise's superior strategy and preparation. Rise led a full-scale charge, rallying all men to advance and overwhelm the opposing army with coordinated attacks. His trained soldiers fought fiercely, breaking through enemy lines and securing Babylon, protecting the territory his people had built. Rise's soldiers launched a fierce charge, striking the enemy with raw power and precision, breaking through their front line. The enemy attempted to steal and attack, but Rise's disciplined warriors blocked every attempt, defending their territory. The battle intensified as Rise's forces pushed forward, forcing the invaders into retreat while ensuring no civilians were harmed. Explosions and clashes rocked the battlefield, with the enemy overwhelmed by the combined might of Rise's army. Rise called out to Captain Claus, coordinating the final strike to secure victory and protect their homeland completely. Rise ordered all injured soldiers to retreat to the rear, promising to heal even those who had lost limbs. The enemy, confused and frightened, struggled to understand the sudden strength and resilience of Rise's forces. One enemy mage prepared a desperate spell, hoping to kill Rise and tip the battle in their favor. The mage aimed at Rise's allies, intending to destroy them first, while eliminating the hero himself. A massive dragon appeared overhead, shocking the enemies and shifting the tide of battle in favor of Rise Babylon. A massive dragon appeared, ridden by one of Rise's allies, surprising the enemy and shifting the battle in their favor. Rise's forces confronted the intruders, confidently addressing those who had come to kill him. The enemy fired attacks, but Rise's soldiers and allies were prepared, countering every move with skill and strategy. The dragon remained unharmed, protecting Rise and his army while intimidating the attackers and forcing them to reconsider their tactics. Enemies realized that defeating Rise meant first taking down the dragon tamer, making their task nearly impossible against his combined might. Rise Babylon's dragon flew above the battlefield, striking enemies with precision while protecting the soldiers below. The dragon unleashed a powerful attack, forcing enemies to retreat while Rise coordinated the counterstrike. Enemies attempted to regroup, but the overwhelming power and strategy of Rise's forces left them panicked and disorganized. More dragons appeared, surrounding the battlefield and increasing the defenders' strength, leaving the enemy astonished at their numbers. Opposing leaders realized Rise had tamed dragons and transformed his people into formidable warriors, making them powerless against his might. Rise's forces were overwhelmingly powerful. Dragon riders took down enemy nobles hiding in the capital's skies, leaving minimal damage on allies. Rise's aides noticed tremors and prepared to investigate, worried about unforeseen trouble, knowing the unpredictable nature of their enemies. Alicia reassured everyone, explaining she had given a stimulant to the people, making them super energetic and ready for action. Claus had trained relentlessly, becoming an unstoppable force, further enhancing Rise's army and turning his people into monstrous warriors. Reports continued to arrive, confirming Rise Babylon's extraordinary influence, leaving the kingdom in awe of the power he commanded. Rise's allies reported that their forces had suffered major damage from large-scale offensive spells, and the wounded needed immediate support. Rise stepped forward, preparing to heal the injured soldiers while observing the battlefield, ensuring everyone survived and the army remained strong. Rise Babylon surveyed the battlefield, shocked at the destruction inflicted on his people by the monsters. Despite his concern, Rise seized the opportunity to gain advantage, calculating the best way to increase his influence with the survivors. A weary companion struggled to recover from the encounter, clearly shaken and drained by the events that had unfolded. Rise approached with calm assurance, encouraging the companion to explain everything, offering support without judgment. The companion finally began recounting the full story, trusting Rise to understand and guide them through the aftermath. Rise's companion led a charge, pushing the enemy back while laughing in relief at the temporary victory. Suddenly, a commanding figure appeared, declaring himself the king and praising the bravery of Babylon's apostles. Rise and his allies were stunned, questioning when the king had arrived and feeling the pressure of his presence. Realizing their strategy must change, Rise sensed the king might target him directly, forcing a swift reassessment. A massive sword approached at incredible speed, signaling that Rise was now the immediate focus of the threat. The king, smiling, launched a powerful magical sword as a reward for the bravery of Babylon's apostles. Rise's allies were caught off guard, screaming as the immense force struck their enemies with devastating impact. Their steel-bodied opponents were obliterated, leaving only fragments as the battlefield was consumed by destruction. One companion, battered and exhausted, admitted it seemed like the end of the line, fearing for Rise's safety. The blast formed a massive explosion, leaving the battlefield in chaos as the overwhelming power reshaped the war's outcome. Rise struggled to stand among the debris, recovering from the massive destruction caused by King Jard Abert's attack. A deep crater marked the devastation, showing the scale of the king's overwhelming magic. Rise acknowledged the king's strength, realizing that the army was annihilated almost instantly by the immense power. He debated fleeing or finding a way to align with the king, while encouraging his companions to stay resolute. The girls pledged loyalty, determined to support Rise and avenge their troops, showing renewed resolve and optimism. The girls expressed their gratitude to Rise, thanking him for protecting and guiding them through the conflict. Rise, distracted by his own curiosity about a storybook ending, smiled quietly despite the tense situation. King Jard Abert observed the aftermath, noting the lack of resistance and mocking the group's inability to stand against him. He challenged Rise directly, inviting him to a duel, signaling an imminent confrontation. In a bizarre turn, the king faced an onslaught of cows launched by a special skill, leaving him shocked and bewildered. King Jard Abert laughed at the cow attack. Intrigued by the unusual method of assault, he prepared his own counterattack, focusing his magical core to unleash a destructive light. Announcing his ultimate spell, Nuclear Light, the king sent a blinding, overwhelming force toward the battlefield. The cows charged bravely, mooing loudly, attempting to intercept the incoming magical attack. A massive explosion erupted, scattering debris and light, leaving the battlefield in chaos and the outcome uncertain. Rise faced King Jard Abert, walking through the smoky battlefield, eyes filled with determination. The king greeted him, recognizing Rise as a hero who had challenged his authority and rebelled against injustice. Rise shouted back, naming Jard Abert, and condemning him for killing his allies and ignoring his contributions. The two prepared to clash, magical flames rising around them, signaling the start of an intense and decisive battle. Rise Babylon turned sharply, refusing to hear pleas. The Baron's resolve strengthened as his companions begged him to reconsider. He watched the barony's residents, their hope and loyalty clear. Determined, he decided to face King Jard Abert, relying on his magic to protect everyone. Rise stepped forward, the heavy door creaking open, his cape fluttered, signaling the start of his decisive action. Kneeling, he unleashed his total healing magic. Trees, plants, and the land around him flourished, revitalized by his power. Across the battlefield, the enemy wizard invoked offensive spells. The stage was set for an epic clash between life and destruction. The enemy wizard raised his hands, casting a massive lightning spell. The sky darkened as energy surged through the battlefield. Rise countered immediately, targeting the enemy with precise magic. His attack aimed to protect the barony and his allies. A herd of cows was caught in the spell's effect, moving violently across the ground, amplifying the chaotic battlefield. The wizard laughed confidently, underestimating Rise's strategy. He believed his lightning could overcome any obstacle in his path. The cows, electrified yet unstoppable, trampled forward unexpectedly. The wizard's shock grew as his control over the spell faltered. Rise smirked confidently, explaining his endurance-style healing magic. His spell would help allies resist fatigue, weakening the enemy's advantage. The wizard grinned, preparing to stop the charging cows himself. His arrogance underestimated Rise's clever strategy and resilience. Electric energy enveloped the wizard's body. He fused with the storm, preparing to unleash a devastating attack with full power. Lightning crackled violently, arcing across his form. He called the electric wind to merge with his body, turning himself into living armor. The cows charged forward with unstoppable force. The wizard struck but was overpowered, flattened beneath the trampling herd as Rise's plan succeeded. The wizard Jard Abert laughed maniacally, vowing to destroy everything in his path. His power surged, threatening complete devastation. Rise observed the chaos, realizing the wizard's monstrous strength. He focused, preparing to counter with strategy and magic. With determination, Rise accepted the challenge. He resolved to act faster than Jard Abert, protecting his barony at all costs. Jard Abert unleashed a flurry of lightning strikes, his arms moving with blinding speed, attacking everything in sight. Rise responded, instantly pointing and launching a rapid series of spells. His offensive matched and countered Jard Abert's fury effectively. Jard Abert laughed, thrilled to face Rise. He admired the Baron's strength, anticipating a battle worthy of his own power. Rise shouted in anger, condemning the wizard for killing innocents and his own allies. His resolve hardened. He noticed the fallen cows, realizing the true scale of destruction. Rise's heart weighed heavy with the lives lost. The wizard exploited Rise's fatigue. The young Baron's mana depleted, leaving him vulnerable to the enemy's attacks. Jard Abert remarked on Rise's limited mana, launching another strike. The cows were sent flying, showing the cost of exhaustion. Jard Abert acknowledged Rise's strength, impressed by the young Baron's power and daring. He admitted enjoying the battle. Rise glared, furious over the destruction and lives lost. He vowed never to forgive the wizard's actions. Exhaustion overtook Rise as he realized the limits of his mana. The wizard seized the advantage, exploiting his fatigue. Jard Abert attacked again, launching Rise and the remaining cows across the battlefield. Rise struggled to maintain control. Rise reflected on the fight, accepting his defeat. He admitted his efforts weren't enough, feeling the weight of his responsibility as Baron. Rise felt the push of his allies' encouragement. Their voices reminded him of his strength and responsibility as a baron. Allies arrived unexpectedly, Baron Jykov and Viscount Snail. Their presence brought hope, reinforcing the morale of the exhausted barony. Both nobles expressed gratitude. They thanked Rise for saving their lands and preventing the enemy's evil schemes. They continued to cheer him on. Their belief in his abilities strengthened Rise's resolve to keep fighting. Rise, inspired by their support, realized giving up now would dishonor the sacrifices made. He prepared to continue the struggle. Rise stood firm, determined not to give up. His allies' encouragement reminded him of the stakes and his responsibility. He focused, channeling all his remaining power. Determination surged as he prepared to face the enemy head-on. The wizard's illusions caused terror among the nearby onlookers. They regretted interfering, overwhelmed by the scale of Rise's power. Rise relied on his inner strength and self-made illusions to regain focus. His confidence solidified, showing his independence. Jard Abbott watched in disbelief. Rise remained visible and undeterred, his self-reliant strategy marking the birth of a miraculous protagonist. Jard Abbott was shocked. He believed Rise had exhausted all mana, yet the young baron stood firm, prepared to continue. Rise appeared as a solid, unwavering silhouette, immune to the wizard's disbelief and overwhelming power. An enormous explosion erupted, shaking the battlefield. Rise's determination turned destructive energy into an opportunity for strategic advantage. He declared his return from the depths of his own limits, preparing to erase Jard Abbott from existence. Rise's self-reliance reached its peak. His miraculous, self-created illusions formed the basis for a new, unstoppable, heroic form. Rise Babylon appeared before the old noble, his presence shocking everyone in the battlefield. The noble realized Rise had acquired a rare skill that allowed him to resist certain death itself. Rise's power shone with an intensity rivaling ancient magic, overwhelming anyone who saw it. The noble laughed, impressed by this unknown magic, but refused to admit defeat. Standing ready, with determination, the noble unleashed a powerful attack, intending to end Rise once and for all. Rise Babylon raised his hand, preparing to demonstrate his new skill, a shining light of justice. Unexpectedly, a herd of cows appeared, forming a barrier that blocked his attack completely. The old noble was stunned, unable to believe that mere cows could stop such a powerful light. Rise hovered above the battlefield, commanding the cows to maintain their formation while he readied his next move. The noble struggled against the unexpected defense, determined to uncover the secret behind Rise's new skill. Rise unleashed his attack, but the cows shielded him, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. The old noble struggled to comprehend the absurd amount of power contained within the strange barrier. He realized Rise's skill rivaled, and even surpassed, his own nuclear-level magic, leaving him stunned. Rise revealed that his true strength came from healing magic, the skill he had mastered above all. He explained that using his power solely for the people made it impossible for destruction-focused enemies to overcome him. Rise laughed, explaining how his magic differed from the noble's nuclear light, fueled by life rather than destruction. He activated an upgraded healing rate, amplifying his power beyond comprehension. Rise launched his ultimate attack, the planetary extinction Fey nuclear fission, cow laser, targeting the battlefield with precision. The old noble was thrown aside, unable to evade the unexpected force of Rise's offensive. Rise revealed the remaining airborne cows, prepared to counter any attack and secure his overwhelming advantage. Rise activated his next attack, the life energy exhaustion Fey cow dust, nuclear explosion, unleashing overwhelming force. The old noble was struck violently, unable to withstand the impact of the explosive blast. Rise's defensive shield protected him, allowing him to observe the battlefield safely while the attack landed. The old noble realized Rise's cunning. He had turned the fight into poison, weakening his enemy further. Rise's strategy forced the old noble to acknowledge his skill, combining healing magic and tactical poison to dominate the fight. The old noble embraced the battle, thrilled by Rise's overwhelming power and relentless determination. He acknowledged Rise's teaching, vowing to strive and match him as a worthy opponent. The noble released all his remaining energy, declaring he no longer needed his old body to fight. He visualized a new form, determined to become a young, beautiful, and powerful mage worthy of Rise. This transformation represented the culmination of his life as a mage, embodying the legend he aspired to surpass. A radiant figure emerged, glowing with divine light, capturing Rise's complete attention. Rise recognized the form as the god of magic, whose power had granted mana to nobles since ancient times. The figure solidified into goddess Sophia, her presence awe-inspiring and powerful beyond imagination. Sophia confirmed her identity, signaling the full divine support for Rise's side in the ongoing battle. With a confident challenge, Sophia invited the old noble to attack, leaving the world's fate hanging in suspense. Rise Babylon achieved the pinnacle of magic, feeling his power surge beyond limits. His body shimmered with newfound strength, prepared for extraordinary feats. He enhanced himself with earth, fire, water, and wind magic, replacing his heart with a reactor. Neural circuits flowed through his veins, making him faster than light. Rise transformed into the legendary figure, Goddess Sophia. His presence overwhelmed the battlefield, commanding awe and fear. From all who gazed upon him, enemies attempted to resist. But Rise unleashed unstoppable attacks. Chaos spread as he pressed forward without hesitation. Finally, Rise called upon his people, drawing their power and unity. Together, they prepared to change the fate of the realm. Rise's forces advanced as the beastfolk charged into battle, leading their attack with precision and strength, overwhelming enemy positions. Goddess Sophia reacted in shock as the attack reached her, her confidence shaken by the unexpected assault from below. Rise arrived at the battlefield, apologizing for his delay, but immediately assessing the situation to direct his allies. The beastfolk elites, brought by Rise's orders, positioned themselves strategically, ready to fight under his command. Goddess Sophia's anger flared as she confronted Rise, her attack colliding with his defenses, sparking a fierce confrontation across the battlefield. Goddess Sophia looked shocked as reinforcements arrived on the battlefield, altering the fight's momentum with their unexpected appearance. Rise recognized Duke Hohenheim, calling out to him in surprise, acknowledging the powerful ally joining the fray. Duke Hohenheim explained that he had secured the surrounding territories, bringing the trained fighters under his command to aid Rise. He described his own success, mentioning the damage he had dealt to previous enemies using his magic and strategy. Rise and Hohenheim discussed tactics, while Sophia observed nervously, realizing the combined power of Rise and his allies could shift the battle. Goddess Sophia shouted in rage as Rise and his allies interfered with her duel, frustration spreading across the battlefield. Rise observed her reaction, noting her anger and feeling the tension rise as the fight escalated. An enemy voice announced themselves, calling out Sophia as Evil God Sophia, challenging her authority and presence in the sky. Alicia and Belle arrived with a giant dragon, converted from villagers into devoted believers, joining the fight to support Rise. The dragon's prayers and the people's devotion resonated, reflecting the gratitude and trust they placed in Rise for his guidance and kindness. Rise observed villagers and allies praying to him, calling him a savior, though he privately questioned the sincerity of their words. He confirmed he could hear their faith, feeling its power amplify his own magical abilities and influence. Rise's mana surged dramatically, shocking Goddess Sophia, who could not comprehend how his power grew so rapidly. He proudly declared that his healing magic had reached new heights, ready to wield it for the benefit of others. Rise announced he could now restore the lives of those lost, revealing that his healing was far more potent than anyone expected. Rise observed a group of revived people, waking in confusion and wonder, unsure of where they were or what had occurred. Broken bodies and remnants of previous battles littered the area, showing the cost of the recent conflicts. Rise confronted Jard Abbert directly, stating he no longer cared about maintaining a duel and would act according to his will. Goddess Sophia realized her efforts were futile. Rise dismissed her as insignificant, comparing her to a mere pebble on his path. Rise threatened Sophia with a decisive move, warning the old tyrant that he would face his full power before being finished. Rise proclaimed the strength of a man carrying the hopes and dreams of countless people, showing the weight of responsibility he bore. Goddess Sophia countered, declaring she would force Rise to pay attention to her, wielding the magic she had sacrificed her life to obtain. She unleashed her power, demonstrating the destructive magic she had cultivated, aiming to overwhelm Rise with its full force. Rise reacted with determination, channeling his own strength, prepared to meet Sophia's attack head-on. The sky ignited with a clash of magic, marking the beginning of a decisive confrontation between the two formidable forces. Goddess Sophia marveled at the amount of mana Rise possessed, realizing he was stronger than anyone she had faced. Rise revealed he was not alone, drawing strength from the support and faith of the entire Beastfolk clan behind him. Allies encouraged him, including Duke Hohenheim and others, urging him to unleash his spells and end the conflict decisively. Even the youngest and most timid supporters expressed trust in Rise, pledging to follow him to the ends of the world. Rise stood resolute with his allies, ready to bring peace and hope, his aura radiating strength as he prepared his final move. Alicia expressed her unwavering faith in Rise, asking him to guide everyone toward a brighter tomorrow. Rise responded with gratitude and determination, promising to take care of everything entrusted to him by his allies. Goddess Sophia watched as Rise's healing magic surpassed the speed of light, breaking through new dimensions with unprecedented power. Rise manifested a colossal magical attack, summoning the Apocalypse Black Hole Cow, shocking Sophia and asserting his dominance. Sophia trembled before the attack, realizing the overwhelming scale of Rise's magic and the true power he wielded in the battlefield. Sophia reflected on mana, realizing it does not grow with age but through belief in oneself, and the faith others place in them. She acknowledged that power increases as belief strengthens, both in oneself and among those who support you, amplifying magical potential. Sophia admitted defeat, recognizing that her past actions could never match the strength Rise wielded through unity and faith. Rise declared victory, celebrating the outcome of the battle and the power his allies' belief had granted him. Time passed peacefully after the battle, showing the world beginning to recover and rebuild under the influence of Rise's efforts and guidance. Rise stood alongside Alicia and Belle, celebrated and cheered by all as their esteemed savior and hero. He recalled how his actions, initially self-serving, unexpectedly earned him the admiration and trust of his people. Rise explained he had healed the dead and completed other feats, solidifying his reputation as a miracle worker. Despite his power, Rise admitted, feeling trapped by the overwhelming expectations and attention from those around him. Suddenly, Goddess Sophia returned from another dimension, announcing her arrival and signaling a new challenge for Rise and his allies. Goddess Sophia challenged Rise to their final duel, eager to test her full strength against him. Rise acknowledged her challenge, noting that leaving her unchecked would risk chaos, but agreed to the duel. Rise confidently declared his readiness, backed by Alicia and his growing number of believers, daring Sophia to strike with all her power. The battle began, marking a new chapter in their rivalry, as the two prepared for an epic confrontation, leaving the story open-ended. Rise Babylon struggled again in battle. Frustrated by constant defeat, she surrendered completely, offering herself without resistance. Rise faced an unusual adversary who calmly refused her submission, noting the bizarre cycle of her returning to life after each encounter. Frustration escalated as Rise demanded respect, while her opponent scolded her for causing unnecessary trouble in his routine. The conversation turned to strategy, suggesting Rise try confronting alternate versions of herself across parallel worlds to alleviate the ongoing conflict. Her opponent described alternate realities where Rise became emperor or a notorious alcoholic, highlighting the many ways her life could unfold. Rise Babylon's current world counterpart was considered perfect, leaving her opponent curious about the erratic nature of other versions. Rise speculated that hardships during their growth might have caused those alternate versions to become unpredictable. They recalled a major event from childhood, when her father's mana surged unexpectedly, triggering chaos and leaving lasting effects on the young Rise. The discussion turned to the nature of mana, which grows with confidence and faith, explaining the disparities between versions. Rise reflected on her own childhood, realizing she had no believers or followers, and that her current abilities were shaped by her experiences. Rise suddenly proposed traveling to the past, excitedly planning to fix things using dimensional magic. Her companion agreed, preparing to help her meet her younger self and witness her past experiences. Rise activated the dimensional magic portal, determined to confront her past and guide her former self. As they traveled, she contemplated how to introduce herself, joking about telling her old self she would be his future wife. Her companion quietly observed the plan, reflecting on the strange events and recording the moment in his book for later. 5-year-old Rise Babylon reflected on the looming collapse of his homeland, thinking ahead with surprising intelligence for his age. He observed his childish mother drinking excessively and wondered if his father would follow a similar path, fearing for the family. Rise considered using attack magic to defend himself, but knew he lacked skill, feeling hopeless about his ability to change the situation. Suddenly, a chaotic intrusion occurred as someone taunted and provoked him, forcing Rise to react in the moment. The intruder declared the land theirs, signaling the start of conflict and setting the stage for Rise's early trials and growth. Young Rise faced intruders demanding the whereabouts of his father, uncertain how to respond. He hesitated, knowing his father was incapacitated, unable to reveal the truth without danger. The attackers threatened him, prompting Rise to take immediate defensive action despite his youth. He unleashed a powerful attack, combining skill and instinct, surprising everyone with his magical capabilities. After the confrontation, Rise realized his potential, surpassing his father's abilities, and earning the presence of a goddess by his side. Rise stood before a young man, extending a hand in an authoritative gesture, signaling a test of resolve. The boy reacted violently, coughing blood, startled by the unexpected effects of the encounter. Confused and overwhelmed, he struggled to understand what was happening, unsure of the danger surrounding him. Rise observed calmly, noting that her attack's poison was taking effect, reflecting on the boy's fragility. Despite the boy's struggles, Rise remained composed, acknowledging the hopelessness of his situation and demonstrating her control over the attack magic. Rise made her target resistant to poison, planning to fix his weak disposition for future challenges. She reflected on her younger self, confident that no one could make him cower, no matter the threat. Using careful mental adjustments, she subtly encouraged self-treasuring, increasing the boy's confidence and self-worth. Rise and her companion decided to explore further into the past, using dimensional magic to investigate the source of the asylum. The young Rise awoke, confused and unsure of what had happened, his memory temporarily erased. Her actions increased his self-worth, boosting his mana, and cementing him as the future lord of the rundown territory. Nosha Kingdom, the holy capital of the Babylon Duchy, loomed over the land, a symbol of authority and order. Rise Babylon's subordinates brought him reports of the many pilgrims healed at the Demiurge Temple, showing the reach of his influence. The 17-year-old lord reflected on his rise, realizing that after defeating Jard Abert, his unusual new life had officially begun. Overwhelmed by his responsibilities, Rise screamed, unable to contain the pressure and chaos that demanded constant action. Faced with endless duties from the church and his territory, Rise wished for rest, feeling crushed beneath mountains of work. Rise considered the throne, recalling his choice to abdicate in favor of his uncle Hohenheim, avoiding immediate royal duties. He explained to a trusted advisor that he could not handle the chaos left by Jard Abert and needed support to lead. Despite protests, Rise insisted he only wished to guide the country from behind the scenes, avoiding direct glory or public attention. He reminded his advisor of their achievements together, proposing to let him enjoy a life of fun while still contributing. After deliberation, the advisor agreed, allowing Rise to maintain influence while freeing him from direct rulership responsibilities. Rise's advisor agreed to take the throne temporarily, relieving Rise of direct royal responsibilities until matters settled. Rise reflected on his new title as Duke, realizing the huge territory he now governed brought unexpected challenges. Claus, a loyal subordinate, came to consult with Rise, seeking guidance and approval for ongoing administrative matters. Rise greeted Claus warmly, emphasizing their friendship and making clear that formal ceremony was unnecessary for their interactions. Claus delivered a message from the king, ensuring Rise remained informed of royal matters even while avoiding direct rule. Rise learned that a banquet would be held at the royal palace, marking the kingdom's recovery after the war. His maid explained the event would allow nobles to meet and strengthen alliances, and she arranged Alicia and Irina's schedules. Rise panicked, realizing his manners were inadequate for attending a public royal event as a duke and hero of the people. He recalled his last party and tried to prepare, thinking strategically about how to conduct himself properly. Rise enlisted the help of Jaikov and Snail, gathering trusted aides to guide him through the upcoming banquet with confidence. Rise reminded Jaikov and Snail of their past deaths, including being killed by cows and enduring extreme hardships, as he revived them. He announced they would serve as his temporary etiquette teachers to prepare him for the upcoming royal banquet. The two protested, bewildered at being resurrected solely to teach manners, questioning Rise's motives and authority. Rise explained the importance of learning proper etiquette to avoid displeasing the other attendees during the banquet. Alicia smirked, recognizing the situation would give Rise another opportunity to experience controlled chaos, teasing him about enduring hell once more. Rise's allies were warned to be careful, as failure to obey could result in death, emphasizing the seriousness of the task. Rise calmed both Jaikov and Snail, reassuring them that his intentions were not harmful and urging them to cooperate. He clarified that their work would not be free, establishing clear terms for their temporary service as etiquette teachers. Rise confidently prepared for the banquet, demonstrating a spark of determination and readiness to master proper manners. Old friends recognized each other amidst the chaos, surprised by the unexpected reunion. While the preparations continued, Rise realized that his mastery of healing magic could now alter bodies, impressing the church members, but alarming his allies. He used his magic to modify a hairstyle, prompting requests from others to do the same for them. Alicia and Irina observed, noting the absurdity and worrying whether the effects would last, while Jaikov looked on nervously. The revived allies accepted their role as Rise's temporary etiquette teachers, reluctantly preparing to guide him through proper conduct. Rise enthusiastically requested their guidance, ready to learn manners and etiquette for the upcoming royal banquet. Rise's etiquette teachers explained the sequence of a full-course meal, detailing each dish and its proper order. One ally protested the slow pace, insisting it was impractical to wait for each dish individually. Rise agreed, recognizing that blindly following old noble customs was unnecessary for practical purposes. He decided to adapt the traditions, instructing staff to bring as much food as possible, while still observing manners. After resolving the food-related issues, Rise requested guidance on proper behavior during the banquet. Ready to learn etiquette while enjoying the meal, Rise received guidance on conversing with nobles, learning to ask about territories to create goodwill and gain valuable information. He recognized the importance of knowing each territory's details, noting that it helped in both diplomacy and governance. Rise's aides, cloaked in secrecy, stood ready to assist him in gathering intelligence efficiently. Alicia encouraged the team, emphasizing the need to report accurate information and stay attentive during their preparations. The cloaked subordinates delivered intelligence reports, informing Rise about territorial issues, locust infestations, and potential alliances for strategic planning. Rise received reports of Elysium embroiled in civil war and learned of an invasion threat from Orion, plotting strategic attacks. Alicia praised the information-gathering team, and Rise noted that some adversaries retained dangerous tendencies despite changes in position. He reflected that his influence as a pacifist had prevented potential terror across multiple nations, subtly altering the political landscape. Rise clarified terminology for his allies, emphasizing the intelligence network rivaling even the royal family and the significance of previous noble practices. The subordinates expressed shock at Rise's rise to duke and the establishment of demiurgism as a state religion, astonished at the political upheaval. Jykov and Snail exchanged nervous glances as Rise prepared to face the magical attack that threatened their lives. Rise confronted his adversaries, who declared him a monster and summoned a massive lava golem to eliminate him immediately. He protested, reminding them that they had supported him during his previous battle with Jard Abert and questioning their motives. The lava golem was unleashed, commanded to strike Rise while the attackers projected their magical power toward him. Rise remained composed, reflecting that Alicia's advice had been accurate and recognizing the futility of their overblown threat. Rise extended his hand, ready to unleash a magical effect on his adversaries during the confrontation. Jykov and Snail were shocked as their bodies reacted unexpectedly to Rise's intervention, leaving them in pain and confusion. Alicia revealed the cause. She had added beef to their bodies, anticipating the magical transformation's effect. The adversaries screamed in horror as their bodies began transforming, resisting the unexpected change imposed by Rise and Alicia. They fully transformed into cows, leaving Rise unimpressed and muttering, "You," observing the absurd results of his magical experiment. Rise sat calmly as Alicia and Irina celebrated their victory, remarking that with him leading no enemy could threaten them. He reflected on the banquet and his personal code of manners, promising that no enemy sacrifices would go to waste, showing his composure and strategic mindset. In the suburbs of the holy capital, Babylon, shadows stretched across the bare trees as dusk fell quietly. Rise Babylon's guards patrolled cautiously, scanning the area for any suspicious figures, hearing rumors of a mysterious woman with long hair. Whispers spread among the guards about the woman's transparent body, causing fear, though they reminded each other of their duty to protect Rise. Two guards walked deeper into the forest, arguing playfully to distract themselves, unaware that something watched silently between the trees. Suddenly, the mysterious figure appeared, her presence striking and terrifying, forcing the guards into panicked screams as darkness engulfed the path. Rise Babylon noticed reports of strange sightings in the suburbs. Books lined the walls as he read for clues. Alicia appeared, explaining that multiple witnesses, including guards, claimed to have seen a ghost in the forest. Rise's assistant felt nervous, unsure how to confront a ghost, but Rise stepped forward determined to take action. Rise followed Alicia's voice, rushing through the library, recognizing her urgency as the source of the disturbance. Suddenly, a mysterious figure dropped from the ceiling, revealing herself in a dramatic entrance, startling everyone in the room. Alicia clung to Rise Babylon nervously, calling him to protect her from ghosts, while expressing exaggerated fear. Rise noticed Alicia brushing against him, growing flustered, but he kept his focus on the strange occurrences. Alicia examined witness backgrounds, confirming their credibility and noting they were firm believers, so the sightings seemed legitimate. Other allies decided Rise should handle the situation directly, preparing to summon Claws to serve as support. Rise and Alicia stood together in the library, bracing as dark energy swirled around them, signaling the presence of something supernatural. Alicia, as a top-ranking holy sister, was chosen to accompany Rise Babylon, while other allies emphasized her importance. Rise insisted on handling the matter himself, though Alicia offered to follow him anywhere, ready for the adventure. The pair stepped into the forest, investigating the mystery with lanterns, while teasing bystanders commented on their unusual closeness. Alicia pointed out suspicious areas under bushes, prompting Rise to remain cautious as he analyzed every detail carefully. They continued the investigation, navigating through the trees as Alicia playfully reminded Rise of earlier comments, keeping the mood light yet alert. Rise and Alicia approached the ghost's location, observing the strange figure in the snow, while Alicia admired its beauty, despite its eerie nature. Alicia identified the ghost, pointing confidently, as Rise prepared to investigate cautiously beside her. Rise called out to Alicia, startled by the ghost's appearance, while keeping his lantern ready to reveal any hidden threat. Alicia distracted Rise with playful questions about their future, trying to keep him calm, despite the ghostly tension. Rise struggled to focus, torn between Alicia's affection and the supernatural presence, while the ghost disappeared as suddenly as it appeared. Alicia suddenly kissed Rise, startling him, while the tension of the ghost investigation lingered in the background. Rise and Alicia moved through the forest cautiously, alert to both supernatural threats and nearby dangers. Alicia confronted the source, recognizing the figure, as Rise prepared to intervene if needed. Alicia accused the newcomer of pursuing Rise, asserting her protective stance while standing firmly beside him. Despite the chaos, Rise remained composed, analyzing the situation as Alicia's bold actions and the ghostly presence created confusion and urgency. Rise and Alicia watched in shock as the ghost remained unaffected by their attacks, prompting a moment of disbelief. Rise quickly devised a new strategy, commanding his meat and bone dust spell to confront the supernatural entity. He followed up with a purification spell, channeling energy to cleanse the ghost's evil presence. The ghost's form wavered as Rise concentrated, successfully discerning its original appearance, despite having little information. Using the enchanted dust, Rise recreated the ghost's body, restoring it to life, and bringing resolution to the mysterious haunting. The resurrected ghost, now fully aware, reacted in shock, realizing she had a body again after Rise's spell. She thanked Rise, Babylon, and Alicia, expressing gratitude and excitement at being alive once more. The girl now, a half-cow, prepared to confront her enemy with renewed strength and determination. Rise and Alicia looked on, exhausted but relieved, while Alicia playfully suggested they create a new life together next time, highlighting their bond and teamwork. Babylon, once known as a criminal hideout, had transformed into a prosperous holy capital under new management. A strict law enforcement organization was established, while former criminals underwent rehabilitation and gradually became productive citizens. Public order improved dramatically throughout the territory. Many residents praised the Lord's leadership, crediting him for the peaceful changes. Meanwhile, a mysterious girl was brought before the authorities after being found wandering through the city. Her unusual appearance immediately attracted attention. The truth soon emerged. She had been captured while roaming the streets without clothes, and officials realized they had forgotten to provide proper clothing after taking her into custody. After hearing the explanation, Rise ordered the girl's release and instructed the guards to provide money for proper clothing. With the matter seemingly resolved, he prepared to end the day's proceedings, relieved that the troublesome incident was finally over. Suddenly, an urgent report arrived. The same woman was revealed to be Silica, a notorious criminal with a massive bounty and a fearsome reputation. Before anyone could react, Silica approached Rise directly and acted as though they shared a close friendship, leaving him uneasy. Soon Rise and his companions tracked her down. While she wandered through the forest alone, some members eagerly suggested eliminating her, but others waited for further instructions. Rise stopped his companions from acting immediately. He insisted that every criminal had a reason for their actions and wanted to learn the full story first. After reviewing Silica's record, he discovered a horrifying history. Multiple territories had been devastated, countless lives were lost, and her crimes stretched far beyond a single incident. Meanwhile, Silica displayed overwhelming magical power in the distance, shocking everyone who witnessed it and raising even more questions about her true nature. Rather than confront her directly, Rise considered a safer plan. He hoped to guide the dangerous woman out of his territory without provoking her. Reaching a decision, Rise stepped forward himself and prepared to speak with Silica. Rise's companions tried to stop him, warning that approaching Silica alone was far too dangerous given her reputation and strength. Despite their concerns, Rise remained confident. Trusting his own judgment, he decided to handle the situation personally rather than involve others. His determination convinced one of his allies. She agreed to follow his lead and pledged to risk her life to protect him if necessary. As they moved closer, Silica suddenly heard a familiar voice. The sound immediately caught her attention and stirred old memories. Turning toward the source, she found Rise standing before her. Surprise replaced her calm expression as an unexpected reunion finally took place. Silica froze when Rise appeared before her. His sudden arrival left her flustered and struggling to stay composed. Moments later, she rushed toward him and desperately clung to his side. The unexpected reaction stunned everyone watching from nearby. After calming down, Rise asked why she wanted his help. The group gathered around and waited for her explanation. Silica revealed her concern. Her bounty had spread across the country, and she hoped Rise's growing influence could help resolve the problem, rather than reject her request. Rise agreed to hear her side of the story. Relieved by his response, Silica accepted the chance to explain herself. Silica explained that she once admired Rise and left the palace hoping to help people across the world by following his example. Recalling her journey, she insisted that she always tried her hardest to do what she believed was right. One incident quickly revealed the problem. Believing she was helping hunters, Silica poisoned a spring used by animals to make hunting easier, to support her travels. She continued acting on similar ideas, convinced that her actions would benefit others and solve problems. Instead, frightened villagers pursued her wherever she went. After hearing the story, Rise realized her crimes came from disastrous misunderstandings rather than malice. Silica continued her story, claiming she solved droughts, defeated monsters, and overcame disasters. As she reflected on her travels, she realized she had spent most of her journey fleeing from angry people rather than helping them. The others reviewed additional reports and concluded that many ruined towns had likely been damaged by the same series of misunderstandings. Silica explained another incident, insisting she had acted with good intentions. Even so, her explanation only reinforced why authorities considered her a dangerous criminal. Before the discussion could continue, one of the Panda sisters suddenly launched an attack. To everyone's surprise, Silica calmly avoided the strike while remaining completely unfazed. Silica calmly apologized. Her body dissolved into water and reformed moments later, leaving everyone stunned by the display. Embarrassed by the situation, she tried to avoid attention while the others struggled to understand what kind of ability she had used. Silica then explained that she could transform herself into water particles and rebuild her entire body as long as even a small part remained. Hearing this, the group realized how dangerous she truly was. Her powers allowed her to survive attacks that would defeat most opponents. While the others worried, one companion began thinking carefully. Rather than making an enemy of Silica, she searched for a way to gain her cooperation. Following Rise's suggestion, Silica happily returned to her homeland, convinced that everything would work out once she arrived. She thanked Rise for helping her and eagerly accepted his offer to stay within the territory, believing it was the perfect place to begin again. Confident and optimistic, Silica expected a warm welcome from the people she once knew and proudly announced her return. Instead, panic spread across the region. Residents remembered the disasters connected to her name and feared she had come back to cause more destruction. Overwhelmed by the rejection, Silica lost control of her emotions. A massive flood followed, devastating the Palisade region and adding another tragic chapter to her infamous legend. At the main cathedral of the Church of Demiurge, a devoted nun sought Rise's blessing, hoping for a miracle that would change her future. After hearing her request, Rise agreed to help. The grateful nun knelt before him, convinced that her wish would soon be fulfilled. A brilliant light suddenly enveloped her body. As the blessing took effect, a remarkable transformation occurred, leaving her stunned by the unexpected result. Excitement quickly replaced her surprise. Delighted by the miracle, she imagined countless new opportunities ahead and thanked Rise wholeheartedly. Once the blessing session ended, another church member recorded the outcome. While Rise quietly reflected on the unusual event before moving on, Rise casually explained that he had only used healing magic and considered the result insignificant compared to the hardships others faced. Meanwhile, the church celebrated the miracle. New believers arrived in growing numbers, while many admired the remarkable changes brought about by Rise's blessings. Encouraged by the success, Alicia boldly sought the same treatment for herself. Before Rise could react, another dramatic transformation began. At that moment, Irina suddenly emerged from a hidden space beneath the floor, catching everyone off guard. Seeing Alicia's actions, Irina immediately intervened. She reminded her of their agreement and insisted that distracting Rise during work was completely unacceptable. Irina revealed that she had secretly been watching Alicia and Jardabert during her day off. While Alicia brushed it aside, Rise questioned why Irina had been hiding beneath the floor. Rather than denying it, Irina confidently claimed there was much to discuss. Alicia unexpectedly agreed, making the situation seem more serious. Concerned, Irina pointed out how closely Alicia and Jardabert had been spending time together. Rise misunderstood the tension and assumed simple jealousy was involved. Still confused, Rise failed to grasp what had caused such concern and casually changed the subject. The explanation soon emerged. After an unexpected encounter during a nighttime walk, Jardabert's popularity exploded, turning her into a celebrated idol almost overnight. With Jardabert occupied by work and family responsibilities, the group expected a period of peace, and fewer unexpected incidents around the castle. That hope quickly vanished when Alicia and Irina shifted their attention to another matter. After some discussion, they settled on a plan. A cooking contest would allow them to display their talents while taking advantage of Jardabert's absence. The friendly idea soon escalated into a fierce rivalry. Before Rise understood what was happening, the contest was declared a battle to determine the future first wife. By evening, the castle garden had been transformed into a grand arena, and the unusual cooking competition officially began. To make the contest feel grander, Belle and Captain Claus enthusiastically took charge as commentators and hosts, despite the lack of any audience. The competitors then made dramatic entrances. Alicia proudly displayed her confidence, while Irina stepped forward determined to prove her abilities. Alicia's overenthusiastic presentation immediately caused concern. Even Belle realized she had pushed the performance much further than necessary. Ignoring the awkward atmosphere, Claus officially announced the first stage of the competition and instructed both contestants to gather ingredients. Instead of visiting a kitchen or pantry, the pair rushed toward enormous wild cattle. Rise watched in disbelief as the cooking contest suddenly turned into a dangerous hunt. As the contest began, Belle explained that the enormous beasts were specially altered cattle raised within Babylon. Without hesitation, Alicia launched the first attack. Moving like a trained assassin, she rushed straight toward a beast's weak point before anyone could react. Moments later, the massive animal collapsed. Her precise strike ended the fight instantly, leaving the spectators stunned by her ruthless efficiency. Refusing to fall behind, Irina gathered her strength and unleashed a powerful attack of her own. The ground shook as her determination erupted forward. The clash ended with Irina charging directly into another beast. Her fierce blow landed cleanly, proving that she intended to match Alicia's performance and keep the competition alive. Irina's attack impressed everyone with its overwhelming power. Unfortunately, the enormous beast was reduced to little more than a ruined pile, leaving almost nothing suitable for cooking. Realizing the ingredient had been destroyed, the judges questioned whether Irina should be disqualified. Rise allowed it to pass, and the contest continued. Confident that she had gained the advantage, Alicia proudly celebrated, while Irina struggled to hide her frustration over the setback. The competition then shifted to cooking. Both contestants focused intensely on preparing their dishes, determined to earn Rise's approval. Before long, Alicia presented her completed meal, smiling with confidence. She offered a steak packed with care and affection as the first entry of the contest. Rise examined Alicia's dish and immediately noticed a strange white coating covering the steak. Curious, he asked about the unusual seasoning before taking a bite. Without hesitation, he tasted the meal. Alicia suddenly became nervous, realizing he had sampled the dish before receiving a proper explanation. Almost instantly, an intense reaction struck him. The special seasoning turned out to be a powerful aphrodisiac, leaving Rise flustered and struggling to stay composed. Embarrassed, Alicia admitted that she had deliberately added it in hopes of making a stronger impression while a rival was absent. Despite the shocking ingredient, Rise calmly continued eating. After judging the actual cooking, he praised the steak's flavor and preparation, leaving Alicia overwhelmed with relief and happiness. While Alicia celebrated her successful dish, Rise calmly cured the effects of the strange seasoning. Unfortunately, Irina revealed that she had already eaten much of her dish while testing it. Only a small portion remained for judging. Embarrassed by the mistake, she offered to cook again. Rise declined and chose to evaluate what was left instead. After tasting it, he praised the rich flavor and skillful use of spices. Irina quietly rejoiced as her effort finally received recognition. With judging complete, Rise announced the result. Unable to choose between the two contestants, he declared both winners, bringing the chaotic competition to a peaceful end rather than choosing a single winner. Rise decided to leave the result unresolved, convinced that picking either side would only create new problems. At Babylon Castle, the Lord warmly welcomed Johann, a noble youth who had been studying under a respected duke for a long time. Johann humbly reflected on his shortcomings and explained that his training had revealed many flaws within himself. Rather than treating him formally, the Lord accepted Johann like a younger brother, creating a surprisingly friendly atmosphere. As the meeting continued, Johann suddenly reacted to a distant commotion. His expression changed, showing urgency and concern. Unable to endure the situation any longer, Johann dropped to the floor and begged the Lord for help regarding his troublesome father. Johann explained that the woman had failed as an idol because of constant mistakes, poor discipline, and repeated outbursts. After leaving that career behind, she drifted through several other jobs. Every attempt ended the same way, and her reputation only worsened. Despite hearing all of this, Rise focused on her willingness to work and considered that quality more important than her failures. Soon afterward, The woman became unusually attached to Johann, staying close to him whenever possible, and ignoring personal boundaries. Her behavior grew even more troublesome, from invading his private space to clinging to Rise, overwhelmed and frustrated. Johann struggled to handle the chaos surrounding her. Johann finished explaining his troubles to Rise. Before they could continue, Alicia rushed into the room after learning about the situation. Rather than accepting formal treatment, Alicia encouraged Johann to see her as an older sister, strengthening the unusual family-like bond around him. Rise redirected the discussion when he noticed a small dragon accompanying Alicia. Its appearance seemed very different from before. With obvious affection, Alicia revealed that the creature was a new form. She proudly cared for it while treating it like a beloved companion, deciding the dragon was not worth questioning further. The group returned to discussing Johann's complicated family problems. Rise encouraged Johann to compare his current life with the past. Looking back, Johann realized he had once been treated terribly and admitted that things had improved greatly. When asked whether he still resented Alicia, Johann reflected on their history and found that his hatred had already faded away. Alicia explained that the woman's strange behavior likely came from finally achieving a long-held dream and regaining some stability. After hearing the explanation, Johann gradually accepted the situation and began to understand her intentions. With renewed determination, he decided to speak honestly with his father once more, hoping to build a genuine family at last. Encouraged by Rise's kindness, Johann accepted Alicia as an older sister. The tense relationship finally began to feel like a real family bond. Watching Johann leave with renewed confidence, Rise praised Alicia's advice, and believed the young noble would be fine from then on. Alicia happily agreed, expecting Johann's troublesome guardian to stay occupied caring for him, instead of causing problems elsewhere. Soon, Alicia admitted that many of the woman's past jobs had actually been arranged through her efforts, though each attempt ended in failure. With Johann's situation improving, Alicia relaxed against Rise, and concluded that the woman would probably stay away from Babylon for some time. After parting from Rise, Johann still could not believe how unreasonable the woman's behavior had become. Determined to fix his family problems, he gathered his courage and went to meet his father for a serious discussion. The conversation was interrupted when the woman suddenly appeared in a bizarre magical girl outfit and proudly showed off her latest transformation. Embarrassed and frustrated, Johann immediately scolded her for wearing such revealing clothes, but she failed to understand his concern. Instead of backing down, she teased him with a playful remark. Her reaction left Johann flustered, making the situation even harder for him to handle. The woman misunderstood Johann's embarrassment and assumed his reaction came from ordinary youthful feelings, leaving him even more frustrated. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, Johann abandoned his planned discussion and shouted his resentment toward his father, revealing that their relationship still needed much work. Rise arrived at the royal palace of the Nocia kingdom. Standing before the throne, he received a warm welcome from the king, who regarded him as a respected hero. With his usual courtesy, Rise praised the king and followed proper etiquette. The ruler then eased the atmosphere by treating the meeting as one between friends. Accepting the king's suggestion, Rise relaxed and prepared to continue the discussion in a less formal manner. A closer look at the ruler revealed an intimidating figure. The king's powerful presence left Rise completely stunned. Uneasiness quickly crept into his thoughts. Rise silently wondered how he had ended up in this position and feared what might happen next. Wanting to leave a good impression, Rise offered to use his healing magic on the king and eagerly waited for a response. After receiving permission, he immediately activated his magic. Bright energy flowed from his hands as the spell took effect. The king quickly felt the results. Fatigue disappeared from his body, and his condition improved far beyond expectations. Grateful for the help, the king approached Rise and expressed sincere appreciation. Rise then realized how exhausting the ruler's duties must be. With the matter settled, both men moved on to the real purpose of the meeting. Their attention soon turned toward an ancient slate placed before them. The king revealed an ancient slate recovered from the royal treasury. Carved upon it was an image connected to one of the oldest records of Sophianism. After studying and deciphering the text, the king claimed he had uncovered a shocking truth. He then sought Rise's opinion on the discovery. Examining the image, Rise recognized the figure associated with the faith. The depiction seemed far more normal than he expected. The king explained that he had initially believed the slate to be a sacred religious scripture. Further investigation changed that conclusion. The writings appeared to be personal notes left by someone identifying herself as the goddess Sophia. The writings described a mysterious woman, awakening alone on a desolate shore. Confused by her surroundings, she struggled to understand where she was. As she gathered her thoughts, an even greater problem emerged. She realized she could not remember her own identity. Time passed as she wandered across the world in search of answers. Despite her efforts, she found no intelligent beings who could help her. Eventually, she considered accepting a life of solitude. Yet a powerful feeling suddenly rose within her and rejected that path. The source of that emotion soon became clear. Discovering a fierce desire for battle, she concluded that seeking a duel against a powerful opponent was her true purpose. The writings revealed how the mysterious woman found a new purpose. By pushing healing magic to its limits, she decided to create humanity herself. Back in the present, the king explained that the slate described humans as beings created from intelligent creatures that already existed in the world. Hearing this, Rise became uneasy. He quickly searched for alternative explanations and hoped the story referred to some other goddess. The records continued by describing how the goddess guided humanity, granting wisdom and magic to its earliest leaders. Although the account resembled familiar religious teachings, the king believed the document was genuine because of one decisive piece of evidence yet to be revealed. The ancient record described a fierce battle against the demon lord and endless waves of monsters that suddenly appeared across the world. Facing overwhelming numbers, the goddess fought continuously. Despite defeating countless enemies, the attacks showed no sign of stopping. Realizing ordinary methods would not be enough, she decided to unleash the strongest spell at her disposal. A massive magical creature appeared in response to her call. To the surprise of all, the legendary summon took the form of a gigantic stone cow. The spell instantly crushed the surrounding monsters. Even so, the goddess found herself questioning why her ultimate technique looked so unusual. The goddess suddenly suffered a violent shock as forgotten memories resurfaced. Fragments of her battle against the demon lord returned to her mind. At last, she remembered the truth. During their final confrontation, her enemy had trapped her using a mysterious black hole and cast her away. Unable to escape, she drifted through the endless void for what felt like an eternity, isolated from the world she once knew. As hope slowly faded, she prepared herself to accept her fate and remain lost forever. Just before surrendering to despair, she heard a familiar voice calling out to her. The unexpected question immediately captured her attention. The mysterious figure challenged the goddess's despair. Rather than accepting defeat, he urged her to keep moving forward and seek a path beyond her current limits. She argued that she had already exhausted every technique she knew. Even centuries of study and sacrifice had failed to overcome her enemy. Before disappearing, the figure left behind a final message. His words inspired her to continue searching for answers, instead of giving up. Reflecting on the encounter, the goddess realized her understanding of magic had been incomplete. New possibilities existed beyond everything she had previously learned. Filled with renewed determination, she vowed to return one day. That resolve became the force that allowed her to stand again and continue her journey. After escaping the endless darkness, the goddess proudly declared her return. Believing she had traveled into the distant past, she prepared to find her old enemy once again. The story ended, leaving both Rise and the king speechless. Neither of them knew how to react to the unbelievable revelation. Breaking the silence, the king admitted that the discovery could change history. Even so, he felt the truth was too confusing to share with the public. Rise immediately asked who else knew about the contents of the slate. The king revealed that he alone had read the complete text. Before the discussion could continue, the ancient slate suddenly cracked apart. Rise watched in shock as the priceless artifact began to break before his eyes. As the shattered slate crumbled away, Rise reflected on the situation. He realized that simply relying on force would not solve the mystery surrounding the ancient record. Without warning, the palace doors burst open and a familiar woman rushed inside. Her sudden appearance shocked everyone present, while her behavior immediately cast doubt on the image of the dignified goddess described in the ancient text. In the Duchy of Babylon, Rise addressed the gathered citizens and promised to eliminate the hardships troubling their lives. Confidence spread through the crowd as they listened to his declaration. Hope quickly replaced the uncertainty that had weighed on the people. Excitement grew across the gathering. Residents reacted enthusiastically and placed their trust in Rise's ability to improve the territory. Soon afterward, the citizens openly praised him as their savior. The overwhelming admiration left Rise caught off guard by the scale of their devotion. Even after he departed, the cheers continued to echo throughout the area. Rise moved on while the grateful townspeople celebrated his achievements. While walking through the duchy, two former residents discussed Rise's growing fame. Despite their complaints, they admitted that his actions had given them a second chance at life. Their conversation was interrupted by a maid who introduced herself. She revealed that Rise had resurrected her after death, and that she now served in the mansion. Far away, another story unfolded within a prison isolated from time and space. A lone figure remained trapped inside the strange dimension. The confinement defied every known law of the world. Even after countless years, the prison continued to hold its captive. Filled with anger, the prisoner cursed the one responsible. The impossible situation only strengthened his determination to break free. After countless years of confinement, cracks finally spread across the dimensional prison. The barrier that had sealed the captive away began to collapse. The imprisoned figure emerged from the shattered structure. He was revealed to be Angulmoa, the demon lord once defeated in ancient times. While trapped, Angulmoa had continued observing the world through the eyes of his monsters. As a result, he remained aware of major events beyond the prison. Watching recent developments filled him with frustration. Rise's actions had overturned natural laws, altered death itself, and disrupted the balance of the world. Despite his anger, Angulmoa saw an opportunity, using the chaos as a clue. He discovered a method to escape and swore to confront both Rise and Sophia. While Rise focused on his work, Sophia suddenly appeared and complained about having too much free time. Her unexpected visit immediately disrupted the quiet atmosphere. Ignoring his protests, Sophia clung to him and insisted on spending time together. Rise struggled to free himself as she continued bothering him. Moments later, both of them noticed a violent surge of mana in the distance. The strange energy quickly drew their attention. Rushing outside, they searched for the source of the disturbance. Rise suspected Sophia might somehow be connected to the incident. Before they could investigate further, a dark figure surrounded by sinister energy appeared nearby. The newcomer had finally found the people he was looking for. Angulmoa finally confronted Rise and accused him of throwing the world into disorder. The demon lord viewed the recent changes as an attack on the balance he believed should be his to control. Recognizing the intruder, Rise calmly examined him. The encounter unfolded very differently from the tense confrontation Angulmoa had expected. Instead of reacting with fear, Rise treated the demon lord like a troublesome patient. His unusual response only made Angulmoa even more furious. After considering the situation, Rise reached a simple conclusion. He decided that healing magic was the best solution to the problem before him. A powerful spell engulfed the demon lord. Caught completely off guard, Angulmoa stared at Rise in confusion as the strange treatment began. Angulmoa easily resisted Rise's healing magic. Rather than being affected, he pushed the spell away and mocked the attempt. Surprised by the resistance, Rise examined the strange power surrounding the demon lord. The dark energy appeared completely different from any magic he had encountered before. Sophia then revealed the intruder's identity. Angulmoa was the creator of monsters and the legendary demon lord spoken of in ancient records. Remembering the old scriptures, Sophia recalled that Angulmoa had once been sealed away. She also realized that his existence was tied to her own actions long ago. After hearing the explanation, Rise blamed Sophia for creating the problem in the first place. The goddess could only awkwardly reflect on the decisions she had made in the distant past. Rise and Sophia argued over responsibility for Angulmoa's existence. Their debate became increasingly absurd as both tried to shift the blame onto each other. Watching the exchange, Angulmoa decided there was no point in reasoning with them. He dismissed the pair as hopelessly irrational and ignored their accusations. The argument continued until Angulmoa finally ordered them to stop. Neither side accepted responsibility, leaving the dispute completely unresolved. Turning serious, Angulmoa explained his goal. He wanted a world free from human weaknesses, imperfections, and the fear of death that shaped mortal lives. Rise immediately challenged that vision, believing hardship and mortality were part of humanity. He rejected Angulmoa's ideals and prepared to oppose him once again. Angulmoa finally lost patience with Rise and declared him a greater threat than any demon. Convinced that Rise's actions had corrupted the world, he resolved to defeat him and restore what he believed was the proper order. Rise accepted the challenge without hesitation. While Sophia complained about being ignored, Angulmoa prepared a special method instead of a direct attack. Knowing ordinary death could not stop a master healer, Angulmoa activated a strange power aimed at erasing Rise's advantage. A mysterious sphere formed around Rise and Sophia. Angulmoa revealed that he had destroyed the history of the space surrounding them. The situation quickly worsened. Their existence began fading from reality itself, trapping them in a place where escape and dimensional travel were impossible. As the erasure progressed, Rise and Sophia began fading from existence. Angulmoa remained confident that removing them was necessary to create the perfect world he envisioned. Before finishing Sophia completely, Angulmoa changed his plan. He bound her with chains and decided to leave her behind as a vague legendary figure, rather than erase her entirely. Sophia was left confused by the decision. Angelmoa declared that she would survive only as an uncertain existence, remembered more as a myth than a real person. With Sophia dealt with, Angelmoa turned his full attention to Rise. Believing victory was near, he prepared to cast Rise into eternal darkness and reshape the world. A sudden flash interrupted the process. Despite the erasure surrounding him, Rise endured and began resisting Angelmoa's power. As Rise resisted erasure, countless fragments of history, memories, and events swirled around him. The collapsing space became unstable, causing the records that defined reality to break apart and scatter. The distortion soon spread beyond the battlefield. Across the world, cracks of corruption appeared, and even ordinary places began flickering, as if their existence was being rewritten. Sophia endured cruel mockery as her captor laughed at her battered condition, convinced she had already lost every chance to resist. Bound tightly by dark chains, she struggled through pain and exhaustion, while refusing to let despair consume her determination. Certain of victory, the enemy proudly declared that Rise had been erased and claimed the entire land now belonged to the demon forces without opposition. Even while restrained, Sophia showed unwavering faith, believing Rise possessed strength far beyond what anyone could imagine, despite the enemy's confidence. Elsewhere, Rise drifted through a mysterious white void as a distant call urged him to awaken. A distant voice reached Rise, pulling him from the endless white void until his eyes slowly opened in confusion. Startled by his surroundings, he quickly realized he was no longer trapped and desperately searched for answers. Before panic could overwhelm him, a mysterious girl calmly explained that she would reveal everything she knew about his fate. According to her, the demon lord Angelmoa had erased most of her existence, captured her, and nearly removed Rise from reality as well. Hearing the explanation, Rise finally understood that his disappearance had only appeared complete, leaving hope that his return was still possible. While recalling the past, Rise realized Sophia's existence had begun after their encounter, making the strange explanation seem increasingly believable. The mysterious girl concluded that Sophia could only exist because Rise remained alive, proving their fates were unexpectedly connected. Following her advice, Rise decided to test his magic, hoping his powers had not disappeared after being partially erased. Without hesitation, he cast a familiar spell, expecting an overwhelming creature to appear before him once again. Instead, an ordinary cow appeared, leaving Rise stunned as he realized something had gone terribly wrong with his magic. After testing his magic, Rise learned his mana had greatly weakened because the memories of his followers from the previous world had vanished. Without their faith supporting him, the power he once relied upon had declined to only a fraction of its former strength. Accepting the explanation, Rise finally understood why even simple spells now demanded far more effort than before. Meanwhile, the mysterious girl lamented that her trusted companions had forgotten her, making all of her sacrifices seem meaningless. Curious about her survival, Rise shifted the discussion and questioned how she had managed to remain there after being captured. The mysterious girl revealed that her unique connection with Rise allowed her to retain memories of him and the world he once lived in. Using that special bond, she created a new technique that projected her image, enabling them to communicate across the strange space. Although no one else could see or hear her, Rise praised her ingenuity before quickly returning to more urgent matters. Without wasting time, he asked about the Demon Lord and the current condition of the outside world. She explained that humanity had united against a common threat, yet nearly the entire world had already fallen under Angelmoa's overwhelming control. Rise questioned why the Demon Lord had not eliminated humanity completely, despite possessing overwhelming magical power. The mysterious girl explained that the Demon Lord had exhausted enormous mana erasing Rise and continued spending energy to keep her weakened, leaving little room for other actions. After assessing his remaining strength, Rise realized he could only summon ordinary cows instead of his devastating magical creations. Hearing that conclusion, the girl admitted their situation looked hopeless with his current abilities. Even so, Rise refused to forgive the Demon Lord and resolved to find another path to protect humanity once again. Overcome with anger, Rise swore to defeat the Demon Lord for destroying the peaceful life he had worked so hard to build. The mysterious girl immediately recognized his fierce determination, reminding her of the resolve he once showed during their past conflict. Without delaying further, Rise asked for the Demon Lord's location and began planning a direct assault, despite the overwhelming danger ahead. Thanks to the connection between them, the girl realized Rise could track the hidden castle by sensing the Demon Lord's presence. Rise located the enemy far to the north, allowing both of them to prepare for the decisive battle ahead. The mysterious girl encouraged Rise to restore his strength, gather trusted allies, and prepare to defeat the Demon Lord. Determined to begin immediately, Rise mounted an ordinary cow, accepting his weakened state while moving toward his next goal. Filled with renewed confidence, he vowed to rebuild his power from nothing and set out on a new heroic journey. Rise traveled toward the Demon Lord's territory while riding a cow, asking his fairy companion about the town ahead. Exhausted from repeated magic, she immediately drifted into deep sleep. Trying to gather important information, Rise attempted waking the sleeping fairy several times. She remained completely unresponsive, making him realize her weakened condition prevented further magical assistance during their journey. Although worried about traveling alone, Rise appreciated surviving thanks to the fairy's earlier support. Accepting reality, he resolved to investigate the unfamiliar town personally, instead of depending on her guidance. Upon reaching the city gate, Rise noticed nervous guards watching every visitor with caution. Becoming distracted by his thoughts, his speeding cow startled nearby soldiers before passing through the entrance. Relieved that nobody suffered injuries, Rise entered the large town and observed its surroundings, comparing everything with Babylon's former state. He recognized widespread poverty, neglected buildings, and an atmosphere lacking hope. After observing the town's miserable condition, Rise suddenly devised a simple solution. Believing every problem could disappear through proper reforms, he became determined to restore the struggling settlement by himself. Before beginning his ambitious plan, Rise decided gathering reliable information remained the highest priority. Assuming the local lord understood every problem, he headed toward the mansion while riding his faithful cow. Arriving near the impressive mansion, Rise unexpectedly noticed crowds surrounding the estate in complete disorder. Realizing the residents faced an attack, he immediately recognized an opportunity, requiring urgent intervention. Watching the unfolding disturbance, Rise felt fortunate because helping during the crisis could also introduce him to the territory's lord. Confident about his timing, he prepared to assist without hesitation. Rise encouraged his cow forward before casting powerful healing magic that erased exhaustion, restored injuries, and strengthened its body. Filled with renewed energy, the determined animal charged toward the battlefield. Silica reported capturing the rebels threatening the territory while presenting herself before the local lord. Delighted by her loyalty, the demon commander promised endless meat and alcohol for her continued service. Rise suddenly arrived riding his strengthened cow, interrupting the meeting before Silica could celebrate further. His unexpected entrance shocked everyone, causing confusion throughout the crowded gathering inside the estate grounds. Without understanding the situation, Rise launched an attack that blasted the demon commander away. Buried beneath debris, the furious monster revealed himself as Manticore, a powerful southern commander, serving the demon lord. Citizens gathered around the battlefield, while Rise stared at the defeated monster with complete confusion. Silica questioned his identity, leaving the tiny fairy worried because Rise still lacked any proper explanation. Believing the capital's rulers would understand everything, Rise laughed with quiet confidence, despite having no real plan. Meanwhile, the anxious fairy realized his reckless actions continued creating unexpected misunderstandings around everyone. Rise raised his hand, declaring humanity and the troubled country would remain safe while he stood there. Hoping to inspire everyone, he prepared another bold action without considering the dangerous consequences. Facing the gathered monsters, Rise hurled a heavy object with surprising force, believing simple attacks could solve the battle. The furious demons mocked him, unaware another unexpected assault would immediately follow. Rise ordered his strengthened cow forward like a living projectile, sending it crashing across the battlefield. Silica avoided the charging animal, while the bewildered monsters struggled against the reckless surprise attack. Shocked by the relentless assault, Manticore demanded Rise reveal his identity before continuing the fight. Smiling with confidence, Rise introduced himself as an ordinary liberator passing through the troubled territory. The surrounding citizens noticed someone confronting the demon lord's forces inside the mansion grounds. Hearing rumors about Silica capturing the resistance, they gathered around the battlefield, watching Rise's unexpected appearance. Rise addressed the frightened citizens, asking whether the monsters had broken their determination. Urging everyone to remember their freedom, he challenged them to reject lives spent serving cruel oppressors forever. Rise continued encouraging the gathered crowd, calling upon them to raise their voices against injustice. His passionate words inspired hidden courage, convincing many people they still deserved freedom and dignity. The frightened citizens answered Rise's appeal with growing determination, declaring they would never remain slaves beneath the monsters again. Their united response spread confidence throughout the crowd surrounding the battlefield. Satisfied after hearing the citizens' determined voices, Rise smiled with quiet confidence while believing his motivational speech had succeeded. Encouraged by his words, the people openly declared their homeland belonged to them, enraged by the citizens' defiance. The demon commander threatened everyone with death for daring to resist the demon lord's army. Furious shouts echoed across the battlefield. As the confrontation reached another dangerous stage, Rise's words exposed Manticore's true intentions before the gathered citizens, making everyone realize the demon commander valued only obedience. The crowd understood their enemy feared rebellion against the entire demon army. Inspired by Rise's speech, the citizens rejected Manticore's authority and declared their determination to fight. Their courage replaced fear as they united against the monster, responsible for their suffering. Watching the citizens stand, Rise remained surprised while the tiny fairy celebrated their growing confidence. She realized most people still possessed magical ability, making victory possible without Rise entering direct combat. Enraged by the uprising, Manticore charged forward and mocked the humans' resistance with overwhelming confidence. The awakened citizens answered by unleashing coordinated magical attacks, yet the powerful demon dismissed their combined assault. Laughing at the failed attacks, Manticore transformed into his enormous true form before the frightened crowd, towering over everyone. The giant demon prepared to crush both Rise and the inspired resistance. Facing Manticore's enormous transformation, Rise remained confident instead of showing fear. Comparing the giant demon with previous opponents, he dismissed the terrifying appearance as nothing, especially threatening or impressive. Remembering countless dangerous battles from his previous life, Rise believed Manticore failed to match those overwhelming enemies. His relaxed attitude confused nearby witnesses, while the demon prepared another fierce assault. Manticore launched repeated attacks toward Rise, but every strike missed its target. Recalling Jardabert's incredible speed, Rise easily avoided each blow while mocking the demon's slow movements during battle. After dodging another attack, Rise activated a strange technique inspired by his previous knowledge. He prepared an unusual biological attack, believing extreme cellular division could defeat the enormous demon before him. Brilliant light gathered around Rise's hands as Manticore watched with growing alarm and confusion. Unable to unleash stronger abilities because of his weakened condition, the demon observed Rise's mysterious technique unfold. Rise released his strange attack, creating a brilliant explosion that engulfed Manticore before the astonished citizens. The overwhelming blast left the giant demon screaming as the destructive impact spread everywhere. With Manticore defeated, Rise proudly introduced himself as Rise Babylon before declaring he would save the world. Although everyone survived, the unusual attack left nearby people suffering temporary radiation sickness. After defeating Manticore, the grateful citizens praised Rise as their heroic savior and rightful leader. They celebrated his victory, promising unwavering loyalty while believing he had rescued their homeland from destruction. Meanwhile, the tiny fairy noticed Rise's behavior resembled his previous life, where earning people's trust remained important. Watching the overwhelming praise, she quietly realized his influence continued growing beyond expectations. Rise announced a grand celebration, inviting everyone to enjoy the prepared feast after their hard-fought victory. Believing the starving demon army had already weakened, he considered his unusual strategy successful and effective. As the joyful banquet continued, Rise revealed another important event would soon begin. Confident everyone had regained their strength, he prepared to begin the next stage of his plan. Shocking the gathered crowd, Rise declared Silica would face execution as the territory's wicked ruler. The unexpected announcement stunned Silica, while everyone watched the unbelievable decision with confused expressions. Rise announced Silica's execution before the gathered citizens, giving her one final opportunity to defend herself. Terrified by the unexpected judgment, Silica desperately pleaded for everyone to hear her explanation. First, trying to escape punishment, Silica warned the citizens that the central government would eventually target them without her protection. Instead of believing those claims, the crowd listened with suspicion and doubt. The furious citizens rejected every excuse Silica offered, accusing her of serving the demon army instead of protecting them. Surrounded by angry voices demanding punishment, she lost hope of escaping judgment. Panicking before Rise, Silica begged for forgiveness while offering her wealth and territory in exchange for mercy. Smiling calmly, Rise declared she could at least choose her own method of execution. Before Rise could continue, several citizens suddenly collapsed while suffering severe headaches and coughing blood. Realizing something had gone terribly wrong, Rise rushed forward to check their alarming condition. Watching the citizens collapse, Rise feared the celebration meal had caused dangerous food poisoning throughout the crowd. The tiny fairy realized everyone suffered temporary radiation sickness from Rise's previous attack. Mistaking the strange symptoms for a powerful curse, Rise remained confident his healing magic could solve everything. He prepared another spell, while the worried citizens gathered before him. The weakened citizens insisted the demon army had cursed everyone for resisting their oppression, begging Rise to save them. Hearing those claims, the tiny fairy realized another misunderstanding had already begun spreading. Confident he could reverse the supposed curse, Rise calmly reassured everyone before activating his healing magic. Brilliant light surrounded his body as he released powerful restorative energy across the exhausted crowd. The citizens recovered almost immediately after receiving Rise's healing magic, praising him as their great savior once again. While celebrating the miracle, the tiny fairy noticed another person behaving strangely. The recovered citizens suddenly knelt together in prayer before an approaching figure, leaving Rise confused by their respectful behavior. Watching everyone bow simultaneously, he realized someone important had arrived. A graceful woman stepped through the silent crowd, while every citizen continued showing deep respect toward her presence. Rise watched as the mysterious visitor approached with calm confidence and gentle composure. The woman introduced herself as Alicia, revealing she served as the Pope of the Demiurge Church, the nation's highest religious authority. Rise listened while wondering why such an influential person appeared there. Recognizing Alicia's name, Rise remembered she had no memories from their previous world, despite their earlier connection. Accepting the situation, he calmly greeted her before continuing their unexpected conversation. Alicia explained the demon army had captured King Hohenheim and seized control of the kingdom. Hearing the shocking report, Rise questioned why the respected Pope had traveled to the remote territory. After hearing Alicia's explanation, Rise concluded the demon army had also attempted capturing her. After overthrowing King Hohenheim, remembering Jardabert's absence, he pieced together the kingdom's changing political situation. Alicia confirmed she escaped the capital, because remaining there guaranteed capture by the demon army. Hearing it, the tiny fairy reacted with complete shock. After realizing the Pope had hidden inside her town, Silica hurried toward Alicia, introducing herself as the territory's lord, while insisting she never knew the Pope remained there. Desperate to explain everything, she hoped her honesty might improve the terrible misunderstanding. Alicia revealed the resistance had secretly protected her, because everyone believed Silica served the demon army. Hearing that painful truth, Silica regretted missing the chance to support the resistance. Watching Silica's frustrated reaction, Rise explained the townspeople naturally distrusted her because of her previous actions. Left speechless by his observation, Silica could only accept the harsh reality surrounding her reputation. Alicia thanked Rise, believing fate had guided him there as humanity's destined savior. Hoping to discuss the resistance instead, Rise interrupted before Silica's desperate screams echoed across the gathering once again. Alicia earnestly begged Rise to lead the resistance against the demon army, placing all her hopes upon him. Completely devoted, she even offered unconditional loyalty, leaving everyone nearby stunned by her request. Watching Alicia's determination, the tiny fairy became frightened by her intense devotion toward Rise. Remembering earlier events, she realized Alicia remained the noble heroine she had always admired in this world. The tiny fairy concluded Alicia had never lost her compassionate personality because tragic events never shattered her spirit. Delighted by it, she praised Alicia as the proper heroine destined for humanity. Rise accepted Alicia's request without hesitation, promising to shoulder humanity's hopes while defeating the demon lord, believing victory would also restore his comfortable lifestyle. He vowed to handle everything himself. Overcome with emotion, Alicia embraced Rise while thanking him for accepting humanity's burden. Smiling, Rise comforted the exhausted Pope, promising he would remain beside her throughout the difficult struggle ahead. Their peaceful moment ended when terrified citizens reported Manticore's corpse had transformed into an undead monster. Horrified witnesses watched the giant demon revive little by little, creating another dangerous crisis. Seeing the undead Manticore recover, Silica immediately tried escaping before another battle began. Rise stopped her departure while complaining the monster had ruined the celebration he wanted to enjoy. Without showing any concern, Rise calmly decided eliminating the revived monster would only require another quick battle. Alicia attempted stopping him, hoping to discuss the dangerous situation before he charged forward. Ignoring Alicia's hesitation, Rise prepared to confront the undead Manticore once more, with complete confidence. Believing the battle would finish quickly, he walked forward while everyone watched with anxious expressions. Alicia raised her hands in prayer, ordering the restless soul to return to eternal slumber through divine authority. Rise watched, expecting the Pope to unleash powerful, holy light against the monster. Instead of holy light, Alicia released terrifying dark magic that summoned countless shadowy hands beneath Manticore's body. Shocked by the unexpected spell, the tiny finally understood Alicia's terrifying fighting style. The overwhelming dark magic overwhelmed the undead Manticore while Rise calmly observed the strange spectacle before him. Realizing Alicia's enemy had changed, he recognized her frightening methods remained exactly the same. Watching Alicia finish the battle with ruthless efficiency, Rise concluded she remained the same unpredictable woman he remembered. Although now fighting the demon army, her terrifying methods had never changed at all. In the courtyard below, the townsfolk went about their day while Rise Babylon looked over the scene with quiet satisfaction, calling everything perfect. He explained that his magic had multiplied the region's food supply and healed every illness and injury among his people. With the town stabilized, Rise turned his attention to one lingering problem: what to do with a captured girl still awaiting judgment. The girl, panicked and pleading, begged for her life, offering anything to avoid execution. Rise admitted her desperation unsettled him enough that he postponed the sentence. He reasoned that letting her go outright wasn't an option since too many people wanted her dead. Privately, he recalled that in their previous world she had been an overwhelmingly powerful water mage, capable of turning into water itself to kill instantly. Though her powers now seemed weakened, much like his own, the girl brightened, sensing an opening, and Rise offered her a deal. He might help her if she was willing to put in effort. She misread his meaning entirely, striking a flirtatious pose and declaring she was ready. Rise clarified, he only meant she'd become his subordinate and fight the demon lord alongside him. He added that she showed real promise as a water mage, while she recoiled, insisting she'd never fall for someone she considered a walking disaster. Rise pressed her further, telling her that following his guidance would make her stronger and eventually help her earn back the people's trust. Flustered, she admitted there was something else she wanted to ask him. Given his position as lord of the land, she asked if he'd heard of the Babylon territory, then suddenly remembered where she knew the name from. She explained that Babylon once sat beside the small island that would later grow into Palisade. Rise was stunned to learn the place had become a poisoned wasteland, destroyed around the same time Palisade fell to the demon army. Elsewhere, a girl fumed, vowing revenge with her nuclear cows, certain that Angelmoa had orchestrated the destruction out of spite. Alicia checked on Rise, who insisted he was fine, reflecting instead on the opportunity now in front of him. Back at the base, Rise ordered his men to gather everyone in the plaza. Standing before the assembled crowd, he declared it was time for a revolution. He announced the territory would now be called Babylon, the new base for liberating occupied towns and eventually saving the royal capital, drawing a roar of approval. Alicia reported that while Rise healed the people and built the base, she had gathered intel across the region. She revealed that fighters from the Hunters Guild were already rebelling against the demon army in a nearby town. Alicia admitted she didn't know anything about the Hunters Guild and asked Rise to explain. He recalled that back in their old world, he and the beast folk had come up with the idea of turning monster corpses into resources, selling their magic gems as bombs and preparing their meat, and that the guild now offered support to those who hunted monsters. Rise suddenly stopped and asked who led the organization. Alicia answered that its leader was Irina, once the strongest warrior in the royal army and princess of the beastfolk homeland, a land the demon army had burned to the ground. Alicia noted that Irina's town was on the verge of falling completely under demon control, prompting Rise to admit that the gluttonous, dog-eared airhead of a princess had clearly been working just as hard as she had. Rallying the people of Babylon, Rise declared it was time to strike down the invaders, and promised everything would be all right as they set out. At the battlefield, trolls sneered at the arriving humans, while Rise called for his soldiers to prepare for what would be the final battle. Irina tore into the enemy ranks with brutal force, smashing through trolls one after another. Even so, the trolls' regenerative power kept them standing, their thick necks making it impossible to finish them off with blades alone. Exhausted and out of mana, the fighters began to fall, and Irina was struck down mid-battle. A troll grabbed her, ready to devour her, until Rise's voice cut through the chaos demanding it stop. He unleashed his own magic, forcing the trolls' regeneration into overdrive until their bodies burst apart, leaving Irina stunned by what had just happened. Rise knelt beside her, asking if she could stand and praising her for holding out as long as she did. Something about the moment struck Irina as strangely familiar. Despite this being their first meeting, Rise introduced himself simply as the Liberator, who had come to save her once again, reaching out to the fallen soldiers. He called for his warriors to rise, declaring he stood beside them, closing the battle on a note of triumph. The scene shifted to fragments of memory, remnants from a time before the world had been remade. They were pieces of history belonging to a group of friends the world would remember as terrorists. Later, snow fell rarely over Babylon, and Alicia and Irina sat together by the window, remarking on the unusual cold. Alicia poured tea and asked if Irina disliked the cold, who replied she could barely stand it, blaming it partly on her choice of clothing. Alicia asked if Irina had heard the news, and Irina explained she was used to the cold from hiding in the wilderness during winters when the government hunted her. The maid Kohaku introduced the concept of Valentine's Day, explaining that in a certain country, girls gave chocolate to the boy they liked once winter arrived. She continued that the girls confessed their feelings by handing over the chocolate as a token of affection, leaving Alicia stunned and Irina amazed. Alicia immediately declared she wanted to gift a real-size chocolate statue of herself, while Irina gushed about pouring all her love into chocolate for someone she adored. Kohaku shot down the statue idea, and Irina proposed an even worse alternative, covering her own body in chocolate and presenting herself directly. Kohaku tried to explain that wasn't the point, while Irina worried the chocolate might melt like wax. And Alicia clarified chocolate had a naturally low melting point, realizing they'd all quietly admitted feelings for Rise. The group fell into an awkward silence, each privately embarrassed. Kohaku suggested they make chocolate together as a joint gesture of thanks to their master, and the others agreed, dubbing it the Great Valentine's Day Strategy. Kohaku went off to ask the kitchen staff for permission to use the space. Back in the kitchen, the three gathered eagerly, only to realize none of them actually knew how chocolate was made. Irina admitted that after her country's fall, she'd survived as a scavenging nomad, with no time to learn cooking, and Kohaku added she'd been enslaved for as long as she could remember. Alicia revealed she too had spent her life on the run because of her religion. Their grand plan collapsed within minutes, leaving all three deflated, reflecting on their pasts. They agreed they'd never be able to repay Rise enough for taking them in when none of them would have survived otherwise. Determined not to let a small obstacle stop them, they resolved to find a way to finish their chocolate project. They decided to start by pooling whatever knowledge they had about chocolate. Kohaku guessed it must be loaded with sugar given how sweet it was, while Alicia recalled it came from beans called cacao, and could easily be melted and shaped due to its low melting point, encouraged. Irina declared there was no more reason to hesitate, and the group got to work. Kohaku proudly presented the ingredients she'd gathered: molds, sugar, and black beans from storage. They grinded the beans, mixed in the sugar, then warmed the mixture with hot water before pouring it into the molds. The chocolate finally set, but when unmolded, it looked like a lumpy, dark mess rather than proper chocolate, leaving the trio unsure if they'd gotten anything right besides the color. A knight named Claus wandered into the kitchen and asked what they were all doing. Piecing together the scene, he quickly excused himself, deciding it was best not to get involved. Elsewhere, Claus ran into Rise and asked if he'd found Alicia and the others. Rise explained he'd only melted the chocolate and poured it into a mold, since he'd heard the girls were having a tea party and wanted to bring them these handmade sweets. Claus grabbed him urgently, warning him he couldn't give those chocolates to the girls. When Rise asked why, Claus insisted it was for their sake, for the sake of their pride as women, especially since Rise had helped make them. Rise reluctantly agreed to hand them over, and Claus begged him to just give the chocolates to him instead. Claus told Rise the girls just needed some time alone, leaving Rise to wonder what to do about Alicia and the others. Afterward, a rumor spread that Rise had given Claus a box of chocolates as a gift. A monstrous shadow trembled with fury as a scream tore through the ruins. Chapter 55, opening on pure rage. In the snow, a lone silhouette stood watching the destruction. A chained figure demanded to know why Rise Babylon existed in this world at all, raging that he had joined his old comrades and wiped out an entire troll platoon. Clutching his head, the chained man muttered that his death magic should have erased Rise's existence completely. Unable to understand what had gone wrong, bound in heavy chains, he turned his fury toward a woman standing before him, accusing the so-called goddess Sophia of interfering and demanding an answer. The girl only laughed, mocking him for underestimating the might of Rise Babylon, calling him a foolish brat for ever doubting it. She declared proudly that the story made no sense without the two of them in it, Rise the hero, and herself the goddess standing beside him. The chained man snapped back in disbelief, insisting there was no way that Freak could ever be called a hero before trying to remind her of her own status. Radiant wings spread as worshippers bowed before her, the truth settling in. She had become a goddess the moment she dueled Rise, and as long as she existed, so would he. Smiling down at him, she told him plainly that his ultimate skill, existence, destruction, was useless against Rise, and that she pitied him for it. Engelmoa elsewhere. Followers reacted with awe, their hearts renewed by the sheer force of Rise's presence, rippling far beyond the battlefield. One follower shouted down anyone who doubted him, cheering that the demon lord had nothing on her Rise, calling him the greatest hero there ever was. Engelmoa clenched his fist, admitting that even if he could no longer erase Rise's existence, he could still kill him outright, in the literal sense of the word. But his strength had been drained too far. He admitted he could only wake once every few days now, and the goddess reminded him he couldn't even leave this place, having traded half his own being just to keep himself bound there. Undeterred, Engelmoa revealed he still had 3 loyal servants at his disposal, rulers of the sea, the land, and the sky, ready to act in his place. Reaching toward the swirling dark forms, he called out to his great rulers, declaring he had a mission for them. Losing consciousness mid-command, he cursed the timing, forcing out his final order that a man calling himself Rise Babylon was stirring rebellion against them, and warned his servants never to think of him as an ordinary human. As he faded, the goddess told him gently to rest in the land of dreams until her future husband was ready for battle, adding that weakened as she was, burdening him with mana was still nothing to her. Meanwhile, in the newly liberated Babylon territory, word spread that humanity's liberators were making steady progress freeing the land from the demon army. At the Lord's mansion, Rise collapsed dramatically, groaning that he was completely worn out. Sprawled on the floor, he complained that every town they freed only piled more work onto his plate, admitting, in the end, that he never even liked fighting to begin with. Rise declared that Angolmoa was the only exception, the one hater he would kill without hesitation. He insisted his hands were never made for hurting others, and his mouth was never made for cursing enemies. He said everything he had was made for spreading love and bringing people together. Back at the mansion, Rise casually asked Irina for a favor. He explained that he had managed to increase the number of his followers considerably, and admitted he might finally be ready. Elsewhere, a captured orc raged that he would kill the cursed human before him, swearing vengeance. Rise, calm despite the threats, told Irina he had started wondering whether fighting monsters would really lead them to peace. His comrades reminded him the orc had been captured alive as ordered, but questioned what he actually planned to do with it. Rise argued that a murder was still a murder, no matter if the victim was a monster, and warned that killing every last one would lose sight of how valuable each life was. Irina asked what he could possibly mean, insisting all such filthy, crazed beasts had to be eliminated. Rise countered that exterminating every monster would be pointless. If humans became ruthless monsters themselves in the process, it would defeat the purpose. Getting the creatures on their side instead would be far more useful against their true enemy. Turning to the terrified orc, Rise smiled and proposed an alliance between humans and monsters. He admitted to himself that a few details would need to stay hidden, and that this plan would take real work. Grinning, Rise declared he would tweak the orc's brain with healing magic, offering it all his affection while the creature howled in confusion. Moments later, the orc stood calm, now one of them. As Rise asked Irina to untie him, the orc wept that it deserved death for the trouble orcs had caused humans, but Rise gently refused, leaving everyone stunned. Traveling across the countryside, Rise listened as his aide marveled at how he'd turned so many ruthless monsters into loyal allies, though privately she doubted brainwashing truly counted as friendship. Wings cut through the sky above them, and Alicia pointed out that the harpies traveling alongside their group served as excellent carriers thanks to their flying ability. Nearby hulking trolls carried heavy loads without complaint, and she noted that despite their abnormal strength, they somehow never got hurt no matter how hard they worked. A kobold sniffed eagerly at the ground beside him, its nose remarkably skilled at locating minerals, even if its habit of eating rusted metal remained deeply unsettling. Small goblins scurried around the settlement handling chores, and Alicia explained that a handful were even suited for battle when the situation truly called for it. Fangs bared and muscles coiled, Agarm's raw speed left Alicia genuinely impressed, since not even the fastest horses could ever hope to keep pace with it. Quiet affection crept into the moment when Alicia admitted that standing beside Irina felt strangely nostalgic, despite the two of them having only just met days ago. Blushing furiously, Irina invited Rise closer, though he hesitated, reminding her that they remained in the middle of a serious military operation together. Determination flashed across Alicia's face as she urged the group to bond quickly, insisting that facing one of the demon army's three great generals demanded real teamwork. With a playful grin, she reserved the seat beside Rise for Irina, whose tail swished wildly and betrayed her feelings no matter which world she lived in. Hearts floated around all three of them as warmth settled over the group, and Rise quietly admitted their closeness felt more relaxing than he expected. Doubt crept into Alicia's expression as she wondered aloud whether just the three of them could realistically stand a chance against such a powerful general. Meanwhile, in a heated argument elsewhere, a furious woman swore she had witnessed everything herself, and another voice quickly rose to confirm her claim. Ruins stretched across the battered landscape as the narration revealed that the Lord of Django territory was none other than one of the demon army's main generals. Towering above the wreckage, the evil black dragon reigned as ruler of the sky, prompting Rise to calmly commend Silica for her efforts. Tears streaming down her face, Silica complained bitterly that she always drew the worst assignments, having been forced to become water just to sneak through enemy sewers. Still sniffling, she declared that her next scouting mission would finally become her chance to slip away and escape this exhausting cycle for good. Amusement flickered across Rise's face as he casually mentioned that a hidden spell would turn her mind into a bird's the moment she tried fleeing. Groaning at the revelation, Silica reluctantly accepted her fate as a major criminal who still needed to work hard to earn everyone's forgiveness. Rise added dryly that marching a massive army against the dragon would only risk more injuries, on top of adding to his already heavy workload. Confidence radiated from Rise as he declared he saw no chance of losing to the dragon ruling over Django territory, while Irina and Alicia watched anxiously. The dragon sneered at the notion that humans still dared challenge the demon army, then spread its wings, muttering that welcoming them personally seemed like his duty. Terrified villagers huddled together as goblins nearby cheered wildly, chanting for their black dragon overlord, while vowing to massacre every human who opposed him. Cheers erupted again as the dragon boasted that he would crush this so-called Rise like an insect, dismissing the human's strange name with open contempt. Snarling with pride, the dragon insisted he'd never fear a mere human, though he privately wondered if the demon lord's caution meant this opponent held real strength. Curiosity crossed a harpy's face as she spotted goblins below, reacting to falling dust, questioning why something with such a pleasant scent kept drifting from the sky. Confusion turned to delight as goblins discovered the mysterious substance came from cows, devouring it eagerly while declaring it utterly delicious beyond their wildest expectations. Rise smirked wickedly as chaos erupted below, with goblins screaming in horror while desperately warning each other never to eat that so-called cow dust. A mocking voice greeted the dragon sarcastically, calling him quite the hotshot now, hinting at an old familiarity neither of them had expected to resurface. Excitement rippled through the crowd as someone spotted a rooftop figure, recognizing him instantly and shouting joyfully that their master, Rise Babylon, had finally returned. Pandemonium swept the battlefield as transformed cows shrieked and thrashed violently, their monstrous cries echoing while goblins screamed insults amid the surrounding destruction. Bewildered and trembling, the dragon wondered aloud whether this stranger had somehow killed him before, sensing an inexplicable dread welling deep from within his soul. Fury replaced fear as the dragon demanded answers, insisting he'd never forgotten how Rise had once become something like a friend to him. Chaos exploded as the dragon lunged forward mid-attack, only to be intercepted violently, his roar echoing as he called out Rise's name in desperation. Struggling, the dragon groaned in pain while Silica declared that naughty creatures like him needed a proper lesson taught through force. Dust settled around the ruined landscape as the dragon growled, sensing sinister mana radiating nearby. Unaware that Alicia stood there, smiling mischievously at his confusion. Grinning, Alicia teased that he'd grown far too large, offering more of her strange drug only if he obeyed her every future command. Horror flickered across the dragon's face as Rise approached with healing magic, cheerfully promising to restore their so-called friendship through unwanted transformation. Rumors spread through nearby towns as villagers whispered about a mysterious savior who had tamed the feared Black Dragon General himself. Nobles dismissed the rumor as mere propaganda meant to boost troop morale, though one figure confirmed that every word of it was true. Shock crossed the father's face as another elder proudly confirmed the savior's name, adding that Rise Babylon had already earned Pope Alicia's holy approval. Word spread through the crowd that Lord Rise, leader of the resistance, had liberated yet another town, convincing skeptics once an official priest confirmed it. Onlookers marveled that he'd rescued every town throughout the region using monsters he personally tamed, while a lone knight murmured Rise's name with unease. Admiration filled Alicia's voice as she praised Rise for liberating countless towns while also brainwashing monsters into becoming his loyal, obedient pawns. Determination burned within her as she vowed to reveal his supreme light shining brightly, warning Angelmoa that waking up soon would be wise. Meanwhile, a goblin received flowers from a smiling harpy, while nearby a man asked her about visiting a nice restaurant together sometime soon. Disgust colored a noblewoman's tone as she complained about being forced to live alongside monsters, cursing that troublesome Rise Babylon under her breath. And the Anather noble reluctantly admitted that despite their frustrations, Rise had genuinely liberated multiple towns from the demon army's brutal control. Impatience grew as a fist slammed the table, someone demanding to know why the brat still hadn't come to properly greet them. Snail Dono agreed knowingly, while Jaikov Dono remarked that understandably, Rise was merely a naive kid unaware of how this harsh world truly operated. Claus stood before towering doors as Jaikov revealed he'd dispatched his private army's commander to drag Rise out of hiding by force. Sweetly, Alicia fed her tamed dragon, while Rise teased her for actually deciding to nickname the creature something as silly as Draggy. Beaming with pride, Alicia admitted her decisions weren't the only crazy thing about him, praising how he'd turned a fearsome dragon into an adorable pet. Excitement lit Irina's face as she announced someone she wanted Rise to meet, prompting him to agree despite his surprise at the interruption. Politely, Claus introduced himself as commander of Baron Jaikov Bonclay's private army, revealed to be one of the country's strongest spell sword warriors. Curious, Rise asked what Claus needed from him. Learning that his master wished to arrange a formal meeting between them soon, flustered completely, Claus apologized frantically for addressing him too casually, begging permission to correct his disrespectful mistake immediately without delay, humbly insisting he wasn't worthy of such honor. Claus listened as Rise mentioned that fragments of their shared past world might linger within his soul. Passionately, Rise declared that Claus stood as this world's great hero, noting how bards already composed songs celebrating his legendary deeds. Grasping his shoulder firmly, Rise insisted Claus never sell himself short, calling him a truly great warrior worthy of recognition and respect. Enthusiastically, Alicia offered to write a letter transferring Claus into the church's private army, though he hesitated, unsure whether accepting without permission felt appropriate. Rage exploded from Jaikov upon learning that Rise had stolen Claus using Pope Alicia's considerable influence, leaving him utterly furious and betrayed. Frustrated beyond reason, Jaikov wished he could unleash his golem army, though his advisor calmly reminded him that direct attacks would likely fail regardless. Scheming quietly, Jaikov decided sending a harmless-looking swordsman would avoid raising suspicion, then summoned someone waiting nearby for an important covert mission. Warmly, Alicia praised the young recruit's dedication, admiring how she'd volunteered to join their army, despite being remarkably young for such duty. Softly, the girl insisted such praise was wasted since she merely wished to be useful, prompting Alicia to apologize that children shouldn't have to fight. Startled recruits reacted with awe upon spotting Alicia among them, exclaiming excitedly over finding an adorable new girl named Belle during recruitment. Silently resolving to focus, Belle reminded herself of Viscount Snail's threatening mission, promising punishment through magic if she ultimately failed to succeed. Cheerfully, Alicia announced finishing new patrol routes for the guards, insisting Rise should feel free to rely on her assistance whenever necessary. Belle became completely absorbed reading a dramatic tale about amnesiac lovers reuniting, unknowingly awakening a passionate side of herself, best left forgotten. Flustered by her own outburst, Belle suddenly declared finding her true purpose, vowing to officially join Rise's private army for good. Silence stretched heavily, as Jaikov admitted perhaps they should stop provoking Rise altogether, sensing something unsettling about continuing their persistent interference. Snail agreed uneasily, confessing a feeling that Rise's soul still clearly remembered events from their previous world, unlike everyone else involved. Regaining his resolve, Jaikov insisted giving up would disgrace their noble status, though Snail worried whoever they sent would simply join Rise instead. The following day, a mysterious voice announced spotting their target, alerting everyone nearby that Rise Babylon had finally been located. Curiously, Rise questioned whether this creature was truly a golem, having heard only exceptionally skilled mages could create ones capable of speech. Firmly, Rise refused the summons entirely, telling the golem to relay his flat rejection of joining Baron Jaikov and Viscount Snail's demands. Annoyed, Rise complained that those nobles always treated him poorly despite his kindness, especially after reviving them when they previously attacked him. Proudly, he argued his monster friends properly scheduled appointments beforehand, unlike Jaikov and Snail's rude, unexpected invitation demanding his immediate presence. The next day, another golem arrived announcing Viscount Snail's planned tea party, though Rise saw no reason to socialize with an unfamiliar old man. Following day, a golem offered payment for attending, but Rise dismissed it instantly, sensing something suspicious behind the sudden generous proposal. Days later, a golem wondered what its master was doing while everyone else fought the demon army, learning Rise had left to liberate another town. Finally, Jaikov complained bitterly that Rise had called him annoying and literally thrown a cow at him, swearing never to see him again. Defeated, Snail admitted, having no remaining ideas either, prompting a frustrated companion to ask what approach might finally convince Rise to meet them. Exhausted, both men agreed they had no other choice left, confessing their desire had shifted purely toward wanting Rise's presence, regardless of scolding him. Determined, they resolved to attempt the greatest form of communication imaginable, scribbling frantically as they composed an elaborate heartfelt letter together. Overflowing with anger and impatience, both nobles vented their frustration before finally declaring their exhausting message complete. After considerable effort, delighted with their finished creation, they praised it as an absolute masterpiece, their obsessive letters expressing desperate longing that bordered on madness. Hours later, they dispatched their loyal bird golem, cheering wildly as it carried their bizarre, deeply romantic message toward its intended destination. Reading the unsettling letter, Rise awkwardly clarified, he didn't feel that way romantically, politely asking them both to abandon their strange pursuit entirely. Screaming in horror, Rise fled through the streets from his over-enthusiastic pursuers, while nearby, Belle smiled warmly, admitting this chaotic outcome wasn't so bad after all. Rise sat outside the mansion, complaining that his luck had gone sour now that two grown men seemed infatuated with him, while shouting and chaos echoed among the mansion grounds. Silica bounced against him with her hair twisted into odd shapes, insisting they switch gears entirely. And once she calmed down, Rise turned toward Jardabert's room to ask if he was awake yet. Silica woke up boasting that her beauty sleep had left her bursting with fresh energy, only for Alicia to walk in with a serious expression and announce that she needed to consult her about something urgent, prompting Silica to jokingly ask if Alicia wanted to get freaky with her, instead of discussing anything important. Alicia explained that they had advanced this far, mainly because the demon army had underestimated their resistance movement. But now that same resistance stood ready to storm the capital outright, and the real obstacle remained that King Hohenheim was still being held hostage deep inside enemy territory, leaving their next move dangerously uncertain. Silica asked what the plan actually was, wondering aloud whether they intended to abandon the king and let the demon army continue using him as leverage, since sacrificing one hostage for a swift capital assault seemed like the kind of cold decision desperate resistance leaders sometimes had to make. Alicia admitted that Hohenheim used to help her back in their previous world, even assisting her in taking down the so-called wicked goddess, and declared with total conviction that they could not abandon him since sentimental history mattered more than convenient wartime strategy. Alicia added that Hohenheim happened to be her nephew, which only strengthened her resolve, and she wanted Silica's input specifically on devising a way to rescue the poor man safely, while still capturing the capital during the very same operation. Rise proposed that if it were possible, rescuing Hohenheim before launching the invasion would be ideal, since even after locating exactly where the demons kept him captive, breaking him out remained a serious challenge, especially considering Silica could sneak in alone, only by turning herself into ordinary water. Silica revealed something unsettling she had learned, explaining that the monsters occupying the capital were currently living extremely lavish lives, and according to her sources they had even taken to auctioning off young girls they cruelly described as having tender meat, treating captives as mere entertainment for their own amusement. Rise reacted with shock at how quickly Silica claimed to have solved the problem, and she grinned mischievously, explaining she had already figured out a clever way to bust Hohenheim out of captivity, though Rise immediately grew nervous, suspecting exactly what kind of dangerous scheme she was about to propose next. Silica declared triumphantly that she would call this new operation the Full Makeover Strategy. Subtitled A Mysterious Beauty joins the stage, revealing that everything she had just heard about the slave auction had sparked what she considered an absolutely brilliant idea for infiltrating the capital successfully. Meanwhile, Jaikov and Snail rode along a quiet road inside a wooden cage, discussing how they had no real idea whether this scheme would succeed, yet reminding each other that as nobles of the Nocia kingdom, it remained their sworn duty to help rescue their captured king, no matter the risk involved. A passing narrator noted that both men valued their public reputation more than the actual well-being of their nation, though Snail insisted this mission mattered, since succeeding here would give them a rare and valuable chance to restore their damaged standing among the people. Elsewhere, Belle sketched while commoners gossiped nearby, noting she was certainly to blame for spreading the story though. She never intended any harm, and the two noblemen overheard rumors, claiming they had somehow fallen hopelessly in love with that same irritating young brat everyone kept talking about. Jaikov insisted confidently that nobody would dare spread such wicked rumors about two men who had bravely assisted in liberating their captured king, while Snail shrugged the accusations off entirely, declaring that whatever nonsense people whispered now would surely be washed away once their heroic feats became widely known. As their wagon rolled closer to the capital's looming gate, Snail happily announced they would arrive any moment, now unaware that a shape-shifted harpy trailed behind them, relaying messages the whole way, while bystanders further back gossiped loudly about how inseparable the two odd noblemen truly seemed. Demon guards stationed at the gate halted the wagon, demanding gruffly to know whether these strangers belonged to the resistance, and armed demons quickly surrounded the cart from every direction, weapons raised and ready, forcing Jaikov and Snail to answer. Snail spoke up first, explaining they had heard the demons were searching for charming ladies suitable for auction, while Jaikov added dramatically that they were merely humble slave traders, offering exactly the kind of merchandise these fearsome demon fellows apparently desired for their lucrative business. Jaikov cautioned that abducting random girls off the streets would never guarantee true quality, insisting the demons had clearly never witnessed real beauty firsthand. While the lead demon admitted that auctioning captured girls had indeed become an enormous trend throughout the capital, drawing buyers from every direction. The demons threatened to tear the two men apart limb by limb if their promised merchandise failed to impress, yet ultimately agreed to inspect the goods first, mocking the humans for talking. Despite standing utterly outmatched and vulnerable before such powerful demonic warriors, a demon guard suddenly froze in stunned disbelief, staring wide-eyed at something extraordinary emerging from the wagon, and a moment later a radiant, mysterious beauty appeared cradled in Rise's arms, her sudden dazzling presence lighting up the entire scene as everyone present fell silent. The demon guard stared in awe, muttering that this must truly be genuine beauty, completely convinced by what he had just witnessed, while Jaikov and Snail seized the moment to ask sweetly whether they might be permitted to participate in the auction themselves, and the demons agreed. The auction unfolded inside the former Royal Theatre, a grand building repurposed entirely for this cruel trade, as demon bidders shouted numbers back and forth with growing excitement, raising their offers from Ardernio to Senyunli Lion and beyond, treating captured women as nothing more than valuable commodities. The bidding climbed higher until the auctioneer slammed down a final price, declaring the female albino sold for 3 million, and the crowd erupted into wild cheering while she wept silently, with onlookers remarking callously on how lively and entertaining a specimen she had turned out to be. Two demons in the audience murmured casually that captives never fought back or attempted escape, since the organizers were considerate enough not to bind them with ropes at all, continuing to shout their own bids of Ardern Wu and Ardern Ba million as though discussing nothing more serious than ordinary merchandise. The winning demons gloated afterward that these fragile beings were remarkably easy to break and satisfying to devour, boasting a winning bid of Sendernil million, while the MC on stage teased that he hoped they hadn't already spent every coin stolen earlier from unsuspecting human villages nearby. The auctioneer then announced his next presentation with dramatic flair, introducing a supposedly pitiful girl who had been sold by her own kind, and as elegant heels stepped forward into the spotlight, the entire crowd of demons leaned in, murmuring with growing anticipation over what awaited them. Rise stood transformed, dressed in an elaborate frilled outfit with twin ponytails framing his face, as the announcer declared he would become the true highlight of today's entire auction, leaving the demon audience utterly captivated by this mysterious beauty they knew absolutely nothing about. Rise stood absolutely still on the auction stage, drawing gasps from the demon crowd who declared her magnificent, while two demons in front whispered that despite everything she still blushed nervously, proving she wasn't merely a beautiful face, but someone genuinely reacting to the terrifying situation surrounding her. Bidding exploded instantly as demons shouted numbers with growing desperation, one offering 30 million before doubling it to 50, while another wolf-like demon roared out 5 million, each competitor determined to outdo the last, as the price for this mysterious beauty climbed rapidly beyond anyone's expectations. A wealthy demon raised the stakes dramatically, declaring he would pay 200 million since she deserved to become his wife, only for a cloaked skeletal figure to interrupt with an even bolder offer of 70 million, insisting that lovely lady would be coming home with him instead. Rise sighed, heavily backstage, reflecting on the ridiculous full makeover strategy Silica had convinced him to attempt, admitting quietly that he knew from the very beginning these demons would prove absolutely terrible, yet somehow found himself trapped in this humiliating disguise regardless of his earlier reservations. Silica insisted cheerfully that only Rise possessed the ability to pull off a mission requiring infiltration deep behind enemy lines, while Alicia objected loudly, wondering why they couldn't simply send an ordinary girl instead, prompting Silica to remind her that using healing magic to become a cutie suited Rise perfectly. Rise admitted internally that Silica had somehow managed to talk him into this absurd plan, despite his better judgment, and just as he resigned himself to the situation, an enormous bid rang out across the auction hall, someone offering an almost unbelievable 3 billion for his hand. The bidder revealed himself as one of the 3 great generals commanding the demon army, ruling the seas as the colossal sea monster known as Kraken, laughing menacingly, with tentacles writhing as he prepared to claim victory over every other competing bidder in the entire theater. Onlookers whispered that Kraken's bizarre behavior stemmed from something like love at first sight, describing how simply looking at Rise made his massive body shake and throb uncontrollably, though in truth, it was actually deep instinctive terror carved permanently into his soul from a previous encounter. Kraken bellowed triumphantly across the auction floor, demanding to know if anyone dared challenge his overwhelming bid, tentacles writhing with impatience as he awaited any response, clearly convinced that nobody present could possibly match the staggering sum he had just offered for this mysterious beauty. The auctioneer attempted weakly to interject that the bidding hadn't officially closed yet, only to be drowned out as Kraken declared triumphantly that she now belonged entirely to him, prompting Rise to laugh derisively and ask whether a mere beast truly believed it could ever own someone like her. Rise unleashed a devastating attack. She dubbed the cow dust nuclear explosion, warning everyone present that she intended to light the entire place up through something called superluminal cellular division, and a blinding explosion erupted, sending shockwaves tearing through the stunned auction crowd. Confusion spread as demons wondered aloud what was happening to their prized item, with Kraken shouting that a mere human had actually dared attack him, ordering his cow missiles into action immediately, though the resulting mooing chaos left everyone even more baffled about what was unfolding. Rise taunted the demons mockingly, asking if they truly believed their wrongdoings would go unpunished forever, expressing satisfaction that someone would finally deal with these wicked blockheads before unleashing another devastating attack she called the nuclear cow blast, directly into the panicking crowd below her. The explosion tore through the theater with overwhelming force, and amid the chaos Rise called out excitedly for everyone to get wild, signaling Jaikov and Snail that their moment had arrived, and both men responded, enthusiastically confirming they were fully prepared to join the fight without hesitation. A massive rock-like creature charged forward attempting to strike back, but its powerful blow shattered uselessly against overwhelming force, leaving the monstrous demon crumbling apart entirely, while Rise stood calmly amid the destruction, completely unfazed by the wreckage surrounding her on every side. The defeated rock creature demanded furiously how anyone dared look down upon a general of the demon army, only to be silenced completely as Kraken's remaining tentacle recoiled in genuine fear, muttering curses under his breath, while realizing just how outmatched his forces truly were. Kraken threatened desperately that he would return to his true massive form and crush everyone present, but Rise interrupted calmly, asking him to hold on for a moment, studying his features carefully before recognition suddenly dawned across her face, prompting her to ask pointedly who exactly he really was. Kraken's eyes widened in horrified recognition as he realized this mysterious beauty was actually the very same man who had taken his life on that fateful day long ago, shouting out Rise Babylon's name in absolute disbelief at the impossible coincidence unfolding before him. Jaikov and Snail watched in confusion as Kraken screamed uncontrollably, unable to understand what Rise had actually done to provoke such an extreme reaction, while Kraken himself begged desperately for mercy, pleading repeatedly for his life to be spared from whatever terrible fate awaited him. Rise smiled mischievously, declaring she had no intention of killing her old acquaintance, instead announcing cheerfully that she planned to turn him into her personal pet, prompting Kraken to scream out in absolute horror as the group walked calmly away from the smoking wreckage behind them. Kraken loomed overhead, still reeling from the devastating assault, wreckage scattered everywhere around them, while Rise explained that they would have been buried beneath the rubble entirely if her summoned golems hadn't shielded them in time, prompting Jaikov to scold her for acting during battle. Rise grinned, brushing off his concern, telling him to relax since as long as he avoided dying instantly, her healing magic could always patch him right back up afterward, treating the terrifying danger surrounding them as nothing more than a minor inconvenience worth laughing about. Rise gave a bright thumbs up and called out eagerly for everyone to follow her lead, declaring that the real battle had only just begun, while Jaikov and Snail braced themselves below, shouting back their determination to keep fighting as the chaotic confrontation continued escalating further. A colossal kraken tore through the capital's streets, its massive form crashing against buildings as debris scattered everywhere. Chunks of stone and wood exploded outward with every strike, the destruction spreading further into the city with each passing second. The kraken's rampage continued, smashing through structures with brutal force, watching from a distance. Jaikov and Snail stood frozen, realizing the chaos they had unleashed. Snail muttered that perhaps they had taken things too far, while Jaikov cried out over the ruin of their beloved capital. Silica stood in the rain, unbothered by the devastation around her. She reassured the two men that they could simply blame the Kraken for the city's destruction, treating the entire disaster as nothing more than a convenient cover story. Silica turned her back to them, drenched from the storm, sensing that someone had finally made their move. She declared that she would act as well, ready to join whatever conflict was unfolding within the capital. Snail accidentally glanced at her, prompting Silica to snap at him not to look. Soaked through, she panicked that her dress had become see-through, exposing what lay underneath, and demanded he look away immediately. Silica grumbled to herself, admitting that Jaikov and Snail were undeniably skilled mages, despite being terrible people. Moments later, the two came crashing down the street, sent flying by her attack after ignoring her warning not to look at her. Elsewhere, Klaus reacted with alarm, insisting that as a knight, his duty was to protect, yet he still felt guilty for making Claus cry after choosing someone else for the mission. Silica coldly added that she would not mind if Jacob and Snail died there, calling it an added bonus. Silica turned toward the two sprawled mages, ordering them to stop lying around in the street and help her distract the demon army that had gathered nearby. Jacob and Snail exchanged bitter words with Silica, calling her trashy on the inside, despite her attractive appearance, accusing her of throwing cows at them earlier. Snail admitted he found their target oddly charming despite his trashy personality, drawing more insults from Silica. Snail reminded the group that if their diversion succeeded and King Hohenheim was rescued, they would be hailed as heroes of the nation. Overwhelmed by the thought, Jacob declared he was so unsettled by the idea that he would go change his gender and clothes in an alley, sending Snail into a panic. Jacob and Snail reflected on their circumstances, stunned that mere countryside nobles, like themselves, could end up celebrated as heroes for their role in the rescue mission. Jacob summoned an ultimate golem with a dramatic incantation, while Snail unleashed a spell called Crimson Inferno, setting the surrounding area ablaze as their combined magic tore through the city. The golem rampaged through the streets, smashing everything in its path. Silica watched calmly, telling Snail that everything was now up to him, confident that their plan was proceeding exactly as intended, despite the surrounding chaos. Deep beneath the royal castle, guards inside the underground jail spoke of rumors spreading through the city, claiming a human girl was wreaking havoc, using a herd of cows, and that Lord Kraken had lost his mind amid the destruction. Inside, a jail cell. A bound prisoner listened to the commotion echoing from outside, remarking calmly that things seemed unusually lively beyond the walls of his cell. The prisoner mused that a new hero brave enough to attempt a rescue might have finally appeared. He guessed the monsters holding him would likely try to use him as leverage first, showing little concern for his own safety. Guards discussed keeping watch over the prisoner while another moved to check on the disturbance happening upstairs, leaving him under close watch inside his locked cell. The prisoner laughed bitterly at his own situation, calling himself pathetic for needing a single orc to keep him contained, given that he had no talent in magic to defend himself. He reflected further, questioning whether he still deserved to be called king of the nation. He reasoned that his choices, made to keep his people from being massacred by the demon army, were meant to secure their survival through developing new technologies instead of open resistance. Alone in his cell, King Hohenheim lashed out at his own thoughts, striking his restraints in frustration as he admitted he never truly wished to cling to such foolish ideals, calling himself delusional for holding on to them. King Hohenheim stared at his own hand, startled to find the ancestral crown resting in his grip. He questioned aloud what he was doing, unsettled that he had picked it up without realizing, especially given how many generations it had been passed down through. His shadowed figure stood still, wondering aloud how weary and weak he looked. He doubted that such a tired, diminished face could belong to someone worthy of being called a king, someone who should instead appear savage, cunning, and undeniably stronger. Hohenheim dismissed the thought with a bitter laugh, admitting he had not felt like himself since hearing rumors about the resistance. He gripped his head, worried that the stress was making him lose his mind. Standing alone in his cell, he noticed water pooling steadily across the floor. He assumed it was raining outside and that a leak had formed somewhere above him. Hohenheim remarked on how strange it was that so much water kept seeping into the room. Nearby, another prisoner complained about his soaked feet, irritated by the growing puddle spreading through the jail. A strange blob-like creature slid across the flooded floor, cheerfully warning the orc guard that he should have been more careful, hinting that something was about to go very wrong for him. The blob suddenly transformed, unleashing a massive wave that sent the orc flying through the air. The attack, delivered as a crushing uppercut, was announced as the technique known as Silica Rainbow, catching everyone off guard with its force. The figure introduced herself, claiming to be both the most beautiful teenage girl anyone would ever see, and the Resistance's most talented spy. Though in truth, she was already in her 20s. Startled, Hohenheim demanded to know who she was, and she answered with a grin, declaring that she had come to save him, addressing him as Your Highness. Inside Nosha, kingdom's capital, chaos breaks loose as Jaikov unleashes his golem while spotting a hidden monster squad lurking in a building's shadow. Snail feeds him information from the shadows, keeping the enemy's attention locked on the ongoing battle. Elsewhere, Rise watches the rain fall, admitting he feels worried now that everything depends on Silica. He knows the distraction must hold long enough for Hohenheim's rescue to succeed, even if he suspects Jaikov is only staying out because he hates getting wet. Silica infiltrates the prison and stands over the caged king, boasting that she is both the prettiest teenage girl around and the Resistance's most skilled spy. The king, stunned, questions whether she truly came to save him. Silica's cocky mood shifts the moment the king actually calls her the beautiful spy back, and she squirms in embarrassment at hearing her own words repeated to her face. The king recognizes her as Countess Silica Palicide, recalling how she once lost her territory when the demon army invaded. Silica whines instead, only asking for a brand new territory to replace it. She admits sheepishly that the replacement land he once gave her also fell to the demons, forcing her to switch sides again. The king only sighs, relieved simply to see her alive. Silica cuts the conversation short, insisting they focus on escaping the cell instead of digging into old history. She casts Aqua Cut to slice through the bars, freeing the king at last, and urging him to follow her without delay. The king, moved, marvels that she risked her life for him, calling her the pride of their country. Alone in her thoughts, Silica admits she only took this mission to avoid Rise turning her mind into a bird's again, brushing off her own past betrayal of the king. Suddenly her clothes dissolve into water, leaving her exposed and screaming as the king awkwardly asks her to cover up. Silica explains she has grown used to turning into water during infiltration missions, no longer bothered by the wardrobe malfunction. The king hands her his coat to wear, and they hurry onward together. Hearing Rise's name again strikes her with unexpected nostalgia as they press forward. Their escape is interrupted when the imprisoned demon king breaks free from his own cell. A horde of monsters, smarter and more numerous than expected, surrounds them. The king admits his own strength has weakened, asking Silica to fight instead. She confesses her mana is drained from breaking in and summoning rain. Overwhelmed, she despairs while the king mocks her sudden surrender. The demon king mocks Hohenheim's pitiful state as monsters close in, vowing to devour them both. The demon king mocks the idea that Silica could be royal blood, insisting he has no daughter and never married, while Hohenheim looks equally baffled by the sudden claim of family ties. Ignoring the confusion, Hohenheim summons his hyper-clear burst spell, laughing that fighting mere monsters will hardly test the skills of the former king. Silica steels herself and agrees to join the fight. A monster's roar interrupts them, and Silica notices something familiar about his declaration of being the previous king. Along with that spell, Hohenheim urges her to move fast and seize the chance to escape while the creature reels. A wounded monster begs Silica to help him, blaming her for his suffering before Hohenheim's fist crashes into him without hesitation, leaving Silica stunned by the sudden violence. Hohenheim calls upon his hidden dragon factor, declaring that protecting young girls is simply his duty as a duke. Another monster strikes back and wounds Hohenheim's eye, shocking Silica as she realizes how much damage he has taken protecting her. Silica asks bluntly if he was secretly a monster all along, and Hohenheim denies it firmly. He explains that he simply remembered possessing a dragon factor, and Silica realizes he was once the duke who helped Rise overthrow her. Hohenheim admits it is a shame he wasn't fit to rule, while Silica notes he clearly hasn't changed a bit. She teases that he'll manage fine without her now, and reminds him that everyone has their own role, hers being to support the next king. Hohenheim apologizes for not fighting harder, admitting his body isn't ready for an all-out battle. He snaps her out of her daze with a light tap, declaring it is time for the real revolution to begin. Outside, panicked citizens spot a giant monster attacking other monsters, then notice people riding atop it. Snail Django and Jaikov Bonclay proudly introduce themselves as heroes rising to slay all evil. Watching from a distance, Rise notices the two getting carried away. While realizing the rain has finally stopped, meaning Silica's mission succeeded, Rise refuses to let them have all the fun and steps in himself. He declares to the monster army that Rise Babylon, leader of the resistance, will punish their evil doings. Townsfolk marvel at his growing legend, noting how many towns he has liberated, and how even monsters respect him. Amid fears the resistance might abandon their king. Hohenheim's voice suddenly cuts through, promising his people not to worry. The crowd gasps in disbelief as they recognize that unmistakable voice returning. Hohenheim descends through the night sky with Silica in his arms, declaring loudly that he is safe and sound, announcing himself as Hohenheim, king of Notia. He proudly credits his rescue to Silica Palisade, the Resistance's most beautiful spy, only for her to shout in protest at being introduced that way again. Hohenheim turns solemn, admitting he was too weak a king, and apologizing to his people for all the suffering they endured under the demon army. While Silica quietly complains about being swept along in the moment, he urges the crowd to raise their voices and release their anger, insisting no one needs to bow their heads any longer, as a massive tentacled monster looms over the city behind him. A familiar figure watching from below recognizes him, stunned to realize he remembers their previous world, while Hohenheim beams with pride seeing Rise back on the path of rebellion. The figure denies remembering at first, then laughs and clasps hands with him, admitting he could never forget his best friend, and together they agree to win the war. Rise suddenly asks how he infiltrated the capital in the first place, but the figure begs him not to ask that question as the chapter ends. With the king finally rescued, Rise and his companions exchanged a firm handshake beneath a fading moon, the weight of battle still fresh on their faces. Word of the victory spread fast. Citizens across the kingdom rose up against the demon army, driving the remaining invaders out of the capital entirely. Days passed, and the royal castle stood restored under a new banner. Chapter 62, a quieter chapter meant for healing rather than war. The king addressed the gathered crowd of Nocia, praising their courage and declaring that the capital once again belonged to its rightful people. The people responded with a roar of celebration as their ruler formally announced the kingdom's revival. Turning to the warriors beside him, the king promised to introduce the nation to those who had fought hardest to reclaim the throne. He honored Count Snail Django, the Archmage of Fire, and Viscount Jakov Bonclay, Master of Golems, both moved to tears by praise they had never received before. Next came Marciana Silica Palicicide, the spy who infiltrated enemy territory and freed prisoners, blushing as the crowd teased her about the risks she took. Finally, the king named Riz Bibalon, the greatest hero of them all, the one who led the resistance and orchestrated the capital's recapture. Yet the king warned that survivors had fled back to Demon Lord Angel Moa, and harder battles still awaited humanity. He urged everyone to steel themselves for what was coming. As applause echoed through the castle, Riz later admitted the king rewarded him with access to the royal hot springs, though not without complications. He found himself soaking awkwardly between two women, questioning how he ended up in that position. One teased him about his reddened face, clearly enjoying his discomfort. Their uncle, Hohenheim, arrived and was scolded for not mentioning it was a mixed bath. Riz tried reminding them of their roles, flustered by the closeness. The girls revealed how angry they still were with him. They scolded him for joining a dangerous auction alone instead of asking for their help. Riz explained he only wanted to protect them from being auctioned as slaves. Despite his reasoning, they simply asked him to trust and rely on them more from now on. One of the girls stretched out in the water, boasting that they could even use magic now, and her companion agreed eagerly. Riz shouted for them to wait, panicking as he scrambled backward through the water. He pressed his hands over his face and demanded to know if they remembered what had happened back in their previous world when that same phrase came up. Realization dawned on one girl, who admitted that meeting him again felt nostalgic once she understood why. The other confirmed their memories had returned, even though it hadn't been long since they regained them. They teased that his bond with Riz seemed stronger than the one they shared with him, though a certain prince had beaten them to claiming him first. Riz accepted the explanation quietly, acknowledging that both of them had remembered everything as well. One girl pressed closer, declaring they could now stick together just as tightly as they had in their old world, while Riz protested that she was fabricating memories. Startled, he called out her name and told her to wait. Another voice interrupted, insisting she should be the one to give him his first child, sending the whole group into chaos. An old man muttered about his self-control reaching its limit, warning that he wouldn't be able to hold back much longer. A younger relative declared he knew exactly what to do, lecturing that sex before marriage was strictly forbidden, while another drunk man rambled about avoiding a shotgun marriage. Someone called out Riz's name in surprise as light surrounded him, his hands pressed together like he was praying. A transformation had occurred. He now stood in a different form entirely, relieved and confident that he wouldn't mess up like this. The girls stared at him, absolutely stunned by what they were witnessing. They swarmed him affectionately, calling him Riz Chandono, and begging to wash his body, showering him with compliments about how adorable he looked. One girl dashed off, still panicking and calling his name as she fled the scene. Back to normal, he sighed in relief, admitting that had been a close call and suggesting they get dressed quickly. An old man walked in and froze, confused at the sight in front of him. Another man barged in, demanding to know what they were doing there, only to be told the king had granted them access to the springs as a reward, though he immediately pointed out they were standing in the men's changing room. With a heavy blow, the old men were sent flying through the air, one of them still managing to shout his thanks for the beautiful sight before crashing away. Flustered and covering herself, Riz snapped at everyone to shut it and forget what they had just seen, while the girls peeked through the door, grinning and clearly unwilling to let it go. A new chapter began with fury written across a young man's face as he cursed Jivkov, having heard exactly what the man had done. Lightning crackled around clenched fists as he declared he couldn't forgive anyone who dared look upon Riz's naked form during that incident, back when Riz had been transformed into a girl. A monstrous dragon roared beside a portly old man, who reminded the creature that despite serving the church now, it remained technically under his command, causing the old man to scream at it to calm down. Chaos erupted as the young man charged forward, sword raised, insisting the fat man needed to die to atone for his sins, while a girl nearby delighted in watching a handsome man consumed by jealousy. Amid the madness, a girl carrying a small creature on her head remarked that the scene reminded her of their previous world, prompting Riz to note how well another companion had adjusted to living there. Standing at a window surrounded by greenery, Riz mentioned they only needed to wait a little longer before conditions were right for the final battle against the Demon Lord. Elsewhere, a hulking monster flexed with newfound energy, and another figure explained that a special spell removing fatigue and boosting motivation had been cast on the resistance fighters and their newly brainwashed monster allies, all of them itching for battle. A girl asked if he might be Rize-chan Sama, only to be firmly rejected, while she casually suggested they enjoy another soak in the hot springs instead. Rage twisted across a face streaked with tension as a furious voice cursed the situation entirely. The demon lord admitted losing consciousness thanks to a troublesome goddess, revealing that several monsters, including 2 great generals, had been brainwashed, and control over the capital and other cities had slipped away. Suspicion arose that healing magic had somehow been twisted to amplify humanity's anger toward the demon army, while their motivation had inexplicably skyrocketed too. Both figures agreed the situation made no sense, questioning what kind of healing magic could brainwash people and stir them into action simultaneously. Warnings followed about civilization stagnating if life lost all value, with speculation that once victorious, he would remake the world into a place free of death and imperfection. Bitterness spread across the demon lord's face, cursing that a mere child had somehow turned him into this world's guardian instead of its destroyer. Chained upside down, a woman asked mockingly whether he was upset that someone superior had appeared, drawing an irritated response about her throwing a fit. Despite the restraints, she smiled and cast a spell, uttering the words needed to break free. She warned him to start gathering monsters across the world before trouble found him, adding that Reese and his forces would be arriving soon. He shot back that she had ruined his plans entirely by putting him to sleep in the first place. She teased him further, asking if he wanted a lover's suicide instead, taunting that his weakened body might not survive trying to kill her. Old memories stirred as he admitted she felt almost like a mother figure to him, and she brushed it off playfully, insisting she wouldn't bother him again today, while he reflected on how strange it felt to remember being a fragile human child. A brutal punch lands square across a girl's face, her dark hair whipping through the air as blood and spit scatter from the impact. A voice sneers, "You trash," as her cry of pain echoes against the strike. Her limp body collapses onto cold stone, breath ragged and silent. A fat, balding man in tattered robes stands nearby, furious that she refuses to cry out, snapping that she couldn't even manage her task before falling ill. Other beaten children kneel behind her, heads bowed. Lifting a whip, the man declares her worthless, the wall of rough brick rising behind his cruel figure. Before the whip can fall, a boot slams into him, sending him crashing to the ground. A girl in gothic Lolita dress stands over him, her heel planted where his face just was, as he roars that he should kill her on the spot. He scrambles up, demanding how she got in, spitting insults through gritted teeth. She raises a calm hand, apologizing sarcastically for how irritating his face was. Turning her attention downward, she remarks that despite his strange robes, he's actually decent looking, then extends her hand, offering to spare him if he becomes her lover. A dark silhouette rises behind him instead, and his scream tears through the corridor as something unseen tears into him. The beaten girl sits against brick, her arms and legs withered black with necrosis. The rescuer studies her, noting she's nothing but skin and bone. With a flash of light, she grants the girl resistance to whatever ailments plague her, telling her the rest is now up to her. As the stranger walks away, twin drills of hair swaying, the girl calls after her, asking for a name. Without turning, she replies that she did nothing worth remembering, so a name isn't necessary. Years later, that same girl, now grown, recalls the encounter, admitting she can no longer picture the woman's face clearly, only that she was beautiful and powerful. A third figure listens, marked by a strange eye upon her forehead, and repeats back what she heard. A black-haired girl who was beautiful and strong. The grown woman confirms it, adding that the stranger taught her only the strong may shape the future. Bound in chains, the horned figure insists she isn't mocking anyone's first love, prompting a furious threat that anyone who insults her will die instantly. Coughing, the woman admits that after that day she did terrible things chasing power. Startled by the accusation of first love, she denies it, but concedes the stranger did inspire her to grow stronger. Pointing forward, she reveals that pursuit of strength eventually led her to encounter someone else entirely, Goddess Sophia. In an open field, a winged figure descends from the sky, asking the girl below if she desires strength. The girl demands to know who stands before her. The winged woman introduces herself as Sophia, known by some as Goddess Sophia. Fire ignites in the girl's eyes as she declares her intent to obtain the power to defeat Sophia herself, the one who created this unjust world. Sophia holds out a strange object, explaining its nature, a demon lord egg, capable of granting the power to kill a god and become a demon lord in turn. The price for that power is steep, whoever uses it must give up their humanity entirely. The girl doesn't hesitate. Accepting the terms outright, she declares it fine by her, reaching to take the pulsing, eye-covered egg into her hand. Time passes, and the same figure now stands transformed, a third eye marking her forehead. Clenching a fist, she swears an oath on the memory of that beautiful black-haired girl, vowing to defeat someone named Rise Babylon. Recalling how the whole journey began has reignited her hunger to win. Her chained companion reacts with shock, asking if she actually knows this person. Before answering fully, the bound figure begins to mention something about the girl from the past that she thinks that girl was. The memory shifts back to the alley, the injured girl standing with her back turned. A voice explains what kind of power once saved her. Magic strong enough to cure necrosis instantly, yet equally capable of destroying a person's body completely. The chained figure studies her ally's face, admitting confusion over why the demon lord keeps referring to this person as a girl, concluding privately that it has to be him after all. Caught off guard by the softness spreading across her companion's expression, the horned figure snaps, demanding she stop acting like a proper goddess all of a sudden. Watching that gentle smile, she admits there's no way she could bring herself to shatter the illusion, deciding instead to drop the subject and simply wish the demon lord good luck.